Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Check check. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1 2. Okay.
Robert. How you doing, sir? Wow, word gets around.
I'm just going to say I'll be doing this talk, obviously because Jane's not here, so I'll
Okay.
do that.
Okay, yep, thank you. All right. It being 9 o'clock, I'd like to call the meeting to order and introduce our esteemed executive director. Over to you, please, JJ.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. So good morning, everyone. This is a call to order to our 28th National PNT Advisory Board meeting. And as a reminder, the last time we met on November 16th, 2022, we had the privilege of watching the launch of the first Artemis space launch system, experiencing history together as America's new moon rocket flew amongst the stars for 25 days and 1.4 million miles. Today, May 3rd, 2023, reflects another historic time as we now mark the 50th anniversary of the start of the GPS program that we all enjoy today. I am very proud to have worked with our chair, Dr. Brad Parkinson, for well over 25 years, and in a short while, he will remind us that the success of such a wonderful utility as GPS was never a sure thing, even back in the 1970s. GPS and similar systems have come to serve humanity around the world. However, maintaining such a thing requires constant diligence and action. And the PNT board, comprised of our users, is intended to advise the federal government to help ensure we continue enjoying the benefits it brings us all today. So for today's 28th meeting, let's recapture the national pride we get when America leads with such beneficial programs as Artemis and GPS and keep them advancing for decades to come, even as we hand the torch to a newer generation. We can do this with the collective efforts of the members and government experts that we have gathered here today. Our 28th session will be chaired by Dr. Parkinson only because Admiral Thad Allen has a duty to his family on this important occasion. We also have some members participating virtually, and so I note for our chair that we do have a quorum to proceed. So on that note, let me quickly thank our sponsor from NASA, Mr. Badri Yunus, our DoD and Space Force partner, Mr. Fred Moorfield, and our DOT partner, Dr. Robert Hampshire. This program requires the collaboration of a number of federal agencies, although we are particularly grateful to the Space Force for considering the new ideas that are brought forward in forums such as this. And as a reminder, PNT board deliberations are governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA, which means that discussions are open to the public and meeting minutes will be posted online within 90 days. We also strive to post all briefings 24 hours after they are presented, and they may even be up there now thanks to Jason Kim from the Department of Commerce. PNT board recommendations are provided as independent advice and counsel, and the federal government reserves the right to accept or not the input of this body. It is important to the overall process, however, for the PNT board to receive feedback on what can be supported and what may have to be set aside in a time of fiscal constraint. As members deliberate, they must abide by established ethics laws that require them not to engage in any discussions that may create a potential conflict of interest. And because some of our topics may be complex, if a member does believe that the appearance of a potential conflict on a particular matter is emerging, we ask that you simply raise your hand and clearly recuse yourself from that subject matter. Finally, if you access gps.gov or simply Google PNT board, you should be able to access the presentations, and you will find when you walked in, you picked up an agenda bio booklet, and this also includes some helpful information The charter was just signed by the NASA administrator this last month, and also you'll find some presidential policy guidance that is aimed towards the specific departments and agencies that comprise the PNT Executive Committee. And so with that, I thank you for your time, and let me turn the meeting over to our chair today, Dr. Brad Parkinson. Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Before we begin, I thought I would just stick in a little bookmark here. These meetings are, to my mind, organized extremely well, and I would like to propose we give a brief round of applause to JJ, his whole staff, Alicia in particular, and thanks a lot. Well, we have an agenda. Could we flash the agenda up on the screen? Is there a way to do that? If not, the people at the table have it in front of them. So we're going to go over the agenda just very briefly, and then launch off with I'm going to summarize 50 years of an interesting revolution. And then we're going to move into policy. We're very honored to have Dr. Hampshire and Mr. Moorfield here with us, as well as Badri, who has been a key person at least half the meetings, I think, haven't you? Yeah, it's good to see you. What we're going to do is have a session on policy, and with the key figures from government speaking to us. After the break, a brief update by the subcommittees. They were in session yesterday. Anything that is of importance and in the form of a recommendation for sure has to be publicly disclosed, and we intend to do that and follow all those rules. Then we're going to talk a little bit after lunch about emerging GNSS capabilities and alternative PNT. After a break, we're going to get into what we call PTA, Protect, Toughen, and Augment. And you can see that we have a number of very important subjects, and some of the committees have been working extremely hard on this. So publicizing, ensuring everyone understands where we are, and forming recommendations is extremely important in this area, in my opinion. I think I'll forego going over tomorrow's agenda in the interest of time, but it is the normal second day agenda, mostly deliberations by us, and in particular an opportunity for our fine international members to give us their thoughts and counsel. So with that, I think our objectives, of course, are to come to some conclusions in terms of what recommendations we agree to, in what form they should take, and then putting that together in such a way that our chair, Thad, can actually forward those up the chain of advisory to the ExCom. Okay, those are the initial remarks. Does anyone have any comments at this point? Well, hearing none. Are we way ahead of schedule?
We're right on schedule.
All right. He always says that. With that, I guess I will give you the history. All right, let's see here. Well, thanks for the opportunity to celebrate what has been a very successful revolution. I'd first like to say revolutions are very, very hard, even when they are intended to be benevolent. And as much as anything, this revolution was successful due to some extremely competent people. I was very lucky in the beginning to be given the authority to hire the best officer engineers in the Air Force, in my opinion. These were people who were very skilled, and more than that, they were extremely dedicated. They believed in what we were trying to do, and candidly, they would not fail. They refused to fail. And I was also supported by a marvelous cadre of aerospace engineers, contractors who willingly entered into a team spirit. We were very unusual in how we managed those contractors, in that the meetings were absolutely open kimono. We would go in, and if you walked into a meeting, if the officers weren't in uniform, you couldn't tell who belonged to what. You spoke on the basis of your merit. You spoke on the basis of what you knew. And if there was a problem, it was never hidden. On the contrary, it was exposed. It was exposed as far up the chain as necessary to find a solution. So I'd like to use a little metaphor for all of those contributions. And those of you that know me are not going to be too surprised. 60 years ago, I was a plebe at the Naval Academy, and this was in '53, and we had to learn something called plebe knowledge. The Academy people will identify with this. It included some nonsensical stuff. If an upperclassman wanted a plebe to pass the milk pitcher at the meal table, he would say, "Mr. Parkinson, how is the cow?" And I will spare you the memorized response to that. But there were also serious wisdom in our rote learning, and this introduces the idea I want to present to you, and this metaphor is that of critical links. There was a poem composed by Admiral Hopwood, who you see up here, and it imparted that wisdom. And it was interesting, I was on the airplane the other day and happened to bump into a Naval Academy graduate who graduated about 50 years after I did. And I asked him if they were still learning the laws of the Navy. And he said, "Yes, but the only one I remember is number 5. It was very gratifying. So here is law number 5, and it says, "On the strength of one link in the cable dependeth the might of the chain. Who knoweth when thou may be tested? So live that thou bearest the strain." And I think you can quickly see what that metaphor is all about. A lot of small pieces in GPS, they all had to work together. And if one link in that chain broke, we were going to be in trouble. So my metaphor is this: the good ship GPS was beset by gale force winds and waves, attempting to hold our anchor, lest we were blown onto the rocks of a lee shore. And I was honored to be the anchor, perhaps, but without the links, our ship would have crashed. We were beset with politics, technical issues, complex management problems, budget constraints, and at the time, a very hostile Air Force. The cadre of engineering revolutionists were the key links for our achievement, and those links were essential, and like many good engineers, they're now fading away, so you're going to have to bear with me. I'm going to show you some pictures of them, and they have a special part in my heart, and we all owe them a great debt. So let's go back to an ancient era, 1966. A lot of the concept was developed at exactly 1966. There were no PCs. There were no CDs and DVDs. There were no cell phones, text messaging. Satellite TV was unheard of. The internet, not even thought up. No streaming, Google or Facebook, no email, no iPods, no high-definition TV. But it turns out there was no Monday Night Football either. But there wasn't a GPS, but there was an existing satellite navigation system the Navy had developed called Transit. The trouble, though, was that Transit was only periodic. It gave an accuracy of perhaps 1/10 of a mile. It was subject to velocity errors on the part of the user because it was basically a Doppler system. And it was entirely appropriate for setting the initial conditions on a very, very good inertial system, which was what the Navy really wanted it for, but it was not generally something that was useful to the average person in any sense of the word. So there was a gentleman shown here, Dr. Ivan Getting, and back in 1960s, he said there's got to be a better way and it's got to use space. And he was the one that prodded the Air Force and the Pentagon into doing a study. And this, the origins, Ivan Getting, the origins of what you do today when you use GPS come out of this study. Here's a picture of it. The first page of it, we call it the Woodford Nakamura Secret System Study. It was not known to the public. It was known to the Air Force and Aerospace Corporation, of course. They had done the majority of the work. I think both of these gentlemen have sadly passed away. But what they did, the groundwork they laid in terms of looking at all the alternatives is really awesome. And I think it beats any other alternative claim to invention of our concept by at least 4 years. But again, because it was secret, a lot of people didn't know it was there. So it turns out of the 12 options, and I'm getting a little ahead of the story, we picked the hardest one to do. It was a real reach, but it, to me, is the first of 3 great innovations that we had to find that were the foundation of GPS, and that was 4 simultaneous ranging measurements, 4 pieces of information: latitude, longitude, altitude, and time. So that fundamental thing, which we now all take for granted, that was brand new, and as a matter of fact, a lot of people didn't even believe it would work. So let me go back then and tell you what some essential links in terms of support are. I've already mentioned Ivan Getting. I call him the GPS soothsayer because of his foresight to what was possible. The second key supporter of the GPS revolution I call the Air Force sponsor. He was my boss, it turned out, Lieutenant General Ken Schultz. In 1972, he brought me into his office, just he and I, and after a certain amount of discussion by a brash young colonel, he ended up assigning me to 621B, the predecessor program to GPS. He had been a program director, and that was tremendously important. He knew the battering that a program director takes, and he tried to protect me. He really genuinely did, and he was a curmudgeon. He was tougher than heck, and I loved him. But there was a third person, and of all of the 3, perhaps the most essential, and that's Dr. Mel Curry. For a very peculiar set of circumstances, he came to Los Angeles, where I was stationed, and came down to my office, a little 10 by 12 office, and here I am. He's the number 3 guy in the DoD, controls all the development of everything, and he spends 3 hours with a virtually brand new colonel. Who ever heard of that? Well, it happened. He was very bright. He had a PhD in physics, and we had a super entertaining time. And either because of that or other things, we became his favorite program in the whole Pentagon, and that was very, very important. We needed a protector. We needed a godfather up at that level. So I took the proposal that had been developed previously, and I assembled it and went forward. I became the revolutionary leader. It wasn't much of a revolution. I had inherited this design. I thought it could be improved, but it had already been sold, so I thought, well, let's move it up the line. And in August, I moved it up the line. And that's what happened. I failed. And at that point, I thought, well, there goes that career. And instead, Dr. Curry invited me into his office. And he said, look, you and I know that that isn't the real system we should be doing. He said, I want you to go back and redesign it. And I want you to bring it forward, run the snares and traps, come back to the Defense Systems Acquisition Review Council, which was a table much like this, and I was standing up in front of it when I briefed them, and come bring it back to us, and I'm pretty sure if you've done it right that we will approve it. Well, our program was in Los Angeles. There were a lot of people I knew there that were so firmly committed to the way the original design had been set up that persuading them would have been half the work. So instead, I called a meeting at the Pentagon over Labor Day weekend of 1973, and it only had about 12 people, young officer engineers from my program office, a couple of aerospace engineers, and we spent that long, and it was hot because I think they turned the air conditioning off. We were in the D ring up on the 5th floor in a little cubby hole up there, and we worked to redesign the system. And at the end of that, we came out after those 3 days with a document that in essence did that. And we selected a new signal structure called Code Division Multiple Access. We decided to go direct to an atomic clock in space. Both the Air Force and the Navy had advocated that, but no one had done it. And we had a 24 spacecrafts in our nominal constellation design. And it turned out this had a very important advantage. If it was 12-hour orbits synchronous to the stars, it meant that if we had an initial 4, they would arrive over Yuma every day in a constellation that kind of looked like a piece of the whole thing. And by doing that, we could set up a big test range at Yuma and not have the sweet spot sliding around the Earth. Instead, it would stay in one place. And we could have indefinite tests. Unfortunately, some of them were 2 or 3 in the morning, but that was a small price to pay for that opportunity. So if you look at this, I have starred the 3, to me, the great innovations that happened in our development of GPS. I'm going to say just another word about them in a little bit. So I took this, and there's a process of running the gauntlet that occurs in the Pentagon. The Air Force officers are well aware of what I'm talking about. You don't get generally the Pentagon to come to yes. You can, with luck, get them to coming to not know, to saying that they're not going to fight it. And getting to that point, you've halfway won if you have 1 or 2 supporters. In general, people within the Pentagon, I apologize for those of you from the Pentagon, but in general, the process is one of trying to survive running this gauntlet. And I was as much as 2 trips from LA to Washington in a week to see important people that I knew I had to get at least to neutral. And it was frankly a very, very hard problem. Well, that problem isn't new. Over 500 years ago, this gentleman described precisely what that problem was, introducing something new. It ought to be remembered that there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous in its success, than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Because the innovator has for enemies all those who have done well under the old conditions, and lukewarm defenders in those who may do well under the new. The coolness arises partly from the fear of the opponents and partly from the incredulity of people who do not readily believe in new things until they've had long experience with them. So back in 1973, our revolution was perilous, to put it mildly. But after a lot of bloody conversation here and there, I went back to that Defense Systems Acquisition Council in December of '73, and I described the system. And by the way, the civil use was offered from the beginning, but it was at risk. So for $150 million, here's what I said I was going to do. 4 brand new satellites, 4 launch vehicles and support, a whole ground master station with 6 worldwide monitor stations scattered hither and yon, one at high latitude, 7 kinds of user equipment, and an extensive 18-month test program, mostly at Yuma Proving Ground. So, gee, that looks like quite a bargain. They were $73, so to that extent, you would inflate them to get equivalents today. And I said we could do the whole thing in 4 years, including a year of testing. And when I testified before Congress, I also stated that we were going to take the receiver signal spec and make it generally available. And it turns out, getting a little ahead of the story, the first civil set ended up locking up on GPS within 24 hours of the first broadcast, and it was done by students under Dr. Peter Daly at the University of Leeds in England, which strongly implies, yes, the civil capability was there should people want to use it. So let me just briefly highlight the 3 major innovations. This was the first. It was the 4-satellite constellation, measurements to 4 satellites to get 4-dimensional position. And the important part of that, the reason that was so essential, you look at this little X, that means a crystal clock. And of the 12 alternatives that were studied by those great system engineers, this one, the ones in that category, had this very inexpensive crystal clock in the user. The Navy had an alternative with an atomic clock. But this crystal clock, to me, if you look down the pike, made it feasible that sooner or later, perhaps the cost of an equipment for the user would go down. So we picked the 12th. I'm not going to talk through all these, of course. We picked the 12th as alternative, as the one that we would like to demonstrate with real satellites. The second essential link was the CDMA signal. It was relatively brand new. It was being used for clandestine communication because when they spread that signal out, its power is distributed in such a way that you've spread it across a wide spectrum to the point that it's way below the noise, and it can't even be seen by anyone that doesn't know it's there. Well, that wasn't the advantage that we had. What the advantage was, at the same time, you could broadcast all 4 signals on exactly the same frequency. That meant as soon as those signals came into your user equipment, you could lock them together. You could digitally sample them, and they were all time synced automatically. Whatever the timing relationship was, it was fixed. You weren't having to deal with different frequencies and having to calibrate temperature variations. Very important advantage. It turns out the signals had been invented, the sequence of 1s and 0s, by Dr. Robert Gold, who was a consultant to Magnavox. And naturally, these are known as the gold codes, so that's where it comes from. It doesn't come from gold, silver, and platinum. It comes from this gentleman's name. And then there were 2 great theorists who I knew very well, Charlie Kahn and Jim Spilker, our friend from Stanford, that also contributed to the actual design of that whole signal structure. And that was very important. But no one in the Pentagon believed it would work. So we had put on a demonstration. Aerospace and the Air Force had gone out in the desert and put 4 transmitters that looked like GPS signals, except they were upside down. We called it the inverted range. And here's Al Galogli, actually out there putting such one of the transmitters in place. And then we owe a great debt to this gentleman, Bill Fease. He was an aerospace engineer. And it took him 18 months to analyze the data we had recorded in very ancient ways, of course. But he proved that we could get 5 to 10 meters of accuracy, 3 dimensions, using this system. And that piece of evidence was very helpful during that interim 3 months I had running the gauntlet, because I could whip out this piece of data and say, yes, it really does work, in spite of the fact you can't see the signal. And the third essential link was space-hardened atomic clocks. The atomic clock had been around for about 20 years as a laboratory device. And the Navy, through NRL, Roger Easton, He was a physicist, and Pete Wilhelm was the satellite designer, both fine gentlemen. They had put up something called Timation, and Timation had a crystal clock in it. And one of the things that they noticed and perhaps should have paid more attention to was when you get up into high radiation, clocks don't necessarily like it. And to get a little ahead of the story, the place we were putting GPS, MEO, what we call MEO, if you stood outside a satellite, not that you could, of course, and expose yourself to the radiation we encounter up there, within probably 30 seconds, you would have a lethal dose. The radiation up there is very, very intense. So it turned out they hadn't paid enough attention to that. They tried to put up an atomic clock. It failed very rapidly. And the atomic clock that was eventually used was a miniaturized lab device about this big, 10 pounds, 10 watts, and I don't know what it cost. But it was built in Germany by these two gents, Ernst Jekert and Gerhard Hübner. And it turns out one of them only spoke German. So we were a little leery when we embarked on the program because we didn't really have a source of clocks, and yet we were committed to doing this. We hoped the Navy would provide it, but we got antsy. And we asked our satellite contractor in parallel to go to these people and build an atomic clock that would survive in MEO. And Dick Schwartz was the program manager of our satellite program, a very fabulous engineer. And he had working for him as his chief engineer, Hugo Fruoff. Both those gents are still alive. We shared the Queen Elizabeth II Prize a little while ago, very deservedly for them. And they built that device that you're seeing there, the first space-qualified atomic clock. There were 3 instances of that on each of the initial satellites that we launched, and they all worked. A very important piece, because if you don't have very accurate nanosecond level synchronization between those signals, that whole business of the 4 ranges and finding where you are starts to fall apart. So those are the big ones. There were a few other engineering challenges. We at our program office elected to be the integrating contractor, and my boss almost fired me because he didn't think we could do this. We had to control the interfaces between the control system, the satellite and the ground. And we had to do that in a way that was a true system approach. How you store the ephemeris in a very tiny data message, et cetera, et cetera. All that had to be done, and it was done with the program office leading, but very strong inputs from both Aerospace Corporation and particularly Rockwell. Orbits. We have to know where the satellite is. The Navy had pioneered this with transit, done some very, very nice work. But we were darn near, we had to almost do it in real time. They did it by putting it into a big computer and crunching numbers and eventually came out with something. But we had to have updates every time the satellite came around. A very special filter was designed, happened to be in an area that I was technically enjoy. It's a version of a Kalman filter. But the nice part was we could upload it and it would be accurate in terms of user range error after 90,000 miles of travel to about 2 meters. Incredible piece of work, but it was pioneering. We had to have a demonstration that the spacecraft wouldn't fail prematurely. If they did, you couldn't afford the constellation. And incidentally, the Russians, about 3 or 4 years later, tried to replicate what we were doing and ran head-on into this problem. They had satellites that would last a year or 2. And if you're sustaining 24 satellites, that means you've got to put up a lot of satellites. And it turns out they had a struggle, and for years they couldn't even get up to the nominal number that they had. But we had satellites, even in the beginning, that were lasting 8 or 9 years. And of course, today they last 20, 25 years. And as a matter of fact, they last beyond what we want them to last, because the Air Force doesn't want to launch a new one with a new capability while there's a perfectly good one on orbit. A complete family of user equipment, and this ranged from single channel, the most we had was 4 channels, all discrete components. And I'm going to mention this again in a minute. That is to say, discrete transistors. I mean, who does that? Well, back then that was all there was. And then we took that UMA test range concept of the transmitters on the ground and replicated that. And as each satellite was launched, when the first satellite was launched, we'd turn off one of the transmitters, and the user was using 3 ground and 1 in the space, etc., until sooner or later you were using just space. But the advantage of that was lead. It gave us a head start, if you will, on testing out the user equipment and ensuring it all would work. I promised I would show you some pictures. Here are some of my heroes. About half of them are already dead, and the rest are fading. We're an older generation, but when we did this, most of us were in our 30s. I think I was one of the oldest ones, and I was about 40. But the point is, that was a long time ago, 50 years. I can't hardly believe it. But here are, again, a set of my heroes. And then there was a major design issue that I thought we should address, and that was jamming. And it's still with us today. And I knew that sooner or later we would be called on the carpet for this teeny little 1/10 of a millionth of a billionth of a watt signal. Do I have that right? Where's John? Was that the right number? Okay. Yeah, 1/10 of a millionth of a billionth of a watt. Almost inconceivably low. And of course, that's the reason we have a problem with legato. 1/10 of a millionth of a billionth of a watt. So I got the avionics lab. I persuaded them to spend some money and put together a high AJ demonstrator. Guess what? It had a multi-element antenna, inertial coupling, deep coupling, and a very long averaging time. And it wasn't little. This was the set. And you can see 2 operator stations and all that electronics that was discrete. And again, think about the little chip in your phone and compare it to this. The little chip in your phone has probably 1,000,000 times more capacity than this did. But the point was, it demonstrated what you could do. We flew directly over a 10-kilowatt jammer and didn't even see it. And to me, that was one of the key pieces of evidence that GPS should move ahead. So, are current civil sets available that can do that? No. We're going to hear more about this later. L5, unfortunately, is not fully available. I'm looking at Marcus here. The ITAR forbids more than 3 elements. We're going to hear more about that from Tim this afternoon. And although the steering and shifting that is necessary to create beams and nulls, it's been known for more than 60 years. We have L-band radars that use this. It's not unknown. And now what's happened is very inexpensive devices have come along, very wide band devices that can take that noisy-looking mess and convert it to digital signals very rapidly, and then it's all digital processing. Of course, you have to have high-speed digital processing, but we haven't. And unfortunately, people who are not in the United States can build such sets, and as a matter of fact, there's a Turkish company that is now, there's a data sheet that I saw yesterday. I know they've been putting out 8-channel sets for I don't know how long, and they've sold many thousands of them. They've just come out with a 16-element set. Recall, we in the United States, our airplanes, our trucks, our ships are all constrained to 3 elements or less. And those elements, if you pick up another 15 or 20 dB, it's a big deal, and you should be able to do at least that. A few other things that we did, I had deputy program managers from all services. We were the first joint program office, i.e. a development across all of DoD. We used award and incentive fees on our contracts, very, very new at the time, and we used them in very creative ways. In terms of award fee, I would look at the president of the other company and said, you're going to get in trouble because that's what development's all about. But what I'm going to give you an award fee for is if you keep the very best people working on our trouble. And so it was not that they didn't get into trouble. It was, I don't care about your other programs. I care about mine. And I'm going to give you money if you do that. And it said is on orbit. There were some very great innovations there. We used an Atlas F that had been pulled out of the ICBM fleet, refurbished it, and used it as a booster. And that saved us an enormous amount of money. How you get 4 boosters and all those satellites up there and still stay within that budget. And then we initiated a user equipment competition. It's almost unheard of. We go single channel now. But back then I persuaded my bosses to add a little extra money so I could go out and get a second contractor. So we had both TI and Magnavox building user equipment. And I thought that was important looking ahead. And then I invented a motto. And the motto, first of all, had something for the Air Force in it. And it related to the experience I had on gunship and some of the combat stuff I had. You need accuracy. So I paraphrased that. I said, drop 5 bombs in the same hole. Didn't quantify it. But point is, accuracy is very, very important. But then I also realized the cost of a user equipment was important. And I said, and build a cheap set that navigates. And that was on a plaque right over the entry to our spaces. And it hopefully was helping everyone understand what the long-range game was. So then what happened? Well, I had said we could launch, brash colonels, I said we could launch in 36 months. I was wrong. It took us 44 months. But I'm very proud of that, and the first launch was in February of '78. We'd gone on contract in June of '74. I think that's 44 months. The extensive testing we ran at Yuma confirmed all the capability and promises we'd made. And then, of course, in 1979, the Air Force tried to cancel the whole program. And they tried very, very hard. And there was a particular Major General, whose name will go unuttered here, who cornered me in a Pentagon hall, put his big forefinger in my chest, and explained to me that I had to shut up and stop selling that system because it was not in the Air Force plan. And yeah, I was a Naval Academy graduate. I knew how to act. I was a plebe then. And so I said, yes, sir, and promptly ignored him. There were 2 very important events that you all know about. In 1983, a Korean airliner 007 was shot down over the Kamchatka Peninsula. Hue and cry. It was ascribed to a navigation error. We will never know what really happened, but President Reagan realized he had a lump of gold in his pocket. And he said, we're never going to have that problem again because we're going to, instead of just allowing the use of the civil signal, we're going to guarantee it. And we're going to guarantee it. We'll give you 10 years notice if we're going to turn it off. Well, that really starts to open a market because suddenly the people who are building user equipment realize, well, maybe that system's going to be around and it's got some government backing. Well, meanwhile, the Air Force was deliberately degrading the accuracy of the signal. Now, there's an irony in this, and the irony was this. They were wiggling the signal, driving the errors from perhaps 10 meters up to 100, and at the same time, the United States Coast Guard was broadcasting the corrections to take all that back out. So you had one arm of government doing one thing and one arm doing another thing. And the second irony, if we had some minor wars, as soon as a minor war started, they turned selected availability off. Why did they do that? Because the GIs all had these civil sets, and the only way they could navigate was to listen to the civil sets. So, at any rate, that foolishness finally ended in May of 2000 with President Bill Clinton ordering, we called it selected availability, those deliberate errors turned off. And here's the chart. You can see, you probably can't quite read it, but it's about 0 to 150 meters full scale. And, excuse me, you can see the wiggles before it got turned off. And as soon as it get turned off, two things happened. The wiggles decreased, and secondly, the errors were very smooth. So a differential correction would be persistently good or temporally good for an extended period. Well, there was one other coincidence that is very important to this story, and that is the allied development of, or the parallel development of the integrated circuit. It was just coming along as we were emerging from testing. And so you can see here, these are two versions of the man pack. Now, those were discrete transistors, weighed about 40 pounds. You carried this thing around, at least for an old guy, I wouldn't want to do that. One channel, batteries, as I remember, lasted about 6 hours, but it gave you about 10 meters, 15 meters of accuracy. One channel meant that you had to sequence around to the 4 satellites. And of course, today, and I'm not advertising this company, I don't even know who they are, but this is a modern chip. And it supports 135 channels, dual frequency, multi-constellation, supports GPS, etc., and capable of also listening to all the SBAS, WAS, all the space-based augmentation systems, and extremely low power consumption. And in the version that goes into your cell phone, which there's something like this, as I understand it, the price is about $3. So you went from a device that cost us $250,000 to something that is many, many, many times more capable. We take no credit for that. But on the other hand, we certainly were benefits of what happened. So where did all this go? Well, back in 1978, I was a bright-eyed optimist, and I drew a bunch of things saying, here's what GPS can do. Here's a road grader. And I described how wonderfulness of a road grader would be. These are my own hand drawings. If you look closely, you'll see they're pretty crude. This is the one that I should have made my fortune on, automobile navigation. I had a head-up display, I had a voice, I had the ability to punch something and get the nearest hospitals. I'd figured all that out. Of course, no one had ever done that, and then I had a bunch of others, automatic monitoring of earthen dams and air traffic control. So I had a series of these. Well, it only took us 25 years to do it. On the left was a device built by Trimble, I believe, in which there are two receivers right on the blade of a bulldozer, and you go directly from a digital map of what you want into the bulldozer and allow it to cut and fill as time goes on. And of course, everyone in this room is well familiar with this one. And back in 2015, you could buy an add-on to your car with a head-up display, and the price was $150. So the applications have come flowing. I don't need to go over them in this group. They are all over the map. I particularly enjoy all those applications that have GPS in the loop controlling something, because my background is control engineering, but it's more than that, and I'm not going to bore you with all this. I come from Minnesota, and particularly excited about GPS-driven snowplows, because when the snow comes in and you got a blizzard, you can't see the road. And if GPS can do it for you, that's a big advantage. And of course, I wear a GPS watch. It can help me find my way back home if I've been hiking. And it watches me. It watches me. If I haven't been moving recently, it vibrates and says move. Big Brother is watching me. And there's a downside. GPS robotically guided trucks. This has been around for at least 15 years. And they do this in deep pit mines in which the pathway is repeated back and forth and back and forth. And that guy is one heck of a big truck. But, and here's the caution, GPS can guide, but don't select the wrong path. And a lot of times you'll hear about a truck or a person or somebody going off somewhere and getting lost or harmed, and they claim it's GPS. Well, it wasn't GPS. It was that somebody stored a map or a pathway or a road or something the wrong way. You can also get an idea of the size of that truck. That's a beauty, isn't it? How'd you like to change those tires? There have been some threats to the system, and we were talking at breakfast about this particular one. This is the Legato threat, and there's a picture of the frequency spectrum. The full band GPS sits there. The two orange verticals are the transmitters that they had originally proposed. And the point is, we did a lot of study in this group and other places that the combination of proximity and power was devastating, potentially devastating to GPS. And we got a lot of people to try to turn that off, including particularly DOD. Hats off, DOD. We needed your help. And we're at least at neutral now. They still have not reversed this decision. I think it's still a threat, but it looks like it's receding. I hope it goes away, because that's not, you don't change the whole neighborhood because somebody wants to bring a rock band into your retirement home. That's not a good idea. What's coming up? Well, we've got GPS coming along with new signals. We've got GLONASS, 2 frequencies as well. We've got the Galileo system coming along. We've got Compass, who is rapidly overtaking the capability that we have. We've got a series of regional systems. The Japanese have one. The Indians are putting one up. And what this means is at least 10 new civil signals, including, of course, L5, the international signal called L1C. And soon there will be over 60 satellites in orbit. And the result, of course, is better accuracy, availability, and perhaps, hopefully, integrity. So a glimpse of the future. There's a lot of things you can talk about. This is one of my favorite applications. It hasn't really arrived yet, but it's the self-driving truck. It turns out of all the occupations and the occupation codes in the United States, the one that has the largest number of people employed is truck drivers. And if you think about it, you say, oh, maybe I get that. Yeah, it's truck drivers. And to the extent you can put that into a robotic form, you're going to be better off. But of course, it has to have the integrity and the accuracy. And we're not quite there yet. We have demonstrated it. And I think one demonstration, a Coors beer delivery truck drove from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs without a driver in either of the front seats. Kind of interesting. That's the only one I was going to show. So let's talk just briefly about the future. My 3 issues. First of all is the FCC has not yet rescinded that order and attempting to place the high-powered signals. It's shown to be harmful. There was recently another letter that came out, I think with some 90 organizations in opposition to this. And Congress has stepped in and tried to shut it down. Nothing has happened so far, but I'm hoping. We're going to hear later about the ITAR restrictions on well-known multi-element HA enhancements. And they can enable integrated receivers to be virtually jam-proof. I would particularly like to see those on airplanes and on ships in narrow passageways like the St. Lawrence River. First demonstrated 45 years ago, and yet we can't give our civilian population access to it. I think that's got to change. And then I worry about GPS and our so-called gold standard. I'd like to see laser comm crosslinks I'd like to see L5 fully operational. I think I would like personally to see a proliferated design of GPS. I would call them thin sats or something in MEO, so that the physical vulnerability is decreased. And I sure would like to see that L5 signal become operational. So before I step off, I've got to put in one tribute, one plug to the United States Space Force carrying the torch for FAA. I don't know if you can read the FAA's annual evaluation of availability, 99.9996, less available with that kind of a DOP, except for 2.5 minutes a year. And if you open that up, if you open up the DOP just slightly, it's always available. And that's been quite a development. We have a friend of mine in the audience, General William Shelton, and it turns out the operation of this came under his command back when he was the 4-star. And I heard Willie, I'm sorry, General, we call you Willie, acknowledging he was chief steward of GPS to the world. And I think taking that as a mission is one that has been extremely successful over the last 25 years, and I want to thank you for that. And it's continuing. Here's the current operation commander. Oh, by the way, when he was a young lieutenant colonel, he was the man in charge of 2 SOPs. He was the one who was running GPS. So he's got all the battle scars to really help us out. So I want to thank them. And recently they came out and fully acknowledged their support of civilian frequencies and the civilian process. So, about 50 years ago, I can't believe 50 years, where did that go? GPS weathered a very protracted storm. The anchor and those chain links, those guys and gals that I showed you, they would not yield, and we have GPS. So thank you. Please. You're embarrassing me. Thank you very much. I would be glad to entertain questions if anyone has one, or 2 or 3, or anything tough. I told you all I knew, so. Yeah, Terry.
Well, it's just a little bit of trivia. A wonderful presentation, thanks, Brad. But it's Machiavelli's birthday today. He was born on the 3rd of May, 1469. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying it's Machiavelli's birthday today.
Well, I think he gets a bad rap, frankly. I think Machiavelli gets a bad rap. He was trying to observe a political process, and in the process, since then, history has condemned him to being a schemer. I suspect he was certainly that, but he was also giving us insight into human behavior. And reading more than simply that little excerpt is revealing for what has not changed in the last 400 or 500 years. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
You're kind of putting on your crystal ball as you see the proliferation of more and more GNSS operations going on around the world. Do you see a spectrum crunch coming in that regard?
I'm terribly sorry. Up there, there's a double echo. Do you hear it? Come down here and yes, sir. The question is whether I see a spectrum crunch coming in the PNT world. By and large, the beauty of spread spectrum is you can cram a lot of signals in there and they won't affect each other. I know some people have studied our current gold code system, which are relatively short. If we want to get away from that, we could go to longer codes. That gives you greater isolation from cross-correlation and autocorrelation as well. So I don't see that as a major problem right now. And I've read the doomsayer papers. I don't think they represent a serious threat, frankly. Thank you for the question. There was another question down there. Badri.
Mr. Chair, Brad, thank you for your contribution. You are a pioneer, and it's an honor for me to be in your presence. You are a good testimony that GPS is not only good for PNT kind of solutions, but also to love GPS and to love, to be in this environment and this kind of science. You can maintain forever your useful look. It's so easy to talk about 50 years, but a lot has been accomplished in the past 50 years. And to answer, the question that my good friend here asked, I believe it's going to take a lot more systems, in the band, and it takes a lot of investment to get to a point where you may have cross or mutual interference between these systems. And not many administrations have the kind of finance to invest into future systems. So there will be few systems dominant that are going to be there. So how do you go around?
I think somebody has their speaker on that is on the internet. If everyone would mute, and we won't get that double.
Yeah. So navigation and positioning and timing is so critical to NASA. We are moving to deep space. Now we are establishing a presence on the moon, where timing is also remains critical. So, and we have been toying around with the idea of reference frame, whether we need to establish a reference frame for the moon, and whether the PNT advisory board will have something to say about that, to add that to its future agenda. What are your thoughts on that?
The question, of course, is whether the moon needs a reference system. I would say it absolutely does. You can't navigate unless you all agree on what the mutual milestones are. And I think that how that would come about, obviously, I can dream up a lot of ways, but your engineers, I certainly can do it. But I would strongly support your doing it. I think you need a reference system.
And you cannot extend the reference frame from the Earth to the moon to...
No, I wouldn't even try to do that. I would. All of a sudden, you've introduced a whole series of
errors.
And among other things, I don't know if people realize it, the moon wobbles. It's one face towards us, but that isn't always the same. It goes back and forth. So I wouldn't try to tie it into it.
So do you think the PNT advisory board will soon get involved?
I think it was suggested we look at it. We can certainly try. I'm not certain we're all experts. We're not quite that loony yet. All right. Other questions, comments? I'd come down here because back up there, the echo is just terrible. All right. Thank you very much. We will resume the...
I don't know how we are doing on time, but definitely thank you for this, glimpse in the history of GPS, and thank you for being around us to tell us about it. NASA depends on navigation. As we go around Earth doing space and Earth science, PNT kind of solution are so critical to the accuracy of the observations we make. And also, as we explore or we go on our journey into deep space, we need to know where we are going and make correction as we go to ensure we get to the right place, the intended place. So we use a lot of tools, but around Earth, GPS and other GNSS system remain critical to our present operation, but also to the future as we are going after autonomous operation, autonomous navigation to reduce the burden on our system and on our human. So NASA is definitely is honored to have sponsored this PNT advisory board since the beginning. And the first meeting was on March 29 to the 30th of March in 2007. Since then, we've had about 29 meetings, although here we are talking about 28th meeting because there were 2 interim meetings in between. So NASA had the honor to be a sponsor and to be working with our partners to the right and the left to ensure that the credible work that the PNT Advisory Board is doing continues for the benefit of all. There have been many changes since the first meeting at NASA from our responsibilities and our interest related to GPS and in particular PNT policies. In 2007, submitted a formal requirement and analysis of alternatives for a laser retrorefractory. You are talking about optical communication and cross links. Let me tell you that this thing is progressing. There is a buy-in into the value of optical communication and laser, communicator, laser, related kind of activities has been taking place for the past so many years, and it's beginning to be, the infusion of that technology has started. By the end of the 2020s, you are going to have credible optical communication infrastructure. And there are many things you see, many things you don't. But I believe the industry has bought into it, and in the future you are going to see not only crosslinks, but also providing the end user maximum flexibility going in any direction and having a diversity of ground sites to ensure availability of the channel. From a NASA perspective, that responsibility has grown over the past few years, and we've been working with everyone else to ensure that not only our interest, but the broader interest of the civil agencies are also, taken care of. And much of this, happened before the Space Policy Directive 7 and even after. The NASA administrator was tasked in coordination with the Secretary of Transportation and Commerce to provide technical requirement for GPS to support civil and commercial space system. But SPD 7 built on the success of the retroreflector and added 2 new tasks into that: the development of developing requirement for expanded GPS use. People thought GPS is constrained to the near Earth environment or below to the surface. Now we are taking it to include the space service volume, that now we are challenging the environment around the moon, extending the reach of GPS all the way there to derive PNT solutions. And we are developing a number of multi-GNSS receiver to process these signals over there to come up with PNT solution over there. And at the same time, we are working on sustaining or modernizing GPS search and rescue location capabilities. That's something we are doing in partnership with a number of agencies, in particular with the Department of Defense, because, a lot of benefit can be drawn out of that. Also, there was an acknowledgement that PNT, including GPS, would support space situational awareness as well as space traffic management in a GPS cislunar this is lunar volume. Also, SPD7 also acknowledged the use of allied GNSS system to improve the capabilities provided by GPS. So since that time, we have been working very hard to respond to that policy, and working with a number of partners, other space agencies, to develop the capability and to demonstrate it all the way to deep space, and in particular the lunar environment. NASA has led effort also at the United Nations to develop a technical standard for interoperable multi-GNSS capabilities to support users throughout the multi-GNSS space service volume. NASA is now leading the effort to expand these capabilities beyond geosynchronous orbit. As our footprint start to extend all the way to deep space, all of the capabilities that demonstrated their viability in the near-Earth environment, we are taking it into deep space. In addition to that, SCAN has developed a partnership with, to conduct a multi-GNSS flight experiments that will help improve PNT capabilities for space users. There are a bunch of them that, JJ, he's my one-man army. He's been taking care of so many things for the agency and for me particularly. We are forging partnership with ESA, with the Italian space agencies to develop these kind of capabilities to explore and to use it, in the lunar environment. So also SCAN has a partnership with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and the NASA Science Mission Directorate, resulted in the design of a retroreflector array to fly on the ESA, lunar pathfinder. This is a lunar relay kind of satellite. The payload was delivered to ESA recently, and the launch of the mission will be in 2025. So a number of things will be demonstrated using this capability. I'm not going to bore you with that. Another partnership we had with the Italian that in February 2023, as part of the NASA Commercial Lunar Payload Service. This is partially a commercial kind of activity, but it's in partnership with NASA. We have a lunar GNSS receiver experiment called Luger that was delivered to Firefly Aerospace. It includes an Aussie-furnished GNSS receiver payload that will fly on a NASA Eclipse mission, and also that's known as the Blue Ghost mission, to validate use of GPS Galileo all the way up there on the surface of the moon. Finally, and in closing, it's key to note that both NASA and the PNT Advisory Board have come a long way since the beginning, and we look forward to continuing this partnership. You have my commitment to keep on sponsoring and funding and bringing people all the way from faraway places to include Switzerland to join us, and so we can benefit from their leadership and experience. Even as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the GPS program this year, we look forward to working with the Space Force and other vital partners, to lead even more advancements through the coming decades of the Artemis missions. Thank you for, bearing with me. It's a long message. I asked JJ to prepare few talking points. He gave me 300 pages, so I had to narrow it down to just a few. JJ, thank you for your contribution. I really want to acknowledge that. And Brad, thank you for your leadership.
Thank you for those remarks. Let's see here. I guess I think I flipped a couple of things in this schedule, but I think Stormy's up next. Is that correct? Okay.
I am, yes. While they're bringing up my slides, Dr. Parkinson, members of the advisory board, thanks so much for having me here. It's always an honor to speak to this esteemed group. Thinking about it coming up on the 50th anniversary of GPS is amazing. And I want to say thank you from the federal government to the members of this board. All of you have long and distinguished careers helping make all of that a reality. So I think for the members of the board, the audience here, a round of applause for the members of the board, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so next slide, please. There we go. Thank you. So again, this is the organization that helps manage PNT-related services across the U.S. government. It's important to look at this because it not only was expanded on in the newest space-based PNT policy, SPD7, and has been around since the 2004 policy. You see on the left there departments and agencies that are part of this XCOM. The XCOM is co-chaired by the Deputy Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Transportation. It's got an executive steering group in it. You'll hear from the co-chairs of the executive steering group here in just a few. And again, all those departments and agencies, which by the way are all my bosses, right? I have plenty of bosses to try and do good things for. They are all not only users of GPS and in the broader sense PNT, but their constituents are, and that's in many cases even more important. Precision agriculture across the U.S., critical infrastructure that uses GPS for planes, trains, automobile, power, all of the things that you can think about. It's very important. And an integral part of this space-based PNT organization is the advisory board. We thank you for your work. We thank you for your recent batch of recommendations. The XCOM is in the process of developing responses for those recommendations. So again, thank you for being an integrated part of this overall process. Next slide, please. So SPD7 says one of the main goals is to maintain U.S. leadership in GNSS. One of the tasks in SPD7 is to compare GPS to global navigation systems around the world and do that every 4 years as an assessment. And some of the work that the advisory board has already been doing some of that comparison, is helping to inform that process. So thank you for that. GPS still provides continuous worldwide service free of direct user fees. Estimates are right now that about 900 million active GPS devices are operating in the U.S., and worldwide that number is on the order of 7 billion receivers. But with drones and connected and automated vehicles growing on the land, in the air, on the sea, in space, intelligent transportation systems coming up, the Internet of Things, I see that number, I think, is going to continue to grow, even though the number of receivers will soon eclipse the number of people on the planet. Again, I think that's going to continue to grow, and your help along that process to continue that will be greatly appreciated. GPS, as you see in the next couple of bullets, it talks about compatibility and interoperability with like-minded nations. GPS is the cornerstone of the U.S. PNT system. The full faith and trust of the U.S. government is in GPS. Foreign systems can be used. The U.S. doesn't guarantee them, but again, the focus is on allied and like-minded systems. And then the bullets on the bottom talk a lot about the things that the PNT Advisory Board is supporting through its Protect, Toughen, and Augment strategies and recommendations. And you're going to hear more later today about detecting interference, doing things with ITAR to enable our U.S. companies to be able to develop and market internationally AJ antennas. So again, those are in full swing, and you'll hear more about those. Next slide, please. Just a couple of things. One, to note that we have an ecosystem of policies. You have SPD 7, you have Executive Order 13905, which talks about responsible use of GPS and really resilience. SPD 5 that talks about cybersecurity in space. You have a blossoming commercial market. There is, there are satellites on orbit now providing navigation that are commercially owned. There are ground systems blossoming out there that are PNT providers. So you see the ecosystem growing larger. Also the XCOM. SPD 7 expanded the XCOM to include the Departments of Treasury, Justice, and Energy, and ODNI as core members. And that's reflection of the growing use, the still growing use after 50 years of GPS. And there's emphasis on protecting the spectrum environment that's used by GPS. Last November, I talked to you about the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Mathematics study that was put out with respect to Legato's proposed terrestrial system, that the XCOM, Department of Defense, and NTIA all put out public statements supporting that study. Legato issued a statement of intent that they were not going to begin their operations in Northern Virginia. And I will tell you that as of today, that situation has not changed. There's still no operations going on. Back then, I talked to you about the strategic plan for potential interference and all of the capabilities at the ready to detect interference should it happen. Department of Transportation had modified SUVs ready. The CORS stations that Department of Commerce operated, those were all still at the ready. And there is growth in developing capabilities that Department of Transportation is going to talk about later to do an even wider and better job about detecting interference. Next slide, please. So just a reminder here that the XCOM is that body to preserve whole of government interests in PNT-related things for the U.S. And then down there at the bottom, you'll hear from Transportation, Defense, Homeland Security, et cetera, today, and they are working to support that goal in SPD 7 to ensure that national security, homeland security, and civil requirements all receive full and appropriate consideration in the decision-making process. As you know, the Vice President of the U.S. chairs the National Space Council, and one of their objectives is STEM, right? Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and to revive that in the U.S. And that, again, is something that the XCOM is looking to do as well. Next slide, please. So we're back to the org chart. Again, I said I have many bosses. You got the pleasure of hearing from my NASA boss, Mr. Eunice. You're going to hear soon from my defense boss, Mr. Moorfield, and my transportation boss, Dr. Hampshire. So again, all of these folks are actively engaged. I want to thank you. I'll try and get you back on schedule here. I look forward to any questions you have and a great PNT Advisory Board meeting. I always learn so much when I'm here. It's kind of like getting a free graduate PNT seminar. So with that, thanks and God bless.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think we are now up to Mr. Fred Moorfield, and notwithstanding any comments I made regarding the history, I am a strong supporter of DOD, and DOD is a strong supporter, obviously, of GPS. So I just wanted to leave you with that thought. Please, sir, your remarks.
Good morning, and all your comments were spot on and accurate, so no offense taken. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm happy to join you at this face-to-face meeting of the PNT Advisory Board. But first, let me give a shout out and a welcome to General Shelton. Welcome to the team. I don't know if he remembers, but he used to be my boss back when the Air Force decided to move the Air Force Spectrum Management Office under Space Command. You were the commander at that time, sir. So you were my boss for a short time before I moved to the Pentagon. Dr. Parkinson, members of the advisory board, distinguished guests, thank you for the invitation to participate in this meeting today. and the opportunity to share some thoughts from the Department of Defense perspective. Before I begin, I'd like to personally thank Dr. Parkinson for sharing his authoritative perspective on half a century of GPS service and its contributions to human advances in science and technology around the globe. On behalf of the Department of Defense, I would like to acknowledge the exceptional work of this advisory board does in support of our vital national PNT enterprise. This important work supports the relationships and cooperative spirit between the Department of Defense and our government partners in sustaining and protecting the national critical infrastructure whose operations are enabled by the PNT enterprise. I also want to acknowledge the participation of our international partners, highlighting the global nature of PNT services and their importance to the global community. When I last spoke to the advisory board in December of 2021, I focused on a few areas which I felt would be valuable to the board to consider. Based on that January 27th memorandum from Admiral Allen to the Deputy Secretaries of Defense and Transportation, I am pleased to see the board is addressing areas of my concern and more. The efforts of your subcommittees have produced valuable recommendations for actions by the U.S. government in 4 vital areas. 1, detecting and responding to disruptions of GPS signals. 2, incorporating PNT security in national cyber protection portfolios. 3, addressing shortfalls in education and training of a new generation of geodesy professionals who must manage and improve the underlying physical and spatial references frames upon which PNT technology rests. And 4, responding with functional backup technologies to natural and hostile threats posed to civil GPS services. As I noted at the previous advisory board meeting, the Department of Defense is implementing a department-wide strategy to integrate multiple diverse sources of PNT information along modernized GPS services to provide robust and resilient PNT applications tailored toward individual platforms and military mission needs. These products are specific to military, yet the threats they must overcome are similar to those facing many civil and commercial applications, which currently depend primarily on civil GPS services. We have articulated our strategy to Congress and are working to obtain the resources necessary to advance both modernized GPS and integration of multi-source resilient PNT applications. I strongly encourage my civil counterparts to follow this example and act on the recommendations presented by the advisory board and to work with both the executive branch offices and your congressional oversight committees to ensure adequate resources are made available to strengthen all aspects of our national PNT enterprise. It is in areas such as these where the work of this advisory board is essential. The tasks you undertake on behalf of the PNT Executive Committee and the recommendations you provide build awareness of both the value of the PNT enterprise to the nation, as well as the efforts necessary to sustain its services for the benefit of all citizens. That brings me to your recommendation regarding acknowledgement of the 50-year anniversary of the GPS. As we know, most Americans are not aware that this national PNT enterprise, which enables most of the technical wonders we use daily and is largely taken for granted, has evolved over time from a seed planted 50 years ago with the birth of GPS. We are proud that on April 7, 1973, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, William P. Clements, signed a memorandum to the Secretary of Military Departments approving the Defense Navigation Satellite Development Program. This became known as the Navstar GPS, the beginning to what has become one of the most ubiquitous utilities serving all mankind today. Most of the members of this board have contributed to the evolution of GPS and the global PNT enterprise over the decades. And I would again like to highlight Dr. Parkinson and acknowledge his role as the first Navstar GPS program director, who has continued to contribute his knowledge and experience over that entire time period. It is most fitting, per this board's recommendation, that this administration formally acknowledge this 50-year anniversary of GPS so the entire nation will be better aware of the enormous contributions this single program has made to our national security, our economic and scientific communities, and indeed to the daily lives of all of our citizens. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide a few comments, and I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate those kind words. Obviously, GPS was done by many people, but I particularly appreciate your coming here and joining us. I think having the two of you with us, it makes us it gives us greater authority, to tell you the truth. So I appreciate that. All right, so Dr. Robert Hampshire, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for R&T, Department of Transportation. Sir, it's yours.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Dr. Parkinson, and the entire PNT Advisory Board. It's just really terrific to be here today, and really appreciate, again, NASA's continued support of this advisory and sponsorship of this advisory board. I got to point out as well, Honorable Mr. Jeff Shane as well from DOT. Good to see you, sir. What a fantastic presentation, a humbling presentation actually from you, Dr. Parkinson, about the history as we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the beginning of GPS. I just want to thank you. I know you led a team, and many others here were integrally involved. And I just want to thank all of you, not just for a GPS, but the whole PNT enterprise. Thank you so much. You know, DOT, we're fortunate to be the civilian leads for GPS and PNT, certainly in partnership with our DoD colleagues to help to ensure the accurate and reliable sources of PNT. We know, particularly in transportation, that some of our performance requirements, particularly we think about aviation, are so important. Dr. Parkinson, I appreciate one of your last slides too about aviation and the role of GPS there. While we know that Admiral Allen's not here today, certainly his spirit is here as well, we know that. But we really appreciate Admiral Allen's leadership of this advisory board. And it seems like this advisory board has been busy, been put to work by Admiral Allen, those 6 subcommittees. And thank you for all those who are working diligently on those subcommittees, and ultimately the recommendations that came out of those. So our Deputy Secretary, Trottenberg, greatly appreciates all the effort. Thanks you for the recommendations. And we're in the process, together with the co-chair of the XCOM, to provide formal responses to those recommendations. We take them very seriously. They're important both inside the building at DOT, but also externally, like Mr. Moorfield mentioned as well, to provide additional external expertise that we can rely on and refer to is very important to us. And so our Deputy Secretary thanks all of you for your work. As you know, our Deputy Secretary, together with DOD's deputy, or the co-chairs for the XCOM. And through that XCOM mechanism that Stormy chairs, we're pulling together interagency responses to those recommendations. And so we certainly you should look forward to those responses soon. I want to particularly recognize one of the recommendations around the need for automated GPS interference detection capability. That's a capability that we agree we need to have up and running, and in fact are working on. You probably hear a little bit about that later today. That's through a partnership with the Defense Innovation Unit. We've been setting up that capability. So James Abellis from later on today will talk about that. Certainly, DOT also embraces toughening, GPS receivers, particularly through the removal of the ITAR restrictions that you mentioned. I think there's a way forward there. That's certainly something that in the interagency that may need more conversation, but something that we got to find a way forward. Finally, DOT, certainly we're advocates for adoption of complementary PNT's technologies. Particularly we talk about resilience and toughening and augmenting the system. So the department and the whole interagency, right, at DOT, we're busy implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is a historic investment in our nation's infrastructure. Certainly, PNT is one of those key pieces of infrastructure. So we've been working on our implementations teams to ensure, particularly around cybersecurity issues with PNT that are embedded in our implementations for bipartisan infrastructure law, so that continues. You know, our DOT, our mission is certainly focused around safety, and so you all around the table know certainly that PNT is critically linked to safety and a key enabler as we move forward for transportation and safety. As you know as well, we have a disheartening number of fatalities. I always have to, when I say the number, 43,000 people last year died in car crashes. And that's a big number, but to really understand that, you got to look to your left and look to your right, and it's likely that one of those persons have lost someone in a fatal car crash. And as we move forward at DOT to lower that number dramatically, we know that as new technologies come online, be it connected and automated vehicles, those certainly will have PNT at the heart of those technologies and are critical enablers of safety. And so that's for us on safety, but that fits into what certainly the advisory board has talked about around assured PNT, you know, to protect, toughen, and augment the PNT systems. So at DOT, we've been putting some money where our mouth is and some activities. We'll kind of get into some specifics here. We've recently funded 2 university transportation centers. Those are consortiums of universities around assured PNT. One of them, the Center for Automated Vehicles Research with Multimodal Assured Navigation. That's led by the Ohio State University. I think the last advisory committee meeting in this room, I think some representatives were here from that university. As well as we funded a new center for assured and resilient navigation and advanced transportation systems. That's led by Illinois Institute of Technology. So through both of these 2 new PNT university partnerships, I think really underscores the need for cybersecurity and the level of trust that we can place into our PNT solutions, particularly in critical transportation missions. As well as another key aspect of assured PNT we all know is resiliency. You know, as GPS advances and has grown over this 50 years, we know that threats to the system have also increased. You know, critical infrastructure sectors such as communications, banking, agriculture, like Stormy mentioned, in addition to transportation, rely on the accurate and reliable PNT. To that end, last summer, DOT, many of you were there, we held a industry roundtable to bring together not just technology vendors, but also critical infrastructure operators. They're together to really build towards adoption of complementary services, and since then we've made good progress, particularly towards our DOT action plan for complementary PNT. So as part of that plan, we're setting up a series of sandboxes, or we call field test ranges, that are going to be at federal facilities, at vendor facilities, and or at the critical infrastructure facilities on ground in network. So those sandboxes are ramping up, and you'll hear more about those soon. Again, other significant activities that we're doing in this area around vulnerability testing and assessment, standards development, as well as performance monitoring, and ultimately on the procurement side, to get some demand pool for some of these technologies, to establishing a federal PNT clearinghouse with standard language. That's together with many interagency partners. So we have a lot going on to promote a diverse ecosystem of PNT solutions. I won't go into much more besides to say, again, what a humbling, fantastic presentation, Dr. Parkinson, this morning, and just the perspective, just the context and the perspective of 50 years and how far a system like this has come. and looking forward to the 5th year's anniversary celebration that we could do later this year, hopefully, and we have our full support on that. And with that, I just want to thank everyone and look forward to a fantastic meeting. Again, I always too think, this is a great graduate seminar in PNT and space-based systems. I mean, it's really a great opportunity for me to learn and hear it and think in technical ways, which I appreciate because I'm a controls engineer as well and a spectrum person. So I appreciate this meeting. So back to you, sir.
Well, again, I'd particularly like to thank our 3 representatives here from the agencies that oversee or are part of the XCOM. I know you're busy people, so coming here is a great honor for us. I think that, are we up to a break? I'm not going to mess this up now. Okay. Let the record show we're 3 minutes ahead, which is amazing. Probably not, no thanks to me. But let's come back very promptly at 11 o'clock, and we are going to delve into the subcommittees. All righty? So Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. Well, just lost the 5 minutes that we had. You think so? Because they're hungry. All right. So this is going to be a time for our subcommittees to provide a quick summary of what they have been doing. And I should say, for the benefit of our public, that these groups have been very busy. I think this organization, I give a lot of credit to Admiral Allen for putting them in place. The list of our 6 committees, and by the way, there's a lot of cross-fertilization between them, but that list is shown in your program, so you have an opportunity to see who will be speaking. On the education, it will be Terry Moore, because Jade Morton could not join us. So let us just plunge ahead. Dana, where's Dana? Oh, there he is. Mr. Dana Goward, Communications and External Relations. Did you push?
Yeah, this does work. You can.
Yeah, if we're going to have to do it this way, I would urge whoever each of the speakers are to be ready to sprint to the front. Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, Dana.
Thank you, sir. Standard, this is our subcommittee for background and review, and this is what we do. Next slide, please. As you all remember, at our last meeting, we had a significant recommendation that you see right here about having a 50th anniversary celebration for GPS. Next slide. That begat a mandate for a white paper to expand upon the recommendation, because obviously this kind of thing is a little bit more involved and can be captured on one slide. The purpose, as you'll recall, of us proposing a celebration was to not only raise awareness about all of the great things that GPS and PNT does for us, but also to help the government lead towards more agile and focused governance, and eventually a national resilient PNT architecture. So in the process of doing the white paper, we had all kinds of information that we wanted to put together. And it reminded me of President Lincoln's closing remarks on a 7-page letter to General Grant during the Civil War. And in his closing remarks, he said, "I apologize for writing you such a long letter, but I didn't have time to write a short one." Right? So fortunately, we had 6 months to do this, and even though we started out with a whole lot of information, over the course of the 6 months, we began to condense it and make it a little bit more accessible. And of course, yesterday during our fact-finding session, we used the principle that there's no moment like the last moment to do things, and we whittled it down quite significantly, while still focusing on our target audience of the National Space Council, and still providing a lot of information. Can I have the next slide, if you would, please? Okay, so we have a 2-page white paper that has been circulated to all of you for your review and for discussion and adoption or not tomorrow. The 2-page white paper, as you see here, has 8 different attachments that provides a lot of the information that could be needed depending upon the sophistication of the reader. The abbreviated 2-page kind of assumes that the reader is reasonably well educated in GPS, GNSS, and PNT, but then, as I say, we have the linkages there. If you need more information, go see. We also, in the attachments, as you'll see in the version that's been circulated to you, has a number of recommendations for the agenda, refers to previous recommendations of the board in order to move the nation forward, and so forth. Next slide, if you would. We also developed another recommendation, which or draft recommendation that we have circulated to you, and that is for asking the XCOM, and we failed to take out the extra M, critical failure. We can fix that in XCOM. But urging the XCOM to get back to the advisory board on recommendations within 90 days. The idea there being that it's important for us to have a dialogue with the folks that we're advising and to know what they think of what we said before we go ahead and think of other things to tell them. So it's this kind of feedback back and forth that we're hoping to encourage on a more rapid basis so that future deliberations can be informed by the immediately previous deliberations. Next slide. One other item that we discussed, it's not a formal recommendation, but we're just bringing up for the thoughts of the board, is our mission is to advise and engage with senior officials within the federal government. It's easiest and best to do that if we position ourselves during our meetings immediately or as close to where the federal government and those officials are as is humanly possible. You'll recall when we met at the Sheridan several cycles ago, up the hill from the Pentagon, we were able to have folks from the National Security Council come and directly engage with us as just one example. So the question is, should we meet as close to downtown D.C. as often as possible? And that's going to be an ongoing discussion as we move forward, but not a recommendation. So I just bring that up. This is a slide that's been circulated to you as well for your thoughts and consideration as well. And while we didn't talk about it at our group, again, in the spirit of communication, I appreciate our Fred and Dr. Hampshire being with us today, and hope that we have a continued opportunity to engage with them and discuss back and forth rather than just each of us talking at each other. So, thank you. Oh yeah, questions, comments, clarifications? Oh, I'm done here. Okay, great. I'm done.
Thank you. We'll take the question of location and dates under Admiral Allen when he gets back and understand what the various boundary constraints are. Thank you very much. Terry.
Okay, thank you, Brett. Just for clarification, why did I have such insightful knowledge of Machiavelli's birthday? It's because I have a full list of everybody born on the 3rd of May. You say, well, why does the geek have that? It's because it's my birthday today. So, anyway. So with that aside, let's come on to the Education and Science Innovation Subcommittee. We met yesterday afternoon as well. Jade sends her apologies. She is online and so can comment later if I make a complete mess of this. But she's unable to be here in person for personal reasons. So you can see the membership there of the group. It was delightful that other people attended yesterday as well and contributed well to our discussions. If I could have the next slide, please. So the proposed study areas that we were set when the group was set up was to try and look at the issues related to STEM and the needs within the workforce in the United States, and therefore the demands on the education system to meet those needs in terms of skills, education and training, so that we have, or you have rather, you have a suitable workforce to meet the needs for future PNT, however that develops. So we've been looking at the current landscape, both in the US and across the world. We made some recommendations last time. I'll come back to that in a moment as well, and other possible future opportunities. And our second role is to look at science innovations and scientific applications and bring those as we see appropriate to this board for consideration in terms of future presentations or in terms of matters that we think perhaps should be discussed. Next slide, please. So last November's board, we made a recommendation in terms of a proposed increase in funding to support the future of education and training. The findings are all listed there. There have been various developments, or a number of developments, in terms of very targeted funding. I rather think coincidental rather than in response to this recommendation. And so our consideration yesterday is this still relevant, this recommendation? Should some of the wording be strengthened in terms of that aspect of falling behind that we stressed in there and the criticality of it? And we thought that there was potentially you could justify a strengthening of some of the words in terms of the seriousness of the situation. But the recommendation still stands. If you go to the next slide, please. But we discussed it a little bit further. And to some of it, we thought we needed a more positive voice, a more coordinated voice from two sides. From the academic institutions, which would obviously use the funding to increase educate them skills and train the workforce, appoint the academics which are going to do that training, but also to coordinate the user's voice from the industrial sector. And so a key part of what we are proposing now is that creating that single voice for those communities. And so one part of that we thought was a need to do a study, a survey of the current state beyond what we've been able to do previously, with organizations such as the GPS Innovation Alliance as a single representative voice. There may be other organizations we want to talk to as well, but to try and do that, to work with them to provide a concerted effort towards recognizing the needs and the demands and how we respond to that. And also from the university sector. After a lot of discussions, I apologize for that, it wasn't me, we came to the response that there is no single voice for the university sectors. And if we leave it up to individual academics who are already busy to try and take individual initiatives, it's going to end up still being very targeted and very scattergun. So we thought there was a need to bring the university together with some sort of collaborative venture, some sort of consortium, so they also speak on PNT with a single voice. And we see our role at the moment is trying to facilitate those two and to work alongside the recommendation we made previously. It's also seen as well that PNT is not in a bunker. We are working alongside a lot of other technologies, whether that's computer science, whether it's artificial intelligence, whatever it happens to be. And so we thought the need to broadening the awareness and expanding our role rather than looking perhaps rather focused at PNT to other communities as well. The last line has gone off the bottom of the screen, which is unfortunate. But this is the final point. I'll talk about it rather than, obviously you can't read it, is looking at the work of the ICG within the United Nations and the education aspects of that and how we interrelate our work here and our recommendations with the education activities of the ICG. So I think there's a little bit more work for us to do there. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is the final slide. The other side of our role is this science innovation part of it, as well as the education. And so we'd like to propose that we start conducting some initial work, some initial studies into two, we think, key technologies which are going to have a significant future influence on PNT. They being quantum technology and artificial intelligence. We thought these were a little bit further downstream rather than fitting into Frank's working group looking at the immediate changes in technologies that we have now. So we're looking further downstream, but actually the thought here is for us to review, to draw information together, to try and collate activity that's taking place in the US and around the world, and bring that to this advisory board for consideration and information at a later date. Just one point in there, I know that the various countries are publishing their quantum technology strategy. The UK has, I've just heard that Australia has, obviously the United States has a quantum technology. What aspects of PNT are within those, and how will they influence what we do here in the future of this PNT board? I just picked up one point there, that there has recently been in the United Kingdom £50 million of investment from the government in quantum technology for PNT, specific programs targeted at the university sector and at the industrial sector. With artificial intelligence, again, it's a very broad area, whether you call it machine learning or artificial intelligence. How does that influence how we develop algorithms within PNT in the future? So our suggestion, our recommendation here is that we do that background work, review these two different scientific innovation activities, and bring that to the board at a later date in terms of presentations and other consideration. Thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you very much. Quick question. Anyone got a quick question for Terry? If not, again, thank you, Terry.
You're welcome.
All right. And Frank and Igwin? Emerging capabilities, applications, and sectors.
Thank you, Brad. Hello, everybody. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm Frank van Diggelen, chair of this subcommittee. Going to tell you about our activities and then do a little bit of a deep dive into our recommendation for a high accuracy and robustness service. Next slide, please. So this is the subcommittee, and on the right is all the areas that we're tasked to look at. Next slide, please. So the active work over the last year has been on HARS, and I will talk about that for several minutes. We also have been discussing PPP, precise point positioning, for ITS, unmanned aerial system and train control. There's no active action items coming out of that, but I will refer you to some work on the International Engagement Committee that Matt Higgins will talk about right after me. In the future, we are going to be looking at inter-satellite communications, which is something that a lot of people, including Dr. Parkinson, believe is very important for the future of GPS. And we're also going to be looking into the expanded GPS service volume, which is the area that GPS is intended to work in. Currently, it goes up to geostationary satellite orbits, and in the future, it may go all the way to the moon. Okay, next slide, please. We've also invited three speakers, Ms. Diani from USPA, who will talk about Galileo, Dr. Sewell, who will talk about Beidou, and Dr. Brown, who will talk about PNT as a service. All right, next slide, please. So now I'm going to do a little bit of a deep dive into the proposal that we've made for GPS HARS, High Accuracy and Robustness Service. This is a formal proposal from the PNT Advisory Board from the last meeting. Since then, we've produced a white paper, which we will finalize this week, and I've got some slides summarizing the content of that white paper. So next slide, please. So these slides will go over what is this HARS, what are the benefits, what are the other GNSSs doing, a little bit of a discussion of delivering data over the internet versus via satellite. Then we'll look at who can do this, who can act on this proposal, and then what is needed next. Okay, next slide, please. So what is this HARS? Essentially, it's simply providing satellite orbit and clock data, ionospheric corrections, and nav data bits cryptographically signed and delivered over the internet. That's all there is to it. It's a fairly simple proposal, and those boxes there, the thing to notice about them is that the boxes that are solid are things that already exist, and this proposal is for the things in the dashed line. Basically, what's necessary here is simply to take nav data that already exists, but it's being broadcast from the satellites unsigned and is therefore vulnerable to spoofing, do cryptographic signing, and then deliver it over the internet with basically the same security that you use for doing your credit card transactions. And that will add tremendous security to the system, and also can provide increased accuracy by providing precise orbit and clock calculations and ionospheric corrections. And these things are already being calculated, as I'll mention as we proceed. So next slide, please. So let's talk about the benefits. There are three areas of benefit. There's benefit to accuracy, robustness, and there's national benefits, benefit to the U.S. So the accuracy benefits, well, any application of GPS obviously benefits from increased accuracy, but I want to specifically talk about the benefits that come for traffic. And at the moment, just about everybody uses their phones in their cars for navigation purposes, And the benefit that we all derive from that is that applications such as Google Maps or Apple Maps get the average speed of the roads. But at the moment, it's only the average speed of the entire road. And on a highway, as I'm sure you all noticed, there's express lanes or carpool lanes that might be going fast. There's other lanes that might be going slowly, and there's exit lanes that might be stationary at any moment. And the speed information that's derived from the phones in the cars just aggregates all of that. And that's because the accuracy of phones in cars is only good to about 3 meters, which is more than one lane. Remember, this is plus or minus 3 meters. The phone itself might be plus or minus a meter from the center of the car, so that easily puts you into the adjacent lane. And so none of the apps really know which lane the phone is in. Now, it's not, this is the exact type of use case. Improving this accuracy is exactly where we would hope that government plays a role, because it's not a real benefit to the driver of the car to be told which lane they're in. They know which lane they're in. It's a real societal benefit to get this information flowing back through the apps, because then instead of knowing the speed of the roads, which we know today, you'd know the speeds of the lane. That would lead to better lane, they would give you information of lane level traffic. That improves just to automatically better navigation in all the apps. So you'd have better traffic flow. You have real-time knowledge of blocked or closed lanes, because you could see if a car is stopped, which lane it is in when it's stopped. And this also leads to better dispatch of emergency vehicles. So that's why I've specifically dived into that use case in terms of accuracy benefits. But that's just accuracy. Let's talk about robustness. Next slide, please. So as many people have mentioned, GPS is very vulnerable to spoofing. And by having encrypted digital signatures on the data that's provided, this fixes this problem for data spoofing. There's another problem with GPS. It's very, very weak. As Dr. Parkinson mentioned, order of attowatts, or a tenth of a millionth of a billionth of a watt, which may be a better way of saying it. And if you provide nav data bits to the receiver over a channel other than GPS, so for example, over the internet, then that allows you to do signal processing that significantly boosts those weak signals, and that's known as longer coherent integration. And that also enables a very similar thing, which has got a cooler name, called supercorrelation, which is really just long coherent integration. But what that does is it takes into account the speed of the vehicle, and for example, a car, before doing that integration. And what that does is it gives you directional gain from your antenna in the form of tuning the receiver to the Doppler that you would get for the particular satellite or the particular signal that you're trying to acquire. And so that little picture shows you'd have a cone where your gain is high, and anywhere outside that cone, the gain is very low. So if you imagine that our little icon in the bottom there, that's our PNT advisory board icon, imagine that's a spoofer. Well, it's outside the area of the high gain, and it's in the area of suppression. And so by having the nav data bits enables extra signal processing, which itself provides robustness to spoofing, which is where this slide began. So there's a nice virtuous circle that happens here if we have this data available to consumer devices, such as phones and cars. Next slide, please. And then there's a national benefit. And the benefit to the U.S. is to keep GPS as the premier sat-nav system. Now, GPS has been the premier sat-nav system to date. And I mean this in a quantitative way. I don't mean it qualitatively. I don't mean GPS is the best, yay. I don't mean GPS is the gold standard. Maybe it is, but I'm not saying that. I'm saying literally GPS has been the primary system in that every consumer chip today acquires GPS first, and then it uses that position information and time information that it gets from GPS in order to acquire Galileo and Beidou and the other systems. So those other systems are literally dependent on GPS right now in consumer products. So this is a quantitative statement of the primacy of GPS. And that lends the U.S. a tremendous strategic advantage, which the U.S. has spent decades and billions of dollars to achieve. Now, why that is true is described. This was a talk I did. It was an after-dinner talk, which explains the kind of cheeky title. Who's Your Daddy? Why GPS will continue to dominate consumer GPS. This was a talk at Stanford 10 years ago. And in that talk, I go into details about the signal structures and why 10 years ago the GPS signal structure was the optimal structure for chip designers to design around, and it really wasn't worth their while to try and acquire more complex signals that existed on these other systems. However, that was 10 years ago, and then I said GPS will stay the dominant system for a while. Well, a while has come. It's 10 years later, and chips are being designed right now that can directly acquire signals like the L5 signals, which are more complex than the L1CA signals. And so GPS, the writing is on the wall for GPS in that it's possible that chip designers will start to design chips that directly acquire Galileo, for example, as the primary system. And why would they do that? Why would they take the bother? Well, if Galileo's got advantages over GPS, they might switch, and GPS could lose that hard-won primacy that it currently has. So the major national benefit to increasing accuracy and robustness of GPS is that GPS can then stay number one. And staying number one is much, much easier than trying to become number one, because we are number one in the sense I've just described. Okay, next slide, please. So let's talk about what the other systems are doing. Galileo has deployed a high accuracy service, which will be available over the internet. They also have nav message authentication, and Ms. Diani will talk about this after lunch. Beidou has a ground augmentation system, so a similar thing provided via the internet, and they have PPP signals broadcast on the B2 signal, which is the same frequency bands in the area of L5. Now, SBAS includes WAAS, run by the FAA, which broadcasts satellite data that, from geostationary satellites with ionospheric corrections. However, that data is broadcast at 500 symbols per second, so it's a 10 times smaller bit than the GPS data bit. And inside of phones, you can only just decode the data bits. Even that is difficult, and that's why this whole area of assisted GPS caught on in phones and enabled phones to have GPS in the first place. So if you take that data bit of GPS and you make it 10 times shorter, that's 10 times less, or actually 100 times less energy, and the phones cannot decode those symbols from WAAS. So the WAAS data is not useful to phones as it exists from the satellite, but if you just took that data and put it over the internet, all the phones are connected to the internet, then that information becomes useful. So WAAS is a really interesting example of this data that could be terribly useful to consumer products, and it's just missing this one little link. So if you think about it, the US government created the internet. The US government created GPS. It's about time they got introduced to each other. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about internet versus satellite-based. Apart from what I just said about the benefits, one other big reason why we would want to provide information over the internet is it would really be nice if we could all live to see it happen. And if we do this over satellites, it's going to take 20 to 30 years. And to give you an example, L5, which several people have talked about, was first proposed in 1995. So we're 28 years after that, and we've just passed about halfway stage. 18 of the 31 GPS satellites now have L5. So that's how long it takes to design new satellites, get the signals up, and launch them. So speed is a reason to do things over the internet. Plus, you get stronger encryption, because the encryption depends on the length of the keys, and you can have much longer keys over the internet where bandwidth is essentially not an issue than you can have over broadcast data where bandwidth, where data length is a significant issue. Okay, next slide, please. So, who could do this? Well, the DOT is already pursuing out-of-band navigation message authentication as a goal, and this is out-of-band navigation message authentication. So I propose that this would be a lovely match of what the DOT is already pursuing and what we're proposing. And the DOT owns WAAS. They already have corrections, and as I just mentioned, they would become available to everybody in the US if they were just made available through some means other than over the satellites, i.e. over the internet. Also, the GPS study from this advisory board showed that JPL has a service that could provide the corrections to orbits and clocks that's proposed in this HARS system that we're proposing. So there are entities and technology already out there to do this. So final slide, next and final slide, please. So what is needed next is really we need an owner who can take this on, fund it, and implement it, and build that dotted box that I showed you in the first slide. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Frank, just a quick question. This is Larry. With respect to the GDGPS, I mean, I know we did a study last year saying how you could provide high accuracy service using GDGPS and the internet. So is this somewhat different? Is it really relying on the same construct that the study came up with, or how does that all play together?
Right. So how does it fit in? Well, this is saying the GDGPS program from JPL could be part of this HORS thing. Right. I mean, a key thing here is we're proposing signed data to provide the robustness. So robustness is a key part. And yeah, so it's just saying GDGPS could be one piece of this, could be a subset of the thing we're proposing. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think we hopefully we'll have some time to discuss this tomorrow. And as I see it, I'm jumping to the chase here. I would suggest that DOT is the right seat for this. If it's anywhere, they have the one end of the spigot that is irrefutable and already available in public, but we can talk about that later. At any rate, thank you very much, Frank. And next we have Matt Higgins, our resident Aussie, who is talking about International Engagement Subcommittee activities.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick outline of the subcommittee. I won't go into it in detail. These slides are based on ones we've previously presented. The two asterisks next to Terry's name I need to just point out because we had Sonia, who was the vice chair of this subcommittee, who left the board, and we would like to propose that Terry become a second vice chair of this subcommittee. He's apparently able to vice chair many subcommittees.
So was that a nomination?
That was a nomination, yes.
All right. You're on the spot, Terry. You don't have to make a split-second decision.
I'm happy to accept.
Very good.
It's all right. I've done my homework, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. So these were the original study areas. Next slide. And we've been concentrating on this issue, which is GNSS service and performance gaps. It's basically trying to put a systematic approach to the long-lasting question of, is GPS still the gold standard? Next slide, please. So the way we kind of did this was identify what capabilities there are on other GNSSs that are not currently on GPS, and we broke them into two main groups: system capabilities, and again, these slides have been presented before, so I won't read them. Next slide, please. And service capabilities, so capabilities kind of at the surface level versus within the system itself. Next slide, please. And what we decided to do was to just put together very brief fact sheets on some, not all of these topics. And this is just a Galileo, an example on intersatellite links, which are available on Galileo and Beidou, for example. And the idea was that these fact sheets would be like a one-pager that senior decision makers could get an idea of what we're talking about, and that would put together a bit of a portfolio of information about the other systems and what GPS may or may not do about addressing that issue. Next slide, please. So we've done a couple of fact sheets in both, or two or three fact sheets in both of the categories. Some of these areas, I think things have been overtaken. Some of the areas, I think, for example, configurable payloads, I think would be being tested on NTS-3. I'm not sure exactly, but highly likely. Yep. Logan's nodding his head. So we need to understand that a bit. We don't want to duplicate things that are already being done as well. So next slide, please. And this is just the progress on the service capability side of things. Next slide. So the next steps on this is we decided within the subcommittee that the draft fact sheets are probably 5 or 6 is probably enough to get a document together. I'll be drafting some introductory pages to sort of as a cover pages, and we'd be aiming to distribute that as a draft white paper in the next few months, and probably be making a recommendation to the board at the next meeting. The other thing we said in that sort of covering area is There is a need to cover some of the constructive issues. It's not all bad news. GPS does do some things well, and we should be covering that well as well. So try and get a bit more balanced view there. But that will be the what, and what we then need to move to, I think, is the so what. So we really need an assessment by US government agencies at some point on which of those items are worth progressing and which are not. And if they are worth progressing, some might already be planned, like NTS3, or maybe they should be done within government, not by this board. There may be some things where the board, where say XCOM would say, yes, that's worth looking into, but could the board do more work on that? At that point, it should really go to the ECAS committee and be handled like the HARS. Okay, now we want to do a study into this new capability. And that's what we're proposing is a sort of way ahead. Next slide, please. The other thing we discussed is the need for the international subcommittee to keep bringing to the board's attention international developments. And I thought this might be a few slides quickly to cover. We had a presentation at the IGNSS conference in Sydney in December from German Space Agency, DLR, who are doing some work on what future generations of a European GNSS might look like. I don't think it's directly linked to the Galileo program, but it's some work being done by the German Space Agency with a system called Kepler. And this diagram here you can see has optical communications links between the MEO satellites around the MEO plane, and it also has optical communication links down to LEOs, and those LEOs enable optical communication links between the MEO planes. Right. So next slide, please. And what they're talking about is, because you've got data, 50 megabit data transfer, you can effectively synchronize all the clocks. And so now you've got effectively an ensemble clock for the whole constellation. You can do range measurements with that laser comms as well, and they're talking about 40 micrometers accuracy for the range measurements between the satellites, which means you can generate real-time precise orbits in the system. And you've got also all of the satellites sharing data and even sending the actual range measurements between each other around so that you can compute orbits in real time. And they're talking about, to go to the PPP discussion, basically this gets rid of the clock errors, the range biases, and the orbit errors. So you've effectively solved all the PPP things that can be solved in the system level, in the system. It's a very nice German approach. Next slide, please. And this is just a little bit more information. This is from a website. There is Kepler.global, I think it is the website. But basically, yeah, you've got this interesting thing that the LEOs have a GNSS receiver on them, and so you can use the laser ranging to calibrate the RF range. And so that's how you get rid of the inter-satellite biases and those sort of things. So they're talking about centimetre PPP with very fast convergent times, because the only thing that's left is ionosphere, and if you've got 3 frequencies, that even is pretty solvable. So this is where things are heading, and I thought it was a really nice example of where things could be 10 years from now or something. Next slide, please. So the additional discussions of other things we talked about. As I mentioned last time, our meetings have been attended by US government representatives, State Department, Space Force, CGSIC, and then yesterday we had DOT. Andrew was there from DOT as well. And that's been really useful because we don't want to be raising things that need to be addressed if they're already being addressed or they're not a priority or whatever. So that's really good. And as I said before, we really need to continue monitoring international developments, and I think those sorts of things like I just presented are the sorts of things we're thinking about to bring back to the board is just what's going on globally. One thing that came up is Terry raised was the need to monitor international standards activities, and we're thinking we might just try to pull together a bit of a metadata overview of which international standards apply to PNT. There are, I think, work that's been done on that elsewhere that we might be able to tap into, but we thought that might be a useful thing just to make sure We're informing the board of international standards developments. And then the other thing we discussed and agree, I think that the subcommittee should help to make the GPS 50th a truly global celebration. I think what we would propose is we wait and see what the US wants to do, obviously, but then we could perhaps extend that afterwards into a more global, take some of the webinars or whatever globally. So we could do that in Australia, Terry could do that in the UK and Europe, Renato as well in Europe, and we could tap into our international networks to make it a bit more global than just celebrated in the US, which I think would be great. And the other discussion coming out, and I think it's probably something that's for the board more generally, and it did come up yesterday in our discussions at the start of our prep meeting yesterday, is this idea that there is more than just GPS in US PNT and even in US space-based PNT. So there's NTS-3. I think we need to understand and keep an eye on what's happening there, what that's going to lead to in the future, that will start to address some of the gold standard issues. But there's other activities like the SDA's Proliferated Warfighter Space Architecture, which previously was called Proliferated LEO, but it has PNT aspects to it, and I think the board, even though it is a Department of Defence system, we do need to understand what that means. One simple thing I raised, I think, at a previous board meeting is, as a surveyor from Australia, I could go, well, does this mean the US Department of Defence is stepping away from GPS? Well, I don't think it does, but that's a question that could be asked, and I think it's important for some clarity and transparency on that for users both in the US and around the world. And then there's commercial players like LEO PNT, and Brian's joined us from Zona, which is good to see. And I think that all feeds into that discussion more broadly about needing an overall plan for PNT and an architecture that Karen was talking about yesterday, for example. What are the roles of these different initiatives? And I think if some of that, we think, I should say, that in the committee we discussed this, if some of that could be set out better, then the discussions about the gold standard mightn't be as bad as we think, because there is a lot happening, and it just needs to be brought together in some ways. So that's the end of, I've agreed I'm going to get up at 4 a.m. every 6 weeks, and we'll have more meetings between the face-to-face meetings. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Matt. The next speaker is the head of the subcommittee on the Committee on Protect, Toughen, and Augment, Dr. John Betts. John.
Thank you. Good morning. So I'm going to talk about the work that we've been doing on protecting, toughening, and augmenting. Next, please. So there you can see the members and the outline of our study areas. In particular, Tim Murphy and Tom Powell have been great assistants in making efforts over the past year. We have a great group. We've had a good time and made some good progress, as you'll see. Next, please. So because of the breadth of our scope, we've identified specific activities that go under each of the three areas, protect, toughen, augment, and each of us decided to take the lead on one of those, although we share information, have interactions, and share members across them. And we also recognize the importance of working with the people in government who would implement our recommendations, not just dealing at the XCOM level. Next, please. So overall, we use a framework that looks like this. We think about challenges and threats to the use of GPS, GNSS, and other sources of PNT, and we recognize that owner-operators in critical infrastructure will need to understand what's being done to protect them from those challenges and threats, and what they need to do to toughen or augment against them. And so eventually risk mitigation will be needed. They can't invest in everything, and they need to decide how to allocate their finite resources across toughening and augmenting once they understand what protection is going to be provided. Next, please. So after working this for more than a year, we want to share some overall observations on our three areas. One is that protecting remains a real challenge. We know that the potential for strong adjacent band interference has not gone away. Its status is still up in the air. We're happy to see some progress towards a nationwide capability for interference monitoring and removal, and that will be briefed to our board later today, but there's certainly a long way to go. We think that owner-operators are lacking needed information in making their choices between toughening and augmenting. How they invest their resources in toughening their use of GPS as opposed to augmenting because GPS isn't there anymore depends on the likelihood that GPS will continue to provide useful signals or something terrible has happened to it. And so that's our recommendation, that the government provide information on the likelihood that GPS was not providing useful signals for days or weeks or months in different time frames. We've also found it difficult to understand what kind of progress is being made across critical infrastructure with respect to toughening and augmenting, and we're very happy to have a briefing on that this afternoon to get some initial insights. Finally, it's been recognized for a long time that export controls block the most capable GNSS receiver toughening, as we've already heard from Dr. Parkinson today, and you'll hear a briefing from Tim Murphy later on today that talks about our efforts to document why those export controls should be relaxed or removed. And finally, we observe that timing in critical infrastructure is the easiest part of the problem, and in fact, there are multiple technologies emerging that can be useful to address that. And we recognize that owner-operators may not have the technical expertise to decide which of those to pursue. Next, please. So a quick update on the PROTECT working group. We've been talking with the Defense Innovation Unit and DOT that are focusing on development of a capability called Harmonious Rook, and you'll hear about that this afternoon. Already we recognize it's very important to move from the current focus on detection to actually removing those sources of interference. Next, please. The Toughen Working Group, again, focused on export controls for adaptive antennas, and you'll hear about that later on today. The next step is going to be engaging with the relevant parts of the government to pass on the information that we've gathered. Next, please. Finally, we already heard Frank Van Diggelen brief the GPS high accuracy and robustness service with the 3 benefits that are shown there as sub-bullets, and recognizing the benefit in terms of toughening receiver operations, enabling more robust receiver processing, and providing data that's resistant to different kinds of challenges. We strongly endorse that proposed high accuracy and robustness service. Next, please. So we've spent a lot of time over the last year on PROTECT and Toughen, and our thinking now is that we're going to put some additional emphasis on Augment over the next 6 months, and we're discussing 3 potential activities, one or more of which we may take on. One is that we think there's an inconsistency in the way that alternatives, augmentations, are described and assessed, and we think that developing a framework that asks advocates for these different technologies to describe and evaluate them would be very useful, with some canonical use cases so that advocates can describe which use cases they think they can address and which ones are out of scope for them. Describe what kinds of attacks might be made against their system and how robust do they assess their system against those attacks, and what would be the costs to the government or to the users if such a system were developed and employed. And so that's one area that we're discussing fleshing out in the next 6 months. Another is based on what we hear from DHS today, on the progress in toughening and augmenting. We may discuss what we could do in that area. And finally, as I had mentioned before, with the emergence of multiple timing technologies, we think there's an opportunity for some of the timing experts to assemble a white paper that lays out a solid technical description and attributes of these as an information source for owner-operators in critical infrastructure who are considering pursuing one or more of these. And so that's a picture of where we are and where we're planning to go, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there any very nice, thank you, John. A question, comment? Do not see any. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, John. And our last, but certainly not least, Committee Strategy, Policy, and Governance. The Honorable Jeff Shane is the speaker.
Good morning, everybody in our studio audience and to the millions watching from home. I am the last of the chairs to address you before lunch, and I think I can be confident in not delaying the lunch. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I am remiss, however, in not having prepared a slide announcing to you who our members are, and so I will quickly tell them to do justice to them. Gary Thompson is our vice chair, Greg Winfrey, Governor Jim Geringer, David Grossman, Dana Goward, Mike Hamill, Larry James are all members, and our designated federal officer is Dr. Ben Ashman. I like to call him our dedicated federal officer. It's still DFO. So I'm going to talk about 2 slides, and I'm addressing this as much to the board's membership as to anyone else because we have not shared these recommendations widely among the board. They are still to be discussed. They have not been adopted as board resolutions. The first one is about the very larger significance that we're beginning to attach to GPS and to GNS generally. You'll hear a briefing this afternoon from Sarah Sewell, who wrote an article that most of us have read about the importance of Beidou to China. Keep that in the back of your minds because we're talking about a phenomenon of that kind. The transformational success of GPS, not surprisingly, has engendered a lot of other systems around the world. And those systems, we have noticed, have become more than merely navigation, timing, and positioning systems. Those systems have become instruments of national influence, of global power. We know for sure that China sees Beidou in that way, and they're clearly investing in that system and using that system to broaden their influence around the world. That's not a surprise. The United States has been doing that with GPS for a long, long time, long before Beidou was even a gleam in China's eye. So nobody should be too surprised by it. What is the significance, however, of pointing this out as part of a recommendation from this board? It's because, and we have to say this with a little bit of trepidation and perhaps a lot of modesty, it's audacious to say this because we know that we have cadres of dedicated public service servants going to work every single day of the week thinking about nothing but the strategic importance of PNT. So it's not to suggest that people aren't thinking about it. The question is whether or not this issue is in its rightful place on the national policy agenda, in its rightful place on the national security agenda. It is not just PNT. It's much bigger than that. And we know that the folks that are working on it clearly have the right idea. The issue for us, because we don't have clear visibility of what's really going on in the government, we think that there's still some scope for classified information within our government, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of it seems to get leaked these days. The critical thing is that our leadership understand the importance of PNT, the importance of continuing to invest in a world-class, state-of-the-art system, second to none. That's not an easy ask because it takes a lot of investment, a lot of dedication, and a continuing push at all levels of government, the most important part of the government being the leadership of our government. And so we just put that out there in the hope that it's already happening, but leaving nothing to chance, making sure that this board is on record as urging our government to place PNT, GPS, and all of its other iterations at the appropriate level in our national security and national policy agenda. Next slide, please. That looks like the same one. don't have the second slide? Okay, well, I'll talk about it. It's something that we've talked a lot about within the board. It's to address what we deem to be a very serious anomaly in the way we allocate spectrum in this country. Everybody knows that spectrum is allocated by the FCC for private use. NTIA and the Department of Commerce is responsible for federal use. The problem that we have had is too many conflicts between private use and public use. That's attributable to the system that we have structured. It's a system that's enshrined in law. It gives the Federal Communications Commission the final say over who in the private sector gets to use spectrum, what spectrum they get to use, and for what purpose. The law literally says that anybody who is opposed to an innovation based on spectrum has the burden of proof, before the FCC to explain why that proposed innovation should not be licensed. So we have had episodes that everybody is now all familiar with. We had, of course, the Legato episode in which L-band spectrum was repurposed for terrestrial uses when nobody ever expected that to be the case. It was supposed to be reserved for satellite uses. We had an episode in which a portion of the 5.9 gigahertz band, the so-called auto safety band, was repurposed for household Wi-Fi over the strenuous objections of the Department of Transportation. I should say, of course, the Legato decision was made over the strenuous objections of the entire administration, not the least of which was the Department of Defense, which was very concerned about the implications for GPS of repurposing L-band spectrum in that way. And then, of course, the current kerfuffle is over the repurposing of spectrum in the C-band, very close to the spectrum required by aircraft altimeters, such that it was necessary when the award was first made for the FAA to actually suspend some flights, to divert some flights. Those radio altimeters on airplanes are an essential piece of the avionics on an aircraft. You cannot land an aircraft in conditions of low visibility without the altimeter working. And the altimeter is also a piece of equipment upon which other elements of an aircraft's automation depend. Captain Joe Burns can tell you all about it. He flies these airplanes all the time, and I know he's a worried guy. Well, just yesterday, the Department of Transportation announced that a deadline that had been set for upgrading altimeters, simply as a result of this decision that was made after an auction, the deadline, which is July the 1st, of this year, will not be extended. Airlines tell me that they can't get the equipment fast enough to upgrade their altimeters. The manufacturers simply can't manufacture it in enough quantity fast enough to satisfy the need. What that means, quite simply, is that we can all expect in cases of low visibility that aircraft are either going to be diverted or flights are going to be canceled. This is as a result of an FCC decision that was made over the objections of the FAA and the Department of Transportation. So we're pointing to these episodes not because we think that the FCC is doing anything illegal. The FCC is pursuing the legislative mandate that Congress has vested in them. This is the way the law works. We think the anomaly is in the very structure of the law, of the very structure of the process, and therefore we feel it's time for the government, the administration, to address the anomaly with Congress and see whether or not some greater balance can be inserted in the law. Now, it just turns out that the authority that the FCC had to conduct spectrums of auction, and this is the current way spectrum is allocated through an auction because it has a huge amount of economic value. This is a sensible way to do it. That authority has lapsed. It's lapsed for the first time since it was first conferred on the FCC in 1993. So there is literally an opportunity now to take a hard look at the content of the legislation which authorizes the FCC to conduct those auctions and to make sure that when they are reauthorized, as they should be, there is some element of balance put back into the law such that the agencies of government that have critical systems reliant on clean spectrum do not somehow bear the burden of proof before the FCC in a proceeding where some spectrum might very well be awarded close to systems that the government is responsible for. These government agencies that are objecting to these awards are instruments of government policy in their own right. They are custodians of the public interest in their own right. The idea of treating them as parties of interest before the FCC whose views have to be considered but not necessarily listened to, it's the wrong way to approach an issue of this kind. It was set up to make sure that radio broadcasts did not result in a cacophony when you were trying to listen to them. That was the reason for this system. The system has much greater significance today, and it really needs to be addressed, we think, as an item of the first importance. I will mention, too, that some time ago, maybe a couple of years ago, we submitted to the board a proposal that was made, JJ, I think back in 2003, when we were dealing with a similar conflict. I think it was ultra-wideband transmissions. I was a member of a task force that was, I was at the Department of Transportation at the time, and the task force was taking a hard look at this very question, the allocation of spectrum. And the problem that we have today was a problem that we had back then. We proposed to use something like the system that the Department of Transportation uses when it allocates an international route to an airline. When the Department of Transportation grants a route to an airline, even today, whether it's a foreign airline or a domestic airline, if it's an international route, that proposed award goes to the White House for presidential review. It literally is reviewed by the president. It is enshrined in law. It can't become a final award until the White House has blessed it. Now, it's delegated pretty much to the Department of Transportation now. If there's no objection from other agencies, it's assumed to have presidential approval. But it is a check, nevertheless, because the theory is that there are national security implications in every award of an international route, at least potentially, and therefore the president should have a chance to review the award. Well, think about the national security implications of the Legato Award. Why wouldn't you expect the president to review an award like that before it becomes final? And if there had been presidential review, what would have happened to it? It would have been reversed. It would have been sent back. There was no occasion to do that because the law doesn't include such a provision. So that's just an example of how it would be possible to insert more balance into the law. The idea is not to prevent the FCC from continuing to advance progress. The FCC is a remarkable agency, and they have done miraculous things for our society, and we are all beneficiaries of those things. That's not the point. The point is that carrying out the law without the limitations that I'm talking about, simply following the law as they have been doing, we are going to inevitably find ourselves stuck with more and more conflicts of this kind. Spectrum is getting more and more crowded, and serious problems are going to arise. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions.
Very good job. Thank you, Jeff. One thing that strikes me, your review by the president is certainly one huge failing in the way we're working now. But the second one was another thing that you had mentioned, and that is where the burden of proof lies when you have a new service. I find it staggeringly peculiar that an intruder or a new service would not have the burden to prove it does not interfere, rather than have all the old services somehow have to stand up and say it hurts. To me, the logic is just mind-boggling.
I completely agree, and so it would be an easy amendment to make. But mind you, changing the communications law, the Communications Act of 1934, which has been around a long time, been amended many times, is an uphill battle. So yes, I think there needs to be a concerted effort to focus on this. It has to be led, I think, by agencies of government who have been disturbed by the extent to which their objections have been overruled pretty consistently. And hopefully some balance can be inserted in a process that otherwise has served us very well. I mean, I don't want this to become criticism of the FCC. The FCC has its mandate. It carries it out according to the law. I feel that the mandate needs to be tweaked, and that's the recommendation that this subcommittee is making to the board and for the board's consideration.
Okay, other comments regarding Jeff's fine presentation? Okay.
Last thing, if I may, I
please.
didn't add my 2 cents to Dana's presentation on the 50th anniversary celebration. We have been joined at the hip with our Communications and External Relations Subcommittee colleagues. We support that white paper. We support the idea of a significant recognition of the importance of GPS and PNT, using the occasion of the 50th anniversary of GPS as the hook. And Dr. Hampshire, I look to you because I recall that in 1994, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Chicago Convention. It's interesting, the Chicago Convention was not technically a U.S. success. It was an international treaty that became the glue that held the entire global civil aviation system together. DOT hosted, under Secretary Rodney Slater, a marvelous celebration, a day-long conference where we celebrated the importance of aviation, all that had happened since the Chicago Convention had been adopted. And I looked at that, I was there, and I remember it well. And it just seemed to me that is the model that might well be used, even hosted by DOT, as representative of the civilian user community, for celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Chicago Convention. That's a personal comment. The board hasn't necessarily adopted that, but I just wanted to make those 2 cents known. So thank you again.
Excellent. All right. We have just a few minutes, and I would like to show you what you told us yesterday and make it a matter of public record. And if you recall, we went around the whole room, all the members, and got comments on what they thought was important. We gave each one the opportunity to have one burning thought. And thanks to AJ, we have summarized those and kind of allocated them to themes. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through we actually ended up with 9 themes in this organization. I'd like to just rapidly go through, hit the headlines, and remind you what you said. And obviously, this is somewhat, well, it's very, very reflective of what we've just heard from the committees. So this was not meant to supersede what the committees are doing. Rather, it was made to get an individual polling of our members on what was important. And so I'm going to go through these. If anyone, after I've done it, has further comments they'd like to add, please do so, recognizing that in exactly 18 minutes we're going to lunch. All right. Theme 1, expand PNT XCOM structure and pursue genuine whole-of-government approach to PNT. And I think if you go through and think about this and look at what's in there, the XCOM does quite well with what they try to do. And the problem is that when you look at the whole of government, there are lots of pieces. Admiring this elephant is a hard problem. And I don't think we have any answers, but that was what was on the PNT membership minds when we went through this list. The second was a very specific one, and that is deploy upgradable GPS satellites. And we say software, what we really mean is reconfigurable satellites. Obviously, there are physical and technical constraints on what you can do, but it was a plea to look to the future and not get boxed in. Theme number 3 addressed the whole issue of PNT training. I was in awe. I gave a talk at the University of Wuhan a few years ago, and I had expected a small group of Wuhan engineers, students to show up. It was a vast lecture hall. Not only did it get filled up, it was a circular hall. All of the walls were lined with people, and they had an overflow room. And I was told, I was hosted by the chancellor of the University of Wuhan, and I was told that generally what I was seeing are the people working on GNSS, and I almost fell off my chair. The awesome amount of intellectual energy that is being pumped into this area by China is bound to have a lot of results, and we tend to think they are playing a Me Too game. No. If you look at what they're trying to do, it is not a Me Too game. It is Me First game. And if you look at the packet switching, if you look at the way they're using and deploying, the fact that they've immediately put up GEOs, which we advocated, the IRT, Independent Review Team, advocated for some time, GPS GEOs. It was shot down. But the point is, China was looking way ahead. And unless we have some kind of a influx of the educational creativity and those wonderful juices from young people, both men and women, we're going to fall further behind. And frankly, I think we're falling behind right now. Next chart. Improve the funding for GPS and assist agencies to address vulnerabilities. You hear a lot about that in what we've been talking about with the activities that are going on, particularly under John Betts, the Protect, Toughen, and Augment. Theme 5 was very similar. Ensure GPS remains the international gold standard. We have puzzled, this group is puzzled over what that means. And there's a paper that I think, John, you circulated those. So we took a crack at this, John and I, with some inputs from others. And I think it's worth going back and doing it again. Whether the word should be gold standard, I think that's open to some debate. But I think what we are really saying is that we not fall behind anyone else. And I think to the degree we can quantify that and look at what aspects fit in, it's all part of what we've already heard from some of you committees. It's the same thing. Theme 6, this was the one that was just, Jeff just was pleading from the podium, that something be done about how this whole FCC thing has evolved without attacking the FCC, but rather saying that we've moved a long way from 1930, whenever it was that we had that law. And certainly it's been amended, but another amendment would be triggered perhaps by the fact that their auction capability is stopped. And it might be an occasion to at least slip in something about the two major aspects that we just discussed in terms of running things by the White House and in terms of the burden of proof when someone is trying to move into a change in the neighborhood. Next chart, and this is the last one. The first one was very specific on implementing HARS. I think if it's done in the right way, that's a very low-hanging fruit, because one of the aspects is to simply take the existing signal structure from WAS, which is available, giving us both integrity and an accuracy improvement, and pumping it over the internet. So I think we should think about that some more and make certain we come down with something quite concrete there. Number 8 is that the United States and the world is dependent on GPS, and yet our charter and my charter, I think, is PNT. It's not GPS. It's not GNSS. It's enabling a user who needs some of the 4 dimensions to actually have them available. And I think letting our user group know what the situation is apt to be is important, and I think we rely to some degree on DoD to help us do that. And the last is the national PNT strategy. There is a national PNT strategy book And I think, like all things, it can say anything it wants, but unless the government is willing to fund it, it becomes just another piece of paper. And I think it's important that resilience, robustness, augmentation are all there, and these were thoughts that, again, you brought up, you, the Advisory Council. So with that, yes, John, please.
I'd like to suggest we go back to theme 2 and reword it so that instead of saying software upgradable GPS satellites, we say software upgraded GPS architecture. The reason is that if we change the satellites and don't change the rest of the architecture, it's useless. We can see right now there are 24 satellites that can broadcast the M-code signal and the L2C signal, and 18 satellites that broadcast the L5 signal. So we got it there in space, but we don't have it there in ground, and in the case of the M-code signal, we don't have it there in the user equipment. And anytime you change the signal from space, if it's done in a way that's not backward interoperable, how are you going to coordinate the change among those 7 billion existing GPS receivers? So we got to think about this at the architecture level and not just as boxes on the satellite.
An absolutely superb comment, and I thank you for that. And regard all this as draft. So please, your comments are really welcomed. Go ahead, Dana.
Hopefully we can get this side of the room turned on. Yes, sir. Just for the first line and the second line there, I think the sense is not necessarily expanding the XCOM structure because, you know, if everybody's in charge, there's nobody in charge. And I think the sense of all of our efforts, the last meeting and before and this one, is to have the governance structure be more focused and agile, however the government determines that to be, rather than just expanding the current XCOM. So,
okay, I'm going to ask, thank you, Dana. Good comment. I'm going to ask AJ to make suitable amendments, and in addition, I'm asking if you would make certain all the members have a copy, and then tomorrow morning, if you have further comments, because this is being splashed on you for the first time here, if you have further comments, let's get them out on the table, let the public hear what we're talking about, and go from there. Again, this is not meant to supersede your individual recommendations. This was simply a gathering of stream of consciousness, what do the members think and what's important. The question over here, statement, did someone have their hand up? I was just trying to ask what we do with this. It's going to be something that goes in as a matter of record, but I don't intend for it to supersede anything else. Hopefully it reinforces what you're already doing, but it's cross-cutting in the sense that we did not constrain the membership when they made these comments to any particular area. We just said, what's your important priority? And you responded extremely well. Yes, please, Badri.
Just a clarification, the state of the art is essentially all radios now being implemented are software defined. I don't see us or see anyone implementing anything hardwired. So, you know, whether we call for it in here like software upgradable, I'd rather go after a reconfigurable architecture because everything we do, you know, is software defined, and we are going to the cognitive radios, the next generation of radios of state of the art. At no time, I really don't see anyone now in this time and age implementing anything hardwired.
I certainly accept and understand what you said. I would guess that DoD in particular, although we don't generally wander into their user equipment program, would not consider it exactly reconfigurable right this minute. Hopefully it'll get more so in the future. But meanwhile, the things that are fielded, I'm particularly thinking of safety of life, particularly thinking of aviation. I think any degree of reconfigurability would be subject to a lot of constraints. So I tend to always back into that as one of the really hard areas of PNT to get certified and fully operational. And I'm thinking back to the early days in WAS, in which we engineers thought we had the problem solved, and then the certification people came in and said, "You're not even close." 2 years later, we emerged very bloody, right? And we finally got it certified. So, yeah, generally speaking, I would certainly agree with you. Other comments? Hearing none, I think we're going to end up 5 minutes early. And what I would like to suggest is at 1:30, let me turn it over to you. Do you have any administrative?
Just for the lunch, I believe, I don't see Leisha, she can correct me, but I believe our lunch is in the same room as your breakfast. This is a working lunch, meaning that it is for members, for civil service staff that are supporting the activities today, and then the speakers. So please join us. That will be from 12:30. Please be here right on time at 1:30, ready to go, because we have 2 virtual briefings, and we don't want to be late for that. Thank you.
Yeah, let me reinforce that. In particular, we want to try to wrap the day up on the appointed hour. So, and incidentally, thank you all for working the schedule with me. Have a good one.
Too many fires. We get here about 10 o'clock. But tonight, we can be in charge of the apple. I don't have to drive anywhere tonight. There's some really great ideas. So how do we now go to changing the customer, right? And some of them are not. There's no
Hey, hey. Check, check. Check. Push to talk. Check. Hey. 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 Check. 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 Check.
You've even got a microphone.
Hello? Hello?
There they are.
Hello, sorry, I couldn't hear you, but... Can you hear me now? Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, we're getting close at this end. We don't have our executive director here, but I think he is executive directing his other responsibility, which is the Space Advisory Board. So let me call us back to order again, not that we were ever disordered. And we have Fiametta Dayani. Have I pronounced that right? No? Okay, I'm doing my best.
Yes, perfectly. Thank you very much.
Yes. Head of Market Development for the European Agency for Space Program from Prague. And she is here to talk to us today about Galileo High Accuracy Service and Open Service Navigation Authentication, two subjects that are dear to our heart. So please welcome to the stage, and we hope all will go well.
This lady is on as well right now.
Yes, so hello everybody. Can you hear me well?
We can.
Yes, great. So thank you very much for the introduction and for this opportunity to introduce you, our new kids on the block in Galileo, so the high accuracy service and the authentication of the open service. So I will share my screen, if you allow me, so that I can be guided by some slides to better illustrate you my topic. 1 second.
I think you're shared.
Yes, 1 second only because I'm not sharing the right window. Please allow me another second. Yeah, so now should be the right one.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Sarah Sewell. I had understood we were switching the presentations, and I have a hard stop in a half an hour. So if it's not possible to switch presentations, which I understand, I will have to apologize because I will not be able to stay.
Yeah, actually, Sarah, for me it's possible, and I was informed to have the second presentation. Actually, I was surprised, so for me it's fine. If you will go first.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
All right,
I give you back the control.
change of plans. We did a flip. Sarah Sewell, Executive Vice President for In-Q-Tel, on China's strategic approach to the leveraging of the Beidou system. And thank you. We're very flexible, as you can see. And welcome to the PNT Advisory Board.
Thank you so much. And let me begin by apologizing for the fact that I am not a technologist and I am not a scientist. My doctorate is in political science and my background is in national security. And my role at In-Q-Tel is to translate what we learn in the emerging tech space into understanding the United States and its democratic allies' position vis-a-vis China and great power competition. And so I think that this presentation may be quite different from some of my colleagues and much of what you've covered already and will cover through the balance of your time together. But I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you what I think of as the broader context for thinking about GPS, Beidou, and PNT and the future of it and why it matters. And in particular, I want to argue that the understanding that we typically have about the importance of PNT needs to be augmented by a broader understanding of the role of technology infrastructure, not just in global economics, but also in the context of global security and stability, and in the context of norms and values. And so I want to suggest at the outset that, at least from the American perspective, the analogy to think about why we should care about Beidou is not dissimilar from arguments that we have heard about why democratic nations should care about Huawei, but it is a much broader and richer and more multidimensional set of concerns that I'd love to spend just a few minutes outlining 3 different buckets of them, and then inviting your comments and questions and discussion. So when we think about the fact that China has, in a very short period of time, moved from being a nation that was dependent on GPS to becoming a nation in which it has a global system with, some would argue, more advanced capabilities than GPS or Galileo. And it is now using its Beidou system as a piece of its digital infrastructure around the world to accomplish a variety of things that fit with a much longer term perspective that the Chinese have about the ways in which connectivity can be used to national advantage. And the issue that I think is important to understand as we look at the speed with which China has closed and in some cases overtaken much of the West in its thinking about the use of space and its provision of PNT is that it's the nascent capability and what it could mean in the future, rather than necessarily what the BDS constellation looks like today. And so I want to spell that out in dimensions that go beyond the technical and really highlight the ways in which the Chinese use of PNT has provides multiple potential avenues of leverage for the state. So obviously the first has to do with strategic stability and the issues of dependence, and when a nation is no longer dependent upon other nations, it has fewer incentives to refrain from disrupting the provision of other nations' GPS systems. And so that's self-evident, but I think the reason that it's important to articulate is that it becomes a piece of how we should think about strategic stability and the role of PNT in strategic stability. And I think it creates greater incentives for those that want to enhance stability to ensure that there is not a significant gap, either in terms of vulnerability of a GNSS system or in terms of the capabilities of a GNSS system. So I don't think it's just a question of nations wanting to be number one. I think it's a question of wanting stability, and I think that stability has to do with both the resilience and the capabilities of GNSS. And so China's success in the number of satellites in its constellation and in the features that are inherent in its system, I think should cause us to think about the global stability elements, that the questions that it raises. And so I think that's an opportunity for nations to broaden the discussion about why we care about multiple GNSS capabilities. The second argument that I would make is that as we think about BeiDou and as we think about the ways in which the Chinese have encouraged other nations to rely upon and use BeiDou, and how they have talked about military access as well as commercial access and relationships in the context of their PNT capabilities, I think it suggests that we must be mindful of the tensions within the broader system that can lead to a fragmentation of user communities and ecosystems around PNT provision. And obviously, much of what has motivated the drive toward interoperability and multiple use of multiple different GNSS systems has been a desire to provide global access and to provide redundancy that can serve a variety of uses, commercial and individual, worldwide. And it would be unfortunate if in the drive for any national system to improve and to be used in the context of bilateral relationships, if that capability were to be seen as something as either or, as oppositional, as zero sum, as opposed to creating a broader integrated set of capabilities that can be used to support PNT uses. And the final point that I wanted to share with this group is the ways in which the BeiDou system is being paired with 5G and embedded within development initiatives that have, for China, been really the backbone of its economic and diplomacy and arguably security policies of late. It has been really striking to those of us who have watched the ways in which the infrastructure sales and the other pieces of infrastructure have been portrayed as being linked to BDS in particular, and the potential for dependency that can, particularly as reinforced by standards development, create dependencies that are purely around one national set of exports. And as you think about what has been happening in the context of the Digital Silk Road, you can understand that the ability to offer highly accurate and course reinforced PNT data to countries becomes part of the argument about why this is the future, about why this is the route to the 21st century, to precision and to self-driving cars, to everything that might be leapfrogged by a more accurate access to more accurate PNT. And this is something that I think is notable. And I think, again, unfortunate to the extent that the gaps emerge in terms of what countries may understand to be either the visibility or the accuracy as enhanced by ground-based systems to use GNSS systems such that they feel like there are fundamentally choices that they're making that are reinforced through commercial relationships. And lastly and finally, I would just note that some of the capabilities that have been enhanced within BDS, and in particular, I'm thinking presentation of a Huawei analogy, the two-way messaging system and the deployment of the new Huawei, I think the Mate 5, that is a commercial cell phone that can access the two-way system. I think, again, when you think about nascent capabilities and you think about the ways in which China is in a very entrepreneurial way, seeking to provide not just more advanced capabilities, but also commercially available. At the moment, this is something that is occurring inside China, but there's absolutely no reason why this couldn't become a harbinger of things more broadly. And the little that we know about Chinese modernization, their interest not just in ground-based resiliency and more advanced PNT systems to augment what they've already developed, which has been extraordinary and impressive, but also the use of, or the interest that the government has evinced in LEO satellite constellations and what that might mean for developing future capability and uses applications in the context of Beidou, I think is something that that we'll want to be watching carefully, because it suggests really, I think, a different paradigm for thinking about PNT. And the phrase that I use in my own mind, although it's not in our paper, but is really about global connectivity. And how do states think about the future, not just in the context of GNSS, but in terms of the whole innovation of space down to sort of last mile degree of connectivity for people? And what does it mean to make sure that the Global South in particular has access to that and affordable access to that? And so these are the kinds of questions that certainly from a United States perspective and from sort of in the Washington considered part of the or invest in capability. The sense that there's a broader set of equities that the United States and its allies have in terms of open and interoperable global systems, in terms of accessibility, particularly in places in the globe that we have tended to underinvest in. I think those equities and the allies that might support them suggest to me sort of a broadening and a leavening and a multidimensionality of the conversation in the future about PNT that I think would be really fruitful and important for the nation and our friends to have. So I'll stop there, and I apologize for running a mile a minute.
Thank you very much for those insightful remarks, and the floor is now open for questions. Let me start out and ask you something. You have a distinguished career in which you've been in a lot of places. Have you taken the message as it relates to PNT elsewhere in the government? And if so, what reaction are you getting?
So we have not, in part because InQtel itself is a 501c3 that does largely, strategic investing in a nonprofit context. We don't have a robust reach arm. We don't have a robust communications arm. And so we have not typically considered it to be our ambit to be taking some of the analysis that we have provided and conveying it to users. We just don't, frankly, have the bandwidth. But I have, by virtue of one of the members of your group, convinced my own establishment, if you will, that we do need to be having those conversations with the NSC Technology Directorate, with the State Department's new special, whatever he is, ambassador, I guess, for emerging technology, and with some of the other pieces of the American policy apparat that are not DoD and not NASA, right? That broader multidimensional point of view where one looks at technology in the context of global competition that is not political as well as about national security.
Well, that's kind of interesting because it sounds like you have powerful insights into this that would be valuable to at least try out for size on some of the decision makers. But I
am committing to do that with a handful of them. It's just not what our organization is sort of designed to do. But I take your point, and I will be doing some outreach based on the paper.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Russ, please.
Thank you for a very good presentation and emphasis on how fast China is moving on these technology things. Have you looked at how China is looking at using BDS to help on their movement to export vehicles? The movement has started now with Europe. U.S. will be later, but Europe has already started, and with an emphasis on having better advanced driver assistance and moving towards better automated driving, and how the Chinese government can and is using BDS to support that effort of pushing their automotive industry to be able to successfully export.
So I don't have hard data, but I do concur with your assessment that the playbook typically is that China will develop products itself using more advanced technology and then begin to export them as part of a more integrated strategy externally. And the progress that they've made already in country in terms of the enhancements of the BDS system on the ground with core systems. I see Ranma's comment in the chat. It's not true that Beidou is more accurate than GPS. Technically, it's not true. That's what our experts would concur with. However, as augmented with core stations on the ground and integrated with 5G, the level of accuracy that Beidou is able to provide is higher in many places in the world, to include China, than GPS is in the United States. And so what China is doing today, this is what I mean about nascent capability. It's as much about where the technology can be going, and we should predict based on ways in which China has acted in the past that it might be reasonable to predict that it would be going, that the export of cars, if you think about Digital Silk Road, if you think about train stations, so Beidou, 5G, train infrastructure, automated cars. This is likely to be the path. This is what I refer to as path dependency. People are comfortable with Beidou. People are trained on Beidou. China is exporting to that country a variety of advanced infrastructure. It can argue that the future of self-driving cars, the future of precision agriculture, will be tied to the most accurate and as augmented in the context of Belt and Road, at least the promises, although it's not as developed on the ground. There are only probably a dozen places where they've already really built out the core's infrastructure, but they've got plans, they say, and agreements in some cases to do much more. That sets the stage for the kind of exporting of the future technologies to include self-driving cars that will be very appealing to countries with whom China is already engaged in financing and building fundamental infrastructure. Does that answer your question?
Great, thank you. Another question? General Hamill.
Hello, this is Mike Hamill. Likewise, I'd like to thank you for a very lucid presentation here. One of the things, we see things today in terms of products, services, ways the Chinese are trying to promote Beidou as a centerpiece of some of their political and business and security ambitions. Are there areas in your studies that maybe are less, that you've come to see as less well known that could really be some longer term threats? Things like shaping of international standards and how this interconnects with other areas that, frankly, may be getting less attention than what's getting done through belts and roads expansion and things like that.
Well, again, the country, as you all undoubtedly know better than I, the nation that leads in modernizing technology will, and particularly China's investment in international standards bodies, suggest that China will come to dominate standards unless the United States takes a fundamentally different perspective. Again, it's hard to argue now that this is occurring. It is, again, part of what I see as a nascent capability that if you look at other areas of technology in which China has moved out to develop some leading edge capabilities, and then paired it with, at least in the context of many of the cases that we have looked at in other technology areas, a sort of 101, 100-to-1 ratio of participants in the standards processes, I think we should predict that. And the only way to overcome that is for other nations to be doing as much innovation and being as committed to the standards bodies. So I don't have anything hard for you, but again, I think in the same way that we, at least in the United States, have tended to not see the signals, not connect the dots based on historical behavior, and then been quote unquote sort of surprised, and we see space for American perspectives to include technological standards be included. I just think this is an area in which the government is not paying sufficient attention. And I can't speak to all of private industry, but much of private industry is not paying attention.
Thank you. Very good. Dana, one last question. Dana, please. Dana Goward.
Yeah, hi, Sarah. Thanks for this very much. Real quick, not IQT, Sarah, maybe Harvard, Sarah, or private citizen, Sarah. Who in the U.S. government should care the most and address this problem and be in charge?
Well, you cannot address this problem unless you have DoD running front and center. But I think what has happened is that DoD's perspective has not been broadened to think about what we've typically over the last couple decades called a whole of government approach, which means thinking about the economic dimensions and the the diplomatic dimensions, but also thinking less about the equities that we have typically considered to be salient in the context of GPS, which is, our NATO allies and friends beyond with whom we have sort of formal military alliances, and thinking instead about the broader, the global South and the non-aligned countries, and even countries that we have typically been quite close to. Pakistan, for example, the Chinese Beto-based relationship has been significant. Pakistan was one of the first places in which, Beto developed sort of training programs and assistance program. The Chinese started pushing Beto in there. And so the key player is going to be DoD, because DoD is the entity that often can have the most sway in the context of a bureaucratic and budgetary decision-making process. But the people that are not yet engaged in thinking about Beto as a piece of China's foreign export technology stack are really the NSC Tech Directorate and the new person at State, Nate Fick, who is, they're beginning to think about cables, and they're thinking about servers, and they're thinking about telecommunications. They need to also be thinking about, what does space-based PNT, how does it fit into this? How does it undergird it? What does it mean if we're not modernizing as quickly, if we're not finding ways to create choice for other nations in the developing world in particular by helping them with stations that can match the accuracy of what China is providing to them? How do we create an alternative and a set of choices for the world so that we're not either creating dependencies upon the Chinese government or creating a separate ecosystem that ends up sort of bifurcating and decoupling, if you will, that global connectivity that I referenced earlier. So thank you.
This has been very thought-provoking and excellent. I really, this is Brad Parkinson. I really want to thank you for this, Sarah, and wish you a really good day. I think a round of applause is in order.
It was a pleasure to be with you, and thank you so much to my colleague for allowing us to do the switch. I'm really grateful. Work.
All right, with that, we're only going to switch gears slightly. Now, I will try again. Fiammetta Diani?
Perfect, thank you.
All right, and again, she is the head of market development at the European Agency for Space Programs in Prague, and she will be speaking about Galileo High Accuracy Service and Open Service Navigation Authentication. Over to you, please.
Okay, so thank you again, and good afternoon again from Europe, from Prague, where our headquarters is based of the EU Agency for the Space Program. So I'm going to guide you through the two new kids on the block that we have in Galileo program. But before doing it, let me just introduce you briefly to the context. So Galileo is part of our EU space program, as we call it. The European Union is becoming the first investor in Europe in space. We do cover different domains that are strategic for Europe. Navigation is one, but we recently ventured also in satellite communication with the new program IRIS². We have our Copernicus, the #1 Earth observation data provider in the world today, and we are also starting the European contribution to the SSA/SST. And we also do an approach that is very user and market oriented. So, and the synergic among these components of our space program. So we target users that go from agriculture to maritime to security and surveillance and so on. And in this context, I'm talking to you from this agency. It's called the USPA, the EU Agency for the Space Program. We are actually in charge of the service and operation, especially of Galileo and the navigation part that you heard about, but also of the security of the different components of this space program. And last but not least, my areas of developing the market, the application, and providing innovative solution. Maybe you have heard about, but just a word, we have a quite good tool of market intelligence that covered the worldwide scenario for GNSS and Earth observation. We analyze 17 market segments downstream, and we also do forecast for the next 10 years of the economic growth. And this has been a very good tool for companies who need to invest, but also for the private investors. So it's good reading. If you didn't have the possibility to do it yet, I invite you to have a look to it. But let's come to the topic of today. So first of all, I would like to explain you about the high accuracy service. So the service is today already operational. It's a decision we made back in 2018. And the idea was to have a service that interprets a trend that we are having in GNSS. So as you know better than me, you have there the most expert of GNSS. We are facing an increase of accuracy along the decades from the selective availability down to the current possibilities with the PPP. In addition, we wanted to offer a service that is partially covered maybe by other services, but not in the unique way we are providing it. So we wanted something that is global, that is free, but is also giving a certain performance guarantee, 24/7 operation guarantee. And we interpreted also the user demands. We work on a daily basis with the users, and we understood that there was room and a request for this kind of service. And we provide a service that can be used as such, but it can also offer the building block to create also more innovative and precise services. So going beyond the performance that we offer as provider, also generating new businesses and generating new venture in the field. And we use our own Galileo infrastructure. So what it is actually, so is correction for satellite orbit, clock, and signal biases. And it's based on, the correction can be provided in two ways. One is directly from the satellites via the E6 signal, and the other one is via internet for connected receivers. The typical accuracy that we target is at the decimeter level after convergence, and with a precise point positioning a PVP receiver. And we provide almost a global service for free. We will see also this a bit more in details. So if we compare, for example, a Galileo GPS standard positioning with the high accuracy horizontal, we reach an horizontal accuracy 95% of less than 10 centimeters. So this is just to picture which kind of accuracy we are talking about. So how does it work? So we are using, as I said, our Galileo sensor station around the world. We have a service center that is located in Madrid that compute and generate the high accuracy data that are then transferred to our two control centers, one in Germany, one in Italy, and to the uplink station to arrive to our space segment and satellites. As I said, the initial service area is worldwide, even if there is some areas that we currently, where we provide the correction, but we cannot guarantee for the moment the performances, simply because we don't have enough data from this area to be improved for the future. You will find all the details about the service in our service definition document that is public in our service center that I mentioned. So there you will have all the details about the performances, the performance commitment, and the service area. So what we have in mind as application, we were talking before a bit about them. So first of all, the family of the professional application where, let's say, traditionally the high accuracy has been used, to a bit democratize and make it more used, this kind of services of high accuracy compared to the standards. But also, it was mentioned before in the previous speech and questions, the automotive market, better connected and automated driving. It's an emerging case for us and a lot of interest upcoming. but also other kind of autonomous robot. And we're working quite extensively with the drones service provider that require accurate navigation. But this is just some example, because we do think that there are several class of application in both professional and let's say more commercially or safety of life sensitive markets. And we have in front of us the challenge of the mass market. We already see some example, but still we have to see a wider adoption. How the user can use the high accuracy. So we have two cases, the standalone mode and the assisted mode. So in the first case, the signal is received directly via the satellites. In the second case, is received via internet. So for example, via Wi-Fi or via 5G mobile communication. In both cases, it's required to have a PVP algorithm at the level of the receiver. And if I go a bit more in details about the application and how we supported them. So we set up, for example, our agency set up a set of tools to be ready with the receivers for when the service has been declared. And in this, we supported the development of a certain number of receiver and also the reference algorithm and the user terminal that we use for service validation, but I will go back to it. And this was also the opportunity for us to engage the key stakeholders in a testing phase that we had in 2021 and 2022 that permitted us to be ready for the current phase that is already operational, as I said. We think that more and more receiver will become commercially available. We already have quite some receivers on the market, and we know that many of them are under development, but very close to the launch on the market. And we are supporting the community of receiver manufacturer with the consultation, but also technical support in different kind of receivers and application domain for a quicker and better implementation. So as I said, we are already operational in what we call the initial services. In the short term, what our message is, please start to use it or help us to build this user community. We will have more and more receivers in the market. We will continue to support as USPA, and we will also publish our reference algorithm to try to democratize the use of the high accuracy service. But we have also some ambitions more in the long term. We would like to have a full service where we target increased global performances and better accuracy. For Europe in particular, we will provide atmospheric corrections and so have a faster positioning. And also we are thinking about authentication of the high accuracy service and error characterization. So this, let me go to our second kid of the block, a kid that is not operational yet as the previous one, but is close to it. I will go also more in detail. So this is the authentication on the open service of Galileo. It's the first step of the Galileo program to ensure robustness of user navigation for civilian use. And we are already providing and broadcasting the signal, even if we didn't declare it operational yet. So what it is about? It is about digital signature with using Tesla key that provide the authentication of the navigation data, the navigation message data. To use it, you need to have an OSNMA-enabled receiver. And we also here, we are working with the receiver communities, and we already have many ready to launch as soon as we will declare operational the service. It's not a difficult implementation. I will go through it. It's based on public key, and it gives to the user the information if the navigation data are genuinely coming from the satellites or not. And so this is the main information that is given to the user via their operating system or application provider. So I will not go in all the details for time reason, but so what are the minimal capabilities or characteristics that a receiver need to have to use authentication? It could be, we need to have at least the E1 frequency, However, we can authenticate also the E5, so it works also for dual frequency receiver. So the required components is the E1B. We have no specific need of storage of data from receiver side, so it's quite a simple implementation that don't use a lot of memory of a lot of characteristic of the receiver. There is a request that is to have a time synchronization in the receiver. We know that not all provide this, and so we are working with the manufacturer so that it can be possible. But we are targeting with OSNMA really the mass market receivers, so the ones that go in our smartphones or wearables and so on. So where we stand with this new feature. So we are in what we call a public testing phase. We enter in this phase in November 2021. So we are actually already broadcasting the authentication signal. We are receiving user feedback. We are supporting the application or program developer in the implementation. And we are fine-tuning our service in view of the service, let's say, rollout, official rollout, that we do expect to happen toward the end of this year. So in this public testing phase, we are targeting 3 areas. We are targeting the system area, so validating our own services and fine-tuning some elements of the ICD. But we are also using it, as we did also for the high accuracy, to engage the stakeholders, the user, and to be ready for larger adoption. And we are also getting lessons learned for the future, so to improve also and to create new services. How you can join this OSNMA test phase? This is still possible. In our website of the Galileo Service Center, the GNSS Service Center, you will find all the information how to join it. So we are targeting actually, let's say, informed users, such as receiver manufacturer, application developer, or researchers. So we are not targeting already the final users, of course, in this phase. But if you want to join the campaign, it's still possible, and I invite you to have a look. How is going? Because we are already testing since a while, so we have some information. We do believe that the performance we are experiencing are pretty good in terms of both availability and also of effectiveness of the authentication signal. So you see here some data. Of course, here and there we have some performances that are not ideal, but that's why we are doing a testing phase, so we are fine-tuning them. We also have published a quarterly performance reports that you can also consult. So if you want to dig a bit more inside on the performances of this phase, it is also possible. And just to be a bit practical, so if somebody wants to venture to understand more of OSNMA, we have a set of public documents that are made available. We have already published the ICD, the interface control document. This is for the service phase. So it's already the one that will characterize the service from the end of this year and to the next years. So it permits already to the manufacturer to build the final receiver. We have also published the guidelines for the receiver manufacturer. So if I want to implement it and I don't know where to start from, I can have a guidance to do it. And finally, we have prepared what we call the info note. Is actually, if I may, a sort of service description, service definition, in which you will see also how to use it, what are the target users, and how can be really make value out of this service. So as I said before, so we are now in this finalization of the testing phase, and we do expect to have the service declaration at the end of the year. For this reason, we already published the ICD, and we already made available the cryptographic material to be able to be ready really at the start with all the products. And we are looking forward to see it roll out. So my final message is that OSNMA is already ready. The service declaration will be achieved soon, and we invite you to please use it and to help us to build this user community. So that's all from my side, and I'm available for questions. There is also two colleagues with me that are the people in charge of these services in the agency, Javier and Javier, they're both the same name. So we are here to answer your question.
Very nice. Thank you for that. And throw the floor open for questions. Does someone have something General James.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you said for the high accuracy service it required a PPP equipped receiver. Are the majority of Galileo receivers in the civil sector equipped with that today, or is that something you're looking at for the future?
Yes, so we don't know that there are receivers that are already equipped with the PPP algorithm, but of course not all of them. This is also why we would like to make available our reference algorithm so that it can be used, or it can inspire also the development of PPP algorithm at receiver level.
All right. Other questions or comments? This is very enlightening, and I think in terms of the authentication in particular, you're certainly leading the pack, so to speak. I don't hear any, so how about a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to do this. Probably not. What time is it over there? It must be towards the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, 8:20 is a bit, let's say, evening time. But it was a pleasure, and so thank you for your attention. And if any question will come, we will stay some additional minutes, and we can answer them, or we can answer offline.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and we will move on to the. Let's see, is the next speaker Allison? Is she here? All right. So the next speaker is well known to the PNT community, having been here almost from the start, Dr. Allison Brown, President and CEO of NAVSys Corporation, and also the co-founder of the ION Satellite Navigation Conference. And she will be speaking to us as the PNT as a service, the solution benefits, and she calls it PNT small AAS. Allison?
Thank you very much. Some of you already know NAVSys. It's great to see some, shall we say, old faces here. NAVSys, we've been in operation since 1986, and our mission has been to develop advanced position navigation timing technologies. Just to give you an idea of some of the things we were involved with, NAVSys actually fielded the very first GPS cell phone. It's actually on display in the Smithsonian today, and the technology that was developed there evolved into the standards that we have today. Similarly, we developed the wide area augmentation system, and the first implementations of that, which were carried through the first few generations of the FAA's program, to prove the concept and then transition the technology into Raytheon and Novotel. So we've been involved, even as a small business, in some pretty advanced looking technologies that we're very proud to have seen get into operation. So what I'm going to be talking to you today is what we feel at NAVSys could very well be the next big thing in PNT. I hope you'll understand what I'm talking about when I show you the next slides. And we've been developing this to date through SBIR contracts with the government. And just this month, in fact, or last month, we received the approval to release this information for public distribution. So I'm pleased to be here today sharing with you what we've been doing, because we see this as being a capability that can basically be an open architecture to encourage participation from different partners, government, industry, and international. What we've been focusing on with this technology development is looking at the area where we have integrated inertial and clock devices, which are capable of providing operation during short periods in the absence of GPS. But we need to have solutions that basically will extend into over long periods to keep those devices from growing with unbounded errors. So we're not looking at solutions that basically would replace GPS, but would supplement assured PNT devices that are already designed to work with GPS, but that continue to allow those devices to operate in the absence of GPS, both over extended periods of time and also over large distances, and ultimately for global operations. What we're focusing on here is what's called in the trade signals of opportunity. So in other words, rather than putting out new signals in space, new system capabilities, what we're actually using are signals that are already available and are designed primarily for use for other purposes. So comparing the operation of a GNSS system over a SATCOM that can be used as a signal of opportunity, there's a lot of similarities and obviously a lot of differences. So in the similarities, first of all, if you go look at the RF spectral characteristics, SATCOMs actually have about the same received power on the ground that a GPS or GNSS satellite does. They've got usually higher bandwidth than GNSS. But the key differences are that basically they're designed to carry digital data. So whereas a GNSS satellite has a known code modulation, a PRN code on it, the SATCOM satellites are broadcasting essentially random data, which is their purpose. What that means is that in order to receive the SATCOM signals, you need high-gain antennas. So they're maximizing their throughput of data through the bandwidth allocations they have, and they rely on gain at the antenna in order to be able to demodulate and receive the data. GNSS, of course, is using spread spectrum, so it can work with an omni antenna to get processing gain and doesn't require these types of additional gain on the antenna that the SATCOMs do. Another key difference between the SATCOMs and the GNSS is the frequency allocations. All of the GNSS systems are basically operating in L-band. And for those of us who've gone through and looked at different evolutions, bringing other GNSS systems online, getting access to other frequencies for PNT, that is a huge, huge challenge. So whereas there's been looked at fielding potentially PNT solutions in space that could broadcast PNT-like signals in different frequency bands, getting those allocations is probably one of the hardest parts going forward. ComSat satellites already have them, and they have extremely broad frequency allocations. So what the PNT as a service solution was designed to do is to basically provide augmentation that would allow any SATCOM signal to be used for PNT. So essentially, rather than launching new satellites or new capabilities, what we have the capability of doing is taking these signals of opportunity, which we've been developing, testing this with existing commercial satellites, and what we add is the concept of putting a publisher on the ground. So essentially, by installing one publishing station, we call it a monitor station, that is basically looking at that satellite. What we do is we put the capability into the ground system to be able to associate the time of arrival of a segment of the satellite signal that is being broadcast. So essentially what that means is in the ground station, if we look at a very short snapshot of the SATCOM signal, the content, the random content in that signal itself becomes the code of the second for that satellite. And by publishing that snapshot, we're using an IoT protocol, along with the associated time of arrival of that snapshot to a reference clock that's maintained at the monitor station. We now have the same information that we do in a GNSS, which is we know the code, the data that's included in the snapshot, and we know the timing of that code. But we do it without having to have any precise clocks on the satellites or any known codes being broadcast. Any of the subscribers can subscribe to this service over the network, and they basically can do what we call a smart data pull, in that depending on what frequencies they're designed to operate with, and also we have in our receivers, we're putting in real-time spectral awareness of the environment they're operating in. They can select which of these signals of opportunity to subscribe to from a monitor station, and when they receive it, they apply it to update their embedded APNT solutions. We rely on network operations, so the operations that we're looking at today are all ones that have access to broadband network connectivity. But what this allows is basically to provide equivalent precision performance to the existing PNT systems using these signals of opportunity. So kind of the difference here, as I said, we have basically the PRN codes now, but these are now published by the monitor station just using the natural signals that are already there on the SATCOM. We have the timestamps, but again, those are associated with the monitor, so we're not relying on the satellites themselves having any kind of precision clocks on board. And what we require is network access now to the PNT as a service data service rather than using the navigation data modulation that, of course, the GNSS satellites. The limitations of this now, because we have so many different satellite systems available, are basically what the capability is at the receiver. So we're testing this with multiple different antennas. We use multiple omnis at different bands in order to be able to leverage the huge frequency allocations that we've now got access to. And in this case, we don't need phased arrays at the receivers. We just need an omni because, again, we're getting the processing gain from the PNT as a service snapshot data that we're receiving over the network. The other thing we do is to keep the size, weight, and power down of the user equipment is we're using a single-channel receiver that we've designed as a software-defined radio that's designed to be able to switch between frequencies literally on a millisecond to millisecond level, and to be able to capture time, its internal snapshots at a very precise time mark, so we can synchronize the capture at the user end using the PNT as a service protocol to communicate what times the monitor stations will be capturing data at the publishing end. So these are example of frequencies. Oops. I'm not sure why it's showing that in the corner. But these are examples of frequencies and satellites that we've basically have the capability to use with our radios. And you'll notice we have a combination of GEO, MEO, and LEO satellites that are all available. These are all existing frequency allocations that have been made on a global band. And as we start going up C-band and above, we're getting way away from L-band, which of course is where the biggest threat is today to the GNSS systems. And we're operating also over a much broader frequency range than any of the L-band allocations. By putting the awareness into the receiver to enable it to be able to detect what frequencies are being interfered with, then we can basically tie it in and what signals are suitable for it to use and what are not being denied in its environment. So the CONOPS is, what we've been doing is we've been establishing what we call the PNT as a service server. This is the mechanism through which we publish which signals are available. We have monitor stations, which right now have our equipment in them. Currently, this picture is showing the ones located at NAVSIS, but we're installing monitor stations just very, very shortly at locations at different ground earth stations that are being operated by our partners and integrating them with their existing SATCOM infrastructure. It's already being used to handle communications with the satellites. The reference SDR can be co-located with the monitor. It doesn't have to be, and that is what is publishing the time of arrival data associated relative to a master clock. We're currently using GPS receivers to provide us the master clock, but ultimately we'd like to see us tied back directly to USNL, NIST master time references. And then the remote SDR is designed to operate in an ultra-tightly coupled fashion with an inertial and a clock device. As far as the users are concerned, it's getting continuous PNT, but it's actually getting a continuous PNT output from the inertial and clock. But the inertial and clock quality is maintained through the updates that we're getting through the PNT as a service and the software-defined radio correlation. This is basically just a layout of what our current software-defined radio looks like. We have units that we've been using for development, and we're also providing these units as development kits to our partners so they can integrate this into their own products. Some of the capabilities, though, through the SDR, we've got this ability to do time-synced fast sequencing through hundreds of different signals at different frequencies. And this is where we can do this smart pull. So essentially, we can be sequencing through different frequencies. We can look at which frequencies are available in the and not being attacked, and then we can do a smart subscription to the monitor stations that are publishing the PNT as a service data for those particular signals. This is tightly coupled with the inertial device. And we're basically, we have the capability in there. We're doing real-time FFTs so that that assists with our correlation, and also gives us the real-time situational awareness, which we've got tied in with a machine learning algorithm that basically does the selection of the data. This is an example of some of the signals we're using. There are literally hundreds of different signals and satellites that are operating just over the U.S. alone that are in the C, KU, and more are being put up in Ka band as well. You can see this is a Galaxy 30 satellite that we've been testing with. It has about a 38 dB signal-to-noise ratio within the North American coverage. SES-2's KU band, but as I said, we have hundreds of these that we can select and operate with. And these satellites are operating on a global basis through different international SATCOM operators. Now, GPS, of course, geometry is a key thing. But one of the things that, if you roll back in time, before GPS was implemented, the first satellites were actually called the Navstar satellites, which was a Navy program. The Air Force was actually exploring an architecture called System 621B, which was near geo satellites. So in other words, it's always been well understood that you don't have to have, these constellations, these MEO constellations, the multiple planes and so forth to do PNT. And this is basically showing you what the geometry looks like this is assuming 6 global geos and altitude aiding, and assuming you have a calibrated clock. The question then gets to how do you calibrate the clock, which I'll show on the next chart. But this actually shows that basically you can get a 4 degree of freedom update, with the existence of altitude aiding at higher latitudes. Where things fall apart, of course, are at the poles where you can't track geosatellites, and also at the equator where the geometry just falls apart because everything lines up in the equatorial plane. Nice things about geos, though, persistent coverage. What happens when you start mixing LEOs into this is you get a complementary geometry. And a single LEO satellite, as it transits across the sky, essentially gives you a 2 degree of freedom update. So essentially, if you have geos that are providing persistent coverage, and periodically you get one LEO pass, that is sufficient to calibrate the clock. And in the ultra-tightly coupled solution where we're integrating this, we're using this, remember, to update and calibrate the inertial and clock within the radio. This gives sufficient geometry in order to operate. So I've seen a lot of analysis. People have been looking at LEO, PNT, satellite constellations, things like that. They're looking at still in the conventional sense, where how do I get 4 degree of freedom geometry? The point is, when you look at this as a coupled solution with inertial and clock, you do not need that. Just a single pass complemented by persistent coverage from geo signals of opportunity is sufficient to give you a very robust 4 degree of freedom solution. So when you combine this together, this is kind of showing you what you get. It fills in the gaps. It gives you good geometry. And we've got partnerships with multiple SATCOM vendors. This is showing an example footprint with OneWeb that we're going to be testing with very shortly. And this is giving you, for example, a KU band path as the satellite goes overhead that you can use for a navigation update. This is just showing you some of the actual data that we get. On the left is the signal-to-noise ratio. The Eutelsat and the Galaxy 1630, these are operating on C-band, and then we have SES-2 operating at KU band. And you'll see that the signals are extremely strong. They're giving us very good performance. The KUs actually are giving us some of the best performance. We think that's partly to do with the fact that some of the C-band allocations, we've now got terrestrial transmitters operating close to them. And you can also see here, these are the actual, These are the actual time of arrival observations that we get. This is actually clock that we're seeing drifting. You can kind of see the clock. It's holding, but it's giving us some variation. But the spread on this is only about 4 meters RMS. So we can get extremely good accuracy from the PNT as a service distributed data, cross-correlating that with these commercial SATCOM signals. This is just showing some navigation results. We've kind of mixed in some L-band signals of opportunity for doing calibration. We conclude the GEO satellites for doing the KU and the C-band. You can see, again, we're getting very good continuous performance where the inertial and the clock are doing a very good job of holding the PNT performance in between receiving the updates through the PNT as a service data distribution network. This is showing you what happens when you go to GEO only, and you don't mix in. And you can see that with a reasonable clock, and this is a Wenzel OCXO, it reaches about 150 meters steady state. If we were using a CSAC, we would actually do better than this. Because although inertials today are much better than they used to be, they are really the dominant error source in the drift. A CSAC will give you only about 11 meters equivalent PNT error performance drift in 1 hour. We have no inertials other than some super duper multi-million dollar systems that will approach that. So by putting a very precise clock in, again, ultra tightly coupled with the SDR, we get the advantage of essentially an inertial that's better than anything that's out in the field today that gives us this 1 degree of freedom. So the solution benefits. We've basically, the problem is all GNS is in L-band. If you use other SATCOM signals like Iridium, they're also in L-band, they're still vulnerable. Getting access to these additional frequencies is a challenge if you look at putting up a dedicated solution. And so getting up to basically, we can operate from 3 to 30 gigahertz by FDRs, but the thought of putting up a constellation to do that, it's not so much the satellite technology, it's the frequency allocations. So instead what we're doing is we're using these existing frequency allocations, these existing signals in space, and by adding in 1 monitor station per satellite, we can make that satellite a PNT source. So it's incredibly cost effective over putting this capability in space. We do rely on having network access, but as these networks are being deployed and we're getting these broadband network, we are adding this capability to ride on top of them, again with our partners, so that they can provide this capability and leverage these massive satellite constellations also for PNT through this PNT as a service architecture. So what we're doing at NASA is we, as I said, have developed the system. We've done extensive testing in live jammed environments as well. We've demonstrated compatibility with multiple satellite constellations, and we've built the monitor stations that can be integrated into the existing ground air stations. We have established partnerships with multiple SATCOM vendors who are going through tests and trials, integrating this capability into their architecture to offer this PNT as a service data through the open architecture solution that we've developed at NASA. Similarly, we've also been developing the user equipment, and again, our business model at NASA has always been we license technology. We have a PNT technology called InterNav that is literally in thousands of different commercial and military systems today, although not under the NASA brand, it's branded by our partner. So these, the SOAP SDR, which stands for Signal of Opportunity Open Architecture, PNT SDR, this is a capability that we provide to these same customers for embedding into their own PNT solutions. This is giving you an idea of the extensive Intelsat 1 network just through installing our equipment at one teleport. This is the teleport at Castle Rock, which is just north of our locations. You can see we get access to all of the Intelsat satellites listed in that. And so right now our equipment will handle 8 integrations at once. So one of our receivers in one of these teleports will give you 8 PNT satellites. OneWeb, as we're closely partnered with them, they're deploying their satellites, and one of the vulnerabilities that many of the PLEO providers have recognized is they rely on GPS too. And if you're an investor making a multi-billion-dollar investment into a PLEO constellation and you have a single point of failure, such as GPS, it does raise questions from the investors. So they are all seriously considering alternatives so that they reduce that vulnerability. This is basically what OneWeb is offering. Through their ground infrastructure, they've been teaming with, who's been doing testing, and they see a number of different applications, both civil and military, where this technology is of benefit. So in conclusion, we're providing, the PNT as a service architecture provides precision PNT in the absence of GPS without requiring additional space infrastructure. It's using existing satellite communication services as signal of opportunity, and as new SATCOM services come on, through the architecture we developed, we have proven we can bring on their satellite and their signals in space through the same architecture. We did an experiment with Iridium, in collaboration with Satels. They provided us their ICD. We had the system integrated within 2 weeks and operating through our PNT as a service architecture. The accuracies approach GPS. The SATCOM frequencies are extensive. As I said, 3 to 30 gigahertz provides extreme levels of resilience in the presence of interference. By integrating this architecture with the master clocks at USNO and NIST, we've got a robust way of tying the PNT as a service master time back to GPS, even in the absence of GPS. So where we have taken us so far, and I hope that this group might endorse this idea, is we would like to see the government stands up a pilot program. We are working with anybody who is interested in leveraging this type of service technology to offer this service using their existing satellite signals or infrastructure. This is why it's key that I'm here today talking to you, and I'm delighted our government sponsors have given me the permission to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Allison. Turns out I heard you about 3 days ago, but it was shorter because you had less time at plans. Questions? Anyone have a... yes, Frank, please.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. Thanks. So my understanding of this, from what I saw, is the user equipment's going to sample some data and then wait till it gets those data bits so it can do the correlation.
Correct. Yeah.
So what's the latency in generally before you can do that?
It depends on the network, and the architecture, the protocol that we're using is based on an IoT protocol, which is designed to work actually in challenged operations. Because even when you're working over a cell phone, you're going to see dropouts. Okay, so it can be anywhere from seconds to minutes. Is the answer. It completely, but because we are only using that data to update and keep the inertial navigation solution bounded, the latency actually really doesn't affect us that much.
Another question? Do we have anyone else who would like to?
This one.
Who? Oh, Logan.
Oh, sorry.
Shout it out, Logan.
Hey, Allison, that was very interesting. Neat stuff as always. My question is this. The key limitation in any of this is getting your local reference from the monitor station to your rover out in the field. And any thoughts about what kind of optimal bandwidth signal you want to pick? And what I mean by that is if I pick a really wideband signal, then my local reference starts getting large in size in terms of number of bits. If I pick a narrowband signal, then my local reference that I need to convey over to the rover out in the field is fairly small. Any thoughts on how you might choose which bandwidth you want to operate with?
Well, again, what we do with the monitor stations is we publish the data. So we allow the user equipment to basically do an intelligent pull. That's one of the real advantages of the IoT protocol that we're using, is it actually puts the subscriber in control, not the publisher. So the concept is, if you've got narrowband signals, fine, publish them. If you've got wideband signals, great, publish them. There's a trade, though, between power and bandwidth, okay? So we can work with very, very short signal snapshots if the signal has enough receive power, okay? So it's not as simple as, if we have a very strong signal and it's broadband, that's great. We just take a short snapshot and it's fine. Whereas that might be a better solution than a more narrowband signal where we have to have a longer correlation time to bring it out. Also, a lot of we do this in basically what we call a cooperative and a non-cooperative mode. Non-cooperative is we've got dishes on the top of our building and we're doing this. You know, we don't have to have any assistance or help from any of the satellite operators. We're just using their natural transmissions. Cooperative, though, is that as the SATCOMs are evolving, they're moving to more and more advanced digital protocols. And in those digital, just like LTE with there's LTE standards for extracting time of arrival from the LTE networks. Those are open standards, very well understood. Well, the physics of the problem are the same. So you don't see currently the SATCOM vendors publishing and saying, oh, this is my protocol. They're all adapting LTE and it's their own secret source. But through our collaboration with them, we're actually testing with their digital protocols, which allow us to use the same type of technology that LTE applies to get the time of arrival. Now, the time of arrival doesn't give us a time of transmission because there isn't a clock on that satellite that's synced. But that data associated with a reference that can make that gives you the same observation as the non-cooperative solutions do. So we see, again, going forward, there's a hybrid of those approaches, and we think that the ability to make cooperative observations is going to be extremely powerful. The biggest challenge, quite frankly, I see with that, there was a SLAM meeting that went on just a few weeks ago. I don't know if any of you were at it, where they were talking about PNT using satellites. The government has never made a business case that is attractive to any of the SATCOM vendors to offer this service. You know, they're excited about working with us because we're actually very low cost to add this in. But even so, there's still got to be a business case for a SATCOM vendor to want to do this. So this is one of the reasons I'm really asking that the government look at establishing a pilot program. We need to both be able to establish this, demonstrate this, put the capabilities together, and also develop a business case. Because one thing you can't do in the commercial world is you can't compete against free. We had the same problem with overhead imagery. Maxar managed to create a business because they had the help of the government. They would never have been able to do it without their help because NGA was out offering data for free. Who was going to buy that? Who was going to buy their product when the government's giving free data? Well, in a way, we have the same challenge with GPS. Because GPS is free, and I love that it's free, don't get me wrong, what's the incentive for anybody to develop another alternative solution? So here we have already this huge multi-billion, trillion-dollar investments that are being made by the commercial world for communications. They are natural signals that can be used for PNT. But there has to be an incentive here, and the government needs to be the one to start. You know, we keep hearing we've got to protect critical infrastructure. Well, I'm throwing down the gauntlet now and say, look, these are existing satellite systems. We don't need a huge multi-billion-dollar investment to go launch and put in this type of infrastructure. What we need is a business case that incentivizes these existing SATCOM vendors to also offer PNT as a service.
Well, I applaud your effort.
Hello. There we go. Thank you, Allison. I think we'll conclude the questions now. I understand that the studio audience might have some. The ground rules for this particular advisory board, questions are only given by the advisory board. I apologize for that, and I would suggest that if someone has a burning question, please go to Allison and ask her. I don't mean to shut off conversation, but those are the ground rules, and Thad isn't here to enforce them, so I guess it's up to me to be the ogre. I apologize. Allison, thank you very much. It's good to see you again, and a round of applause. And with that, what I'd like to do is quit a few minutes early, and we have a sense of urgency in terms of the second session today, so I would like everyone to look carefully at their chronometer. That's your watch. And we'll come back at 3:10. 3:10, folks, and then the hammer will come down. So we are temporarily whatever we are. Sir.
So how are you capturing actions? So let me give you an example. When the lady talked about the China situation, I'm having a 5G moment. We were asleep at the wheel on 5G standards and some of the
Could we take our seats, please? Now, what if we had a board meeting and nobody showed up? Here we go. So while we're waiting to assemble, I'd like to ask a very important question. Mr. Goward, what is the time?
Sir, I'm greatly embarrassed and deeply humiliated that the inner workings and hidden mechanisms of my chronometer are in such great accord with those sidereal movements by which time is most generally reckoned that I cannot hope to state with any reasonable degree of accuracy the correct time. However, it is approximately 1500 hours, 12 minutes, 34 seconds, and 2 ticks.
That was plebe knowledge in case you didn't recognize it, and the Coast Guard evidently had the same set of nonsensical but somewhat fun responses. It's part of the Ring Knocker Club.
Can he tell us the time in bells?
Yeah, I bet he can. I bet he can. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Six bells. 6 bells. Or it was 6 bells a short time ago. All right, enough of that. And let's proceed. Another interesting presentation is before us by Ms. McKenna Young, Associate Fellow with the Aerospace Security Project, Center for Strategic and International Studies. I know she's here. There she is. And this has just been released, so this information is still warm, as it were, having just come out of the oven. 3023 Space Threat Assessment, Trends in Development, Testing, and Use of Counter-Space Weapons. Of course, this is at the unclassified level, but nonetheless, I think we'll find it interesting. Thank you very much, and welcome, McKenna.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here and be part of this very interesting conversation. As was said, my name is McKenna Young, and I'm an associate fellow at the Aerospace Security Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, which is a think tank located in Washington, D.C. So today I'll be telling you a bit about our organization and the work that we do, and the current threat landscape, and a counterspace assessment by country, which comes from our recently published Space Threat Assessment 2023, which is an annual report. This is the 6th iteration of this report that details counterspace capabilities from China, Russia, India, Iran, and North Korea, as well as some others. So a bit about us. CSIS is a nonprofit bipartisan think tank with over 200 scholars who focus on regional and functional issues spanning the globe. Our team at the Aerospace Security Project focuses on space issues that span national security space, civil and commercial space, as well as air power and cross-domain integration. Our mission is to educate and inform the public debate, largely by producing in-depth analysis, as can be seen here in some of our most recent reports. Notably, all of our published work at CSIS is unclassified. Our deputy director and myself do not hold clearances, while scholars at CSIS can have clearances that are held elsewhere. All the work that we do is based on open source research and is unclassified. On the left here, you can see we had a report in December of 2022 called Low Orbit High Stakes, all in on the LEO broadband competition, which looks at Starlink, Kuiper, OneWeb, and what China is doing in the LEO broadband space. This report in the middle is our Space Threat Assessment 2023, which just came out on April 14th, which is what I'll be focusing on today. And on the right is a paper called Defense Against the Dark Arts in Space, which is a follow-on to our annual Space Threat Assessment, giving a broad overview, largely focused to policymakers on initial steps to protect space assets from the counter space capabilities that we lay out in our report. I now talk a bit about the current threat landscape and what is changing in space, so why we do this report every year. I'll get into this a bit more in the following slides, but space is becoming more diverse, more international, more commercial, more disruptive with new entrants and new commercial missions, more disordered with a lack of widely accepted norms and gaps in current laws and treaties, which makes it all more dangerous. As leaders like to say, we have these juicy targets in space and a proliferation of counterspace capabilities which threaten them. So more diverse, it's no longer dominated by just the US and Russia. Here we have two charts of data analysis that can be found on our website. On the left, it looks at the space environment for total launches by country, and the right is payloads launched by country. We can see China is in orange, Russia in blue, and the United States in yellow. So this shows that on both graphs, up until about the mid-1990s, space launch and space payloads launched were dominated by Russia and to a smaller extent the United States. In the late 1990s, and you can see that China begins to really ramp up their launches. And then if you look at the very tail end of the payloads launched by countries graph, there's a very large spike in US launches. This comes from Starlink, who've placed almost 4,000 satellites in orbit as of right now. This has caused things to be more disruptive. As we can see, we start in the 1950s and 60s with exclusively government, largely military missions from the United States and Russia. Even if satellites were, at that point in time, commercial in nature, they were heavily subsidized and drew on technology from the government. Looking forward to around the 1990s, commercial space started to pick up with commercial remote sensing and commercial communication satellites being launched, but a lot of these systems were still very much dependent on the government for various reasons. Which brings us to today, where the center of innovation is arguably in the commercial market, and commercial companies are leading the way. This has brought down the size of satellites, the speed at which they are able to be produced, the cost of launch, and the number of satellites that can be launched at once. As of today, almost 85% of all satellites in orbit are commercial, which really brings this point home. A great example of this commercial dominance can be compared to this image on the top right. These are Planet Dove Earth imaging satellites, which are about the size of a shoebox, are able to be launched by the dozens and have a resolution of about 3 to 4 meters. They're not exquisite systems, but because they have so many satellites, they can get a much higher revisit rate to get a fuller picture. These can be compared to the image in the top left, which is of the now declassified Corona Spy satellite, which also has a resolution of about 3 to 4 images and was about the size of a school bus. These used wet film that had to be sent back down to be developed, and so this is just a great example of how far the commercial sector has been able to iterate from these early systems. And then here we just have a few images of what particularly the commercial sector is working on in the future, which can be seen in things like 3D printing in space, on-orbit servicing and refueling, as well as asteroid mining. This has led everything to be more disordered. Laws and regulations are not keeping pace. I can give 2 great examples that we like to use that talk about US regulations. On the left here, these Space Bee nanosatellites are about the size of a Rubik's Cube and include 4 satellites stacked on top of each other. They went to get licensed and went to the FCC. The FCC denied their license, not because anything was wrong with the radio system on the satellite, but because they thought it was too small to be tracked, and they were worried about space situational awareness. Unfortunately, they went through an intermediary who notified that everything was good to go with these satellites, and they launched on an Indian space launch vehicle. This was, not the government of India's fault for, it's not their responsibility to check in that the U.S. companies have been properly regulated. They just got bad information, which shows how easy it is to have these gaps. On the right-hand side, we have 2 pictures from SpaceX missions, the Falcon 9 second stage video feed and the Falcon Heavy Spaceman car launch. These both included, you can see cameras that look down on the Earth as the satellites were launching. NOAA has to regulate all cameras that are on board satellites or launching systems, and SpaceX, I don't think, was aware of this and just launched these these rockets with cameras on them. They did this almost a dozen times before NOAA was made aware. In the middle of a launch, NOAA just shut down their video feed, and just as another great example of how easy it is to misread or just not have knowledge of regulations. They got things sorted out now, and it's much easier to get cameras regulated for launch, but this is just an example of how easy it is to ignore these regulations. And then our fourth G, this has all made space more dangerous, particularly because we have a much greater dependence on space. Ourselves and our allies and partners have become much more dependent on space across the full spectrum of combat operations, as well as everyday civilian uses. Our adversaries know that, and it can become an Achilles heel. If we want to be able to project power over long distances, there really is no substitute for the capabilities that space provides. And so what we've seen is that our adversaries have developed and are proliferating a wide range of counter-space weapons, which is what we focus on in our annual space threat assessment. So at CSIS, we split these counter-space threats into 4 main groups. The first, on the upper left-hand side, is kinetic physical, so things like direct ascent ASAT tests or ground station attacks that completely destroy a segment of a satellite or a ground station. On the upper right, we have non-kinetic physical, which are things like lasers, high-powered microwaves, which can disrupt parts of the satellite without actually physically destroying them. And then the bottom 2 are what we're seeing a lot more in our most recent reports, which are electric counterspace capabilities that deal the most with uplink and downlink jamming, as well as spoofing, and then cyber capabilities, which deal with the corruption of data and command and control. In each report, we have this very overwhelming chart, which talks more about the threat characteristics. 2 that I'll highlight are non-kinetic physical, so things like laser dazzling and blinding. The awareness is, only the satellite operator may be aware. It's hard to get a confirmation of success, and it may be reversible. Similarly, electronic with downlink jamming can be reversible. The satellite operator will be aware, but they may not have to make the public aware, and there's limited confirmation of success. So we detail all the different threat characteristics in these 4 categories. And then we also think about dual-use capabilities. So these are 2 examples from a commercial company based in the United Kingdom, which is working on orbital debris mitigation. On the left-hand side, you can see here this kind of harpoon that reaches out and grabs onto an object in space and then reels it in. On the right-hand side, you see a net that goes after a spiraling satellite. Both are fine when we're looking at a commercial company from the UK. It's easy to believe that these are debris mitigation technologies, but if companies or countries like China or Russia were developing these capabilities, it would be a different story. So this makes our work a little bit more difficult as well. And now I'll get into our counterspace assessments by country. As I mentioned, in our report each year, we detail activities from China, Russia, India, Iran, and North Korea. I'll begin with China, and I'll talk about some of the biggest stories that we have in our report, as well as some from previous years. China continues to make progress towards its goal of becoming the world leader in space. Right now, we categorize it as the 2nd most capable space nation behind the United States. They had 64 space launches this year, which broke their record of 55 launches from last year, and they continue to grow their space capabilities in every category. I will focus on this Chinese orbital space plane. In August of 2022, China launched 2 different space planes, one orbital and one suborbital. This was the 2nd test of each of these systems, following tests in 2020. On August 4th, 2022, almost after 2 months in LEO, the spaceplane raised its orbit on October 23rd and then released an object. Although it's not clear from publicly available data when exactly the spaceplane released the object, the Space Force Space Tracking Database recognizes the object on October 31st, 2022. This image on the screen is from commercial company Slingshot Aerospace, where the spaceplane can be seen in the blue circle and the object it released in the orange circle. We really focus on highlighting commercial data in our reports each year to really emphasize how far the commercial market has come and how much information is available that we can use publicly. Next, I'll talk about Chinese rendezvous and proximity operations. In this example from 2021, this is SJ-21 and Compass G2. China has a long history of satellites capable of performing on-orbit RPOs, commonly in GEO. This was a highlight in last year's assessment, where SJ-21 was launched on October 2021 as an experimental debris mitigation satellite, which separated from its upper stage apogee kick motor. And it's unlike most satellites in GEO, the AKM stayed near the satellite for quite a long time, in which SJ-21 performed rendezvous and proximity operations around the AKM before it separated into GEO. This is from one of our websites called the Satellite Dashboard, which tracks satellites in space. And here you can see SJ-21 in blue come close to the orbit of Compass G2, which was a defunct Beidou satellite that was in GEO. This mission that China publicly stated was a debris cleanup mission, so to take this defunct Compass G2 satellite and move it into a graveyard orbit, which is exactly what they seem to do. In late December, you can see around December 28th, SJ-21 comes very close to Compass G2, possibly even docking with it. It stays in a very close proximity for about a month until January 22nd, where it raises its latitude and moves Compass G2 into a graveyard orbit. It moved Compass G2 almost 3,000 kilometers above GEO, drifting in a westward direction. This maneuver lasted about 3 days, with SJ-21 releasing Compass G2 into the graveyard on January 26th. Updated information from this year showcases that SJ-21 took Compass G2 significantly higher than a typical graveyard orbit, which is highly unusual for these debris removal missions and shows that Chinese capabilities have continued to develop every year. This is from our 2020 report, where incidents reported throughout 2018 and 2019 of GPS signals for automatic identification systems, or AIS, were being inaccurate in the main port of Shanghai. This image is from research organization SkyTruth, which found that 2 GPS interference locations around an oil terminal were active and had a dramatic effect on scrambling vessel positions in the area. Some vessels were even shown to be far inland and going 25 to 103 knots on the mainland, which is a clear indication that this is inaccurate data. On the water, many positions are also appearing with very high speeds to be over 25 knots. That's all these indications in red, and it's not possible to distinguish true or false locations. They've not found a responsible party. Some experts have claimed this to be non-state actors, while others believe that this technology was so advanced it had to have been a part of a government. I'll move on to Russia. This year, we detail Russian counterspace activities before and during the Ukraine invasion. This timeline gives a couple of examples of the vast majority of counterspace weapons Russia has been able to employ against Ukrainian and Western satellites. We have everything from kinetic physical, electronic, cyber, and other counterspace capabilities as well. Russia's attacks on space capabilities used by Ukraine and allies are an example of how counterspace weapons can and will likely be used prior to and during future conflicts. I'll start with one of the most notable and visible counterspace activities of 2021, which was the Russian anti-satellite test performed on November 15th. A Noodle interceptor was launched and successfully hit and destroyed a defunct Russian satellite, Cosmos 1408, that had been in orbit since 1982. Russia has possessed this kinetic ASAT capability for years, and from 2015 to 2020, tested 10 times, the last 8 of which were successful. Though they did not hit their targets in orbit, these 8 successful tests showcased the full capability of this system, which made this debris-creating test a surprise to many space analysts around the world. Russia has taken great pride in being on the cutting edge of space technology from the 1960s, but in recent years, the country has launched significantly fewer space objects. And this ASAT test may have been a way to loudly remind the space community that the country is still a major space power with meaningful military capabilities, and to ensure that Russia was not left out of any norms-building discussions surrounding ASAT weapons. Moving on to some GPS interference. Months before the invasion of Ukraine, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, was monitoring the Ukrainian-Russian border using UAVs to perform overflight missions. This fleet of UAVs operated by the OSCE uses the unprotected civilian GPS signal to aid in their navigation. Throughout March and April of 2021, over 60% of their UAV flights encountered GPS signal interference, including areas near the OSCE base. These events were corroborated through RF signal sensing from a commercial space company, which confirmed detection of GPS interference in the areas. Emissions from the GPS jammers were detected and geolocated by commercial company Hawkeye 360, as can be seen in this image. The orange ellipses in the figure indicate the estimated locations of the RF interference, and overlapping emissions from multiple satellite passes can be used to more precisely locate a jammer. Russian employment of GPS jamming devices has continued throughout the conflict. And I'll talk about that more. Additional jamming has been observed throughout this conflict and in various locations. In addition to confirmed interference to Viasat and Starlink services, in March of 2022, the European Union Aviation Safety Agency released that in the current context of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, GNSS jamming and/or spoofing has intensified in 4 key areas, namely Kaliningrad, Eastern Finland, the Black Sea, and the Eastern Mediterranean. These 4 locations have all experienced significant interference with PNT systems such as GPS and Galileo. Data from commercial RF company Spire Global corroborated this GNSS interference over the Eastern Mediterranean in the February 2022 timeline, which can be seen here. These spikes indicate unusual GNSS interference in the Eastern Mediterranean, where higher frequency signals have been converted into lower frequency signals to expedite their processing. And this can be found in our report as well. Finally, this year from Russia, their inspector satellite Luch may also be supporting their war in Ukraine through signals intelligence gathering in GEO. At the beginning of 2020, Luch made a significant maneuver westward, covering about 60 degrees in longitude, as can be seen here. As it moved, Luch had the opportunity to conduct multiple close approaches with other satellites. Just a year later, in March 2021, just months after Russia began its initial military buildup near the Ukrainian border, Luch made a significant maneuver back eastward to visit another Russian satellite in GEO. Luch then maneuvered and loitered near Intelsat 33E from October 21 through January 22. Luch then moved to rendezvous with another Intelsat 39, a high-throughput communication satellite with European coverage, just 1 month before Russia invaded Ukraine. Since the war began, Luch has been performing proximity operations near Intelsats and loitering nearby for about 150 days at each satellite, which is a significant departure from its normal operations, which went closer to satellites for a much shorter amount of time. Notably, these Intelsat satellites are transmitting Ku and C-band frequencies, often used for secure military communications over Ukraine, although it is unclear if they are supporting any operations in this region. The only system that we have seemingly missing from Russia's counterspace arsenal is directed energy. Despite much boasting of capability, there are no independently verified open source reports of Russia deploying directed energy capabilities against satellites on its war in Ukraine. And we have some questions that we pose in our report as to why this may be. And then I will briefly talk a bit about India. Here we have a video of their ASAT from 2019, which catapulted India onto the global counterspace stage as it became only the 4th country, besides the US, Russia, and China, to successfully demonstrate a direct descent ASAT capability. After this test, officials have announced that they do not have specific plans for another ASAT, at least not in GEO, but they may test in higher orbits. The Indian space sector continued to grow throughout 2022, with a particular focus on military and private satellite imagery. Prime Minister Modi announced new mission defense space program where they highlight 75 defense space mission areas for private companies to focus on, proving that they are also really focusing on injecting money and enthusiasm into their commercial sector. These 75 missions focus on satellite, launch, software, ground systems, communications, and payload. Next, I'll talk a bit about Iran. The Iranian space program has become one of the largest in the Middle East, and the country's leaders regularly invoke the program as a symbol of national strength and progress. After a series of launch failures in recent years, which this is an image of from an explosion on an Iranian launch pad that former President Trump tweeted out, they have shown great signs of progress in 2022. Though their capabilities are nowhere near robust, there seems to have been a significant shift in mission success and overall government support of space capabilities over this past year. Still, Iran appears far from developing kinetic ASAT weapons or non-kinetic physical counter-space capabilities. They continue to develop electronic and cyber capabilities, and they have shown success in jamming and hacking, particularly against foreign government and commercial satellite communication systems. Iran is also developing relationships with other space-capable nations, particularly Russia. The Russian invasion of Ukraine solidified a military alliance between Iran and Russia. In exchange for Iran's support, particularly through the supply of UAVs, Russia is likely returning the favor with military and technical support to the country. In December of 2022, the Iranian Space Agency and the Roscosmos signed an agreement to design and build remote sensing and communication satellites, develop infrastructure, and hold joint trainings, which may bolster Iran's space capabilities in the near future. North Korea reported a space launch test on February 26 of 2022 for a spy satellite, although U.S. DoD officials have refuted these as disguises for ICBMs. However, this claim remains constant with a confirmed test piece satellite that was launched in December of 2022 at one of their 2 satellite launching stations in Sohae to prepare for a full satellite system in the coming weeks. Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un visited the satellite Sohae launching station in March of 2022. This is an image from our counterparts at CSIS that show all of the upgrades to the satellite launching system over the past year, indicating that they plan on having a lot more launches here, in addition to having VIP watch areas, which prove that this will likely be quite a popular destination. We also discussed some others. We have Australia, which set up a Defence Space Command in their Royal Australian Air Force. It was formally established in January of 2022. They also released a defence space strategy last year. French officials have continued to be outspoken about investing in counter-space technologies, and they're underway of achieving bodyguard satellites with a potential satellite named Yoda. Publicly available information states that Yoda will have an ISR capability to detect incoming threats to geosatellites. Israel continues to make progress in testing its Iron Beam capability, a directed energy system that will complement the Iron Dome missile defense system. For Japan, in December of 2022, they released a new national security strategy, national defense strategy, and a national defense buildup program, all of which emphasize the importance of capabilities in the space domain. South Korea is also injecting millions into its commercial sector, and they reached a major milestone in 2022 with its first successful satellite launch with an indigenous liquid-fueled rocket. And finally, the UK, which established a UK Space Command in 2021, followed in February of 2022 with the Defence Space Strategy. And I'll finish with our what to watch from this year. We really emphasized lessons learned from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, particularly the reliance on commercial data and communication services, as well as the amount of electronic and cyber counterspace capabilities that we've seen come from Russia. We also mentioned the direct ascent ASAT test ban that the U.S. has started. In the UN, 155 countries voted in support of this. Notably, all 5 countries that we cover in this report did not vote in favor of this resolution. Finally, we really emphasize space situational awareness and its ability to track counterspace weapons targeting and on-orbit activities, which make reports like ours possible. Finally, I will just highlight another program that we have, which is a counterspace timeline that can be found on our website and has all prominent counterspace tests from all of these countries, including the United States, since the 1950s. Thank you.
That was a very informative presentation. I want to thank you for that. Are there questions? Tom, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Very, very interesting talk, McKenna. Regarding the looch and the loitering, is there any way for you to determine how close it was loitering?
I would have to look into that further. We do have, as I mentioned, on our satellite dashboard, it's very similar to Space Track. I think we could get some better numbers.
Okay. Another question by John? Do you have one?
Yeah.
John Betts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Obviously, attacks on satellites in space are exotic and interesting, and it's good that you mentioned attacks on the ground segment of space systems because they're not moving at kilometers per second and aren't as far away either. But aren't there similar threats against systems that are only terrestrial? And does CSIS look at that as well so that there's a balance across different flavors of systems, some space, some terrestrial only?
Yes, absolutely. Threats to ground stations are just as critical as threats to on-orbit activities. So we do look at those as well. We just don't have any of those stories that are particularly interesting to highlight in this year's report, but we are tracking those as well.
The focus tended to be, in what you were talking about, of the more high altitude satellites. What about the LEOs? Did you delve into that in any depth? I mean, obviously there's lots of LEOs of various varieties now. Any comments on those?
Yeah, I think that that's something that we will be focusing on in the coming years, particularly as China launches its own mega constellation of satellites in LEO, and we are able to know more about those satellites. Looking at the counter space capabilities that we have with our open source information, a lot of those seem to be threats to geosatellites or larger military satellites, but we are also seeing a lot more in LEO. So I think that will be something that we look at in future years.
Yeah, one of the things that's happened, of course, in terms of augmentation of GPS is people are increasingly, and with good reason, looking at LEOs. But it strikes me, directed energy or perhaps direct ascent, a LEO is a lot easier problem than a GEO. So it would seem to me, at least from a vulnerability standpoint, of an individual satellite, it would be an interesting exercise. The other side of the coin is that many of those satellite systems are greatly proliferated. And one of the defenses against direct ascent, of course, is making it such an expensive attack to take out a whole constellation that it's not profitable to do that. And I'm thinking particularly of the low Earth satellites. In general, the MEOs are not quite that, at least ours aren't quite that proliferated, but nonetheless reasonably proliferated. Any comments?
Yeah, I think we've seen some discussions from Chinese scholars, particularly on ASATs or how to take out large slots of Starlink satellites, but we haven't seen that get a lot of traction in actual documents from the Chinese government or that they have any plans to grow those. Another trend that we've seen is that China has become just a bit more dependent on space as well. They have their own space station and citizens on orbit. Notably, they came out and didn't really denounce Russia's ASAT test, but did mention that it posed a threat to their citizens on orbit as well. So we've seen that they, are taking kind of a newer approach to looking at these threats and realizing that they have a lot to lose on orbit as well.
Very good. Thank you very much. A round of applause.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to have our very own Tim Murphy, who works as a Boeing Fellow or Scholar. I forget what his title is, but it's very honorific, and has been a really great member of the PNTAB, toughening via reducing export restrictions on GNSS adaptive antennas. Tim?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to talk about toughening via relaxing the export restrictions. Next chart, please. So just a little bit of background for everybody. The techniques for toughening GPS receivers are well known. They've been explored thoroughly over the 50 years of the history of GPS and demonstrated for 40 plus years. And they fall into three major categories. You can either have more sophisticated signals and signal processing to improve your carrier to noise and carrier to jamming ratios. But they tend to take a long time to implement, as we mentioned earlier in the meeting that we're working on L5 now for 20 plus years and counting. And we have seen a lot of improvements in signal processing over the years as capabilities in electronics have advanced. There's really only so much you can do with this. It's probably worth a few dB. The second major bucket is to do deep integration with inertial sensors, and this can be pretty effective. In fact, we do this in civil aviation, but it's mostly allows you to coast through outages. And really the deeply integrated inertial stuff has mostly been deployed in the military applications so far. And this can be pretty expensive because you've got to have a pretty capable inertial system, and it really needs to be very tightly coupled with your GPS receiver. And there are some relevant export restrictions in this area as well that I'm not going to talk about today. What I want to talk about is adaptive antennas. Adaptive antennas are a very effective strategy for toughening a GPS receiver because basically you're keeping the interfering energy from getting into the receiver at all. You're eliminating it before it can get in and affect your tracking loops and so forth. It's also potentially effective for spoofing detection because through techniques of determining the direction of arrival, you can determine if the signal that you're tracking is really coming from the direction of where you believe the satellite to be. Or if you see all of your signals that you're tracking coming from the same direction, you can tell that it's in fact somebody spoofing you. So arguably, this is the shortest path to getting really significant toughening of the civil user equipment. Anti-jam capabilities on the order of 30 or 40 dB are very reasonable to expect from this kind of technology. We're not going to get that from new signals, even if they could be done faster. And there's nothing left to invent here, really, in the sense that the techniques are well understood and have, again, been demonstrated since, 40 years ago. However, we've really seen limited use of this in civil applications, and why is that, really? Next chart, please. I'll get into the why in a minute, but what are the operational benefits of toughening GNSS receivers to start with? Well, simply put, it's for every 10 dB of anti-jam performance, the effective radius of a given jammer is reduced by a factor of 10, right? Which means the area that he's jamming is reduced by a factor of 100. And I like to think in three dimensions because in aviation, so the volume, his effective volume is reduced by a factor of 1,000. So, it really ups the ante for a jammer to be effective. And once if you force a jammer into the kilowatt region before he's effective, then he's easier to find and shut down as well. So this is a chart that I stole from Brad that just shows how much anti-jam performance you can get from signals. So it shows over to the left the difference between L1 CA and L5, and you can see that just the higher chipping rate gives you around 10 dB of additional anti-jam performance. And then the second graph here is if you assume some amount of inertial and SERPA augmentation, you can get another 20 or 30 dB. And so the same jammer that would have jammed me at 22 miles for even the L5 signal would be just a couple hundred meters. I'm sorry, these are kilometers, I believe.
There's a minor typo on your chart there, I think. I think you meant 20 dB gives a reduction of radius of 10.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
we'll fix that. Next chart. Okay, so why haven't we seen this being exploited in civil applications? Well, there's a number of reasons. First of all, the costs. There's been a perception that the costs are really high. Until recently, hardware was pretty expensive and often very bulky. Now, advances in electronics have made these kinds of antennas much easier to make. The digitalization of signal processing has really brought the cost points down on this. So that barrier is going away. There's also was kind of a lack of motivation, honestly. But that's going away because we know that the interference to GNSS has been increasing year over year, and there's little reason to believe that trend is going to stop. So there's higher motivation to look at these systems which previously had been viewed as perhaps too complex and too expensive. But I think one of the primary obstacles has really been the export controls. There's a perception, and it's really only partially justified, that adaptive antennas for GNSS can't be exported. In fact, they can be exported, but adaptive antennas can easily get into the realm of being exported under the control of ITAR. Exporting ITAR-controlled items is really difficult and in fact impossible for certain countries. And these ITAR restrictions impact not just the manufacturer who originally exports this, but ultimately the end users as well. So many companies have been hesitant to develop commercial products because they believe that the civil users either don't want to or simply can't deal with the ITAR restrictions, and they're probably right. So what is ITAR anyway? Well, in the U.S., we have really two domains for export controls. Down the left is the export control regime for military equipment. So you have the Department of State, basically through the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, controls military devices, and those are defined as devices that are described on the munitions list, the U.S. munitions list. Down the right side is the export control for any dual use or really anything else, including dual use technology, which is technology like GPS that can be used for civil applications but could also be applied to military applications. So that's actually administered by the Department of Commerce under something called EAR, or the Export Administration Regulations. And it has its own list that defines what is or is not, what does or does not require a license, and that's called the Commerce Control List. So if you're a manufacturer, on the right side of the chart, you have to go through this algorithm here to decide what kind of a license you need. So first you have to check and make sure that what you're planning to build and export, is it covered by the USML? And if it is, then you need an ITAR license. And I'll talk more in a little bit about the implications of that. If it's not, then you have to check the CCL, or the Commerce Control List. And if it's on the Commerce Control List, you can look and see if maybe there are some exceptions that would allow you to export to certain countries without a license. And failing that, you need a license under EAR. If it's not on the Commerce Control List, then it becomes what's known as EAR 99, which is basically export with no license required. Next chart, please. So what's the big deal about getting an ITAR license? Well, first of all, to do anything with ITAR, you have to register with the Director of Defense Trade Controls, and they immediately send you a long list of things that you have to comply with as an organization, which includes things like a compliance manual, all the record keeping that you're going to need to do, audits that you'll have to stand for, and they want to see some commitment from management that they will, in fact, obey the ITAR restrictions. Now, registering is a couple $1,000s, and filling out a form, that doesn't grant you the ability to export. You have to then obtain a license, and there are several different kinds of licenses. Many of them are really geared towards the delivery of arms from one country to another. But all the licenses really require a lot of tracking, and also infers responsibility on the seller to ensure that the person that they export to won't re-export without getting authorization again from DDTC. And there's substantial liability to the seller who's responsible for all this tracking and showing of compliance relative to the re-exportation of the devices. The other thing that's really onerous here for commercial applications is ITAR has this thing which is often called the see-through clause, which basically says if I take an ITAR component and I incorporate it in another system, the whole system becomes ITAR. So I have to perform that tracking on the whole system. So the product inherits all the restrictions associated with the components. As I already mentioned, there's restrictions on retransfer. That means that if I deliver a product, let's just say it was an airplane. If I deliver an airplane to an airline, they would have to get permission from the DDTC every time they wanted to move that airplane to a different country, because that's essentially an export, right? So you can see why this might be a problem for transportation in general. We couldn't tolerate that sort of thing on a ship either. If you put an ITAR-controlled device on a ship and the whole ship becomes ITAR, now it's a problem for that ship to do its job. Now, the other thing that's scary about ITAR for civil companies is there are really substantial penalties if you mess up and you violate any of these restrictions. It can be up to $500,000 per event. Speaking for a company that has spent millions and millions of dollars paying fines like that in the past, it's a serious matter. Then finally, there's a potential for what's known as inadvertent or deemed exports, where if you just share information with people who are non-U.S. citizens, even if they're in the United States, you can be deemed to have performed an export and be subjecting yourself to this kind of a fine. So that has ramifications on your ability to support your products, right? You can't just freely give technical information about your products, even if the people bought them and they have a license to have the product. You still have to go back to DDTC to get permission to share any technical data with them. Okay. So let's contrast that with licensing under EAR. EAR basically controls everything that's not already ITAR. So, and again, those are the things that are described on the Commerce Control List. And really, the overwhelming majority of things won't be on the Commerce Control List, and they'll be EAR 99 and marked as no license required. But they're still, the subject of EAR. So EAR, getting a license under EAR, you have to work with these export control classification numbers, and those numbers designate for a specific kind of item what the requirements are on the license. And again, there's a variety of different kinds of licenses that are either more or less restrictive depending on the type of technology and the specific ECCN. Some licenses that you can get, all this is administered by the Bureau of Industry and Security, so they're the equivalent of DDTC. They're the ones that would actually grant the licenses. Even with, particularly with dual-use technology under EAR, there's a lot of record keeping and reporting that has to go on here. You can't just export dual-use equipment and not track where it goes and so forth. But there are some licenses that don't really require the same level of reporting of re-exporting. You can have the end user be able to do temporary exports, i.e. if it's an airline, they can fly to another country and they don't have to report that to BIS every time that happens. GNSS adaptive antennas are already covered under EAR, under these two ECCNs, and there's a general requirement that any adaptive antennas have to have an EAR license under these two ECCNs listed here. The difference now is that there are some adaptive antennas, and for example, the ones with more than four or more elements, that fall under ITAR. And if it falls under ITAR, EAR doesn't regulate it anymore. It's just under ITAR. But even if you build an antenna, an antenna that doesn't run afoul of the ITAR restrictions, you'd still have to license it under EAR today. So if I built a 3-element array and only had a 20 dB null and did all the other things to degrade the performance such that it still fell under the ITAR restrictions, I'd still have to get an EAR license to be able to export that today. So licensing under EAR is less onerous than ITAR, but I still think there's probably some improvements in the EAR licensing that would be beneficial. Okay, so the toughening working group, and I think you've seen this chart already. I'll talk a little bit to it. What we've been up to is trying to investigate, really understand the effect of these export restrictions on civil applications of adaptive antennas. Over the last year, we had 5 fact-finding meetings, and they involved both government and industry stakeholders. We had lots of discussions and shared a lot of information, and we tried to capture all that in a white paper, which is now done. Excuse me. So one of the things that's included in the white paper is a general recommendation that the U.S. and its allies modify the current export controls to enable widespread production, use, and export of GNSS adaptive antennas. And there are even 3 suggested approaches to how the USML might be modified to allow that. So the next step here really depends on the deliberations of this board. We already had a recommendation at the last meeting that I believe already went to the XCOM to do this in general. What we have now is the white paper, which is the underlying rationale. Next chart. Okay, so what about these meetings? We had presentations from manufacturers, both foreign and domestic. We had a total of 9 companies that came in and told us about their product lines. To the extent that they were willing and able to talk about their future product lines, they did that. But they were specifically asked to talk about their experience with the current export control regimes and how it impacted their current markets and also their product development decisions as to whether or not they would move forward with civil products, for example. One of the things we discovered is that many of the leading companies in this area are non-U.S. companies already. I have a slide on that in a minute. And that those companies are impacted differently by export restrictions. They share a lot of the export restrictions that we have under EAR through something called the Wassenaar Treaty or Convention. But they don't really have the same kind of restrictions by ITAR. But ironically, if I buy a SERPA from one of those foreign companies and bring it into the United States, suddenly I have to treat it as an ITAR device and I can't re-export it. I might not even be able to talk to the company that I bought the equipment from because it might be a deemed export. So that's ironic and annoying. So we found out there's really limited offerings in the commercial space at this time, and the offerings that are there have been engineered to avoid the ITAR restrictions. So 2-element arrays, 3-element arrays maybe. which is really a serious compromise in performance. The more elements you have, the more different sources of interference you can null out, which may not sound like a big deal in a civil system, but frankly, if I'm in the presence of a fairly high-powered jammer, I'm going to get the direct signal, and I'm probably also going to get a reflected signal off of my tail that's maybe 6 or 8 dB down. So I better be able to form 2 nulls, even if it's a single jammer, or maybe more. So limiting the number of elements is really quite a compromise in potential performance. And several of the companies that came and talked validated our perception going in that the ITAR restrictions have kept them out of the commercial market. So the other part that the toughening working group did is we really wanted to get a sense of how much this antenna technology has already proliferated, because the idea is the export controls were about trying to keep the technology from proliferating. We did searches of publicly available information, which is a fancy way of saying we Googled a bunch of internet sites, and we looked for adaptive antenna technology for GNSS, and we found some interesting things, like adaptive antennas have been deployed on drones that were manufactured by Iran and bought by Russia to be deployed in Ukraine. So apparently our export restrictions didn't stop that from happening. We also found there was a significant manufacturing base in China already. The technology's apparently well understood and already applied practically there. I'll show you some pictures. And we did a search through the patent databases and the publications databases and determined that China is actually producing more patents per year in this area than the U.S. and publishing more papers per year in this area than the U.S. at this point. So really, we would conclude that the current export restrictions have been ineffective at limiting the proliferation of the technology. If anything, they seem to be disincentivizing our own research and development in this area. So the group came to the consensus that really the best option would be to try to get the adaptive antenna technology off of ITAR, but we would probably retain the controls under EAR, because it is, after all, dual-use technology, and we don't really want to produce these things in this country and then have them just bought off the shelf on Amazon and put on drones in Iran. So, next chart, please. Here's just a few examples of the things that we found in other countries. Novotel makes this nice thing they call the gadget. I think it's a 7-element SERPA. They can export it pretty easily. But again, if I bought the gadget, wanted to use it in my lab, I would have to treat it as an ITAR device, and I couldn't possibly put it on the airplane and expect to be able to re-export it. The next thing over is Infinidome, which is an Israeli company. That's their newest product, which is the GPS Dome 2, which is a 4-element. They make a 2-element version, which we actually have one of those in the lab, looking at it right now. The next thing over is that one of the companies that supported our fact-finding meetings was Tualcom, and they are now producing a 16-element SERPA. They told us during the meetings that they had sold many 8-element SERPAs already into the Middle East, and that they're flying on drones in the Middle East. So again, didn't seem to, our export controls didn't seem to impact that. The picture over to the left is a picture from a news article where this Iranian-built Shahed 131 UAV, which was bought by Russia to be used in Ukraine, was shot down, and they found out that it had a 4-element SERPA on it, 4-element adaptive antenna, which was cobbled together from components bought from the West. So again, the knowledge wasn't contained by the export restrictions, and even the components weren't adequately contained by the export restrictions, so that they were able to build up SERPAs and put them on these drones. These pictures over to the right in the middle are from a Chinese company called Ligong Navigation, and they build a number of 4 to 8 elements SERPAs, mostly for Chinese military applications. The left picture is from their website. The middle picture I took last week myself at the China Satellite Navigation Conference in the exhibit hall. That's an 8-element beamforming network. And then this is an antenna array that's actually from a different company, but it's a Chinese antenna element manufacturer that has built arrays like that. And then finally, in the lower right-hand corner is a compact array that was designed and built by DLR and patented back in 2018. Next chart. So this should look familiar because we looked at this last time. This is the recommendation that was made. I did go in and tweak the language here a little bit based on the learnings from the white paper. So again, our recommendation is that the Department of State and Commerce should get together and modify or eliminate the current export controls. Now the white paper is even more specific. It advocates for complete removal of adaptive antenna technology from ITAR, or at least modification of the ITAR limitations to the point where they wouldn't restrict civil aviation by going up to a higher number of elements and faster convergence times and deeper nulls. So the reasons for the recommendation are still what they are, and I think they were validated by the work that was done in the fact-finding meetings. I think that's my last chart. Yes, so I'll take questions.
Thank you. I think we're sort of at the end of being able to take questions.
Oh, okay.
But if you have questions of Tim, please offline. And in addition, his very fine white paper is available, and I think that explains where he is, what he has discovered in the course of his investigation here. Thank you, Tim, for that very much.
Thank you.
All right, so James Aviles? Did I pronounce that right? Aviles. Yes, I'm sorry, James. You spoke to us yesterday, and I'm remiss in not understanding how to pronounce your name. He's with the Office of Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology under DOT, and he has been doing some extremely interesting work on system of systems, interference detection and mitigation. Over to you, James.
Thank you, Brad Parkinson. Dr. Parkinson, and first, let me sincerely apologize to all of you. I haven't been able to spend more time together with you all here in person. Earlier, I've been working 3 active GPS anomalies issues in the homeland, on top of 11 VHF air-to-ground comm voice interference issues in our homeland. The 3 in Bridgewater, Virginia, Portland, Oregon, and the Santa Monica issue, which we shut down, and it's back. So there's a second source out there, and that's keeping me very busy and preventing me from being here with you all. And I want to thank our our director of the Office of Position, Navigation, and Timing and Spectrum Management, Karen Van Dyke, who has tasked me to with this goal of the protect portion of what the advisory board is tasked with and works on. This is in the protect section. So Karen, thank you so much for tasking me on this mission. And lastly, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Parkinson, and JJ, and the rest of the board members for allowing me to be here with you all to share on what we have been working on in this endeavor for the department. So let's go to the next slide. Our task and our goals and our strategy, it's coming from the SPD-7 that was recently published in 2021, I believe. And we have the major strategy to do the active detect and identify interference in the L-band, and we're focusing on in-band and adjacent band. And we're strategizing this to do it in partnership with other federal departments, and we want to leverage in space, ground, fixed, transportable, and mobile. But there are two items here that I'd like you to take away very seriously, and that's those two last bullet items there. We can't do this by ourselves on the federal side or the interagencies within the federal government. We have to do this also with the state and the civil, commercial, and military folks, as well as the enforcement, the regulatory bodies of our nation. So let's go to the next slide. These are the 9 requirements, the top requirements, the high-level requirements that we have devised out of SPD 7. And we're working on all of them. We provide you in this slide some bullets below each of these requirements as to where we are, how much progress, again, in the high level, how much progress was made with each and every one of these. Number 6 there shows what we are doing with our own owned platforms, which are shown there to the right-hand side. That we are using these two for the in-band and the adjacent band efforts that I just mentioned earlier for interference in those domains. This platform that you see on the bottom there with this Ford Explorer Interceptor, I drove here today, and it's outside for those who are interested in looking at that platform, and this is what we're using actively to work on the ongoing active events that we have currently dealing with. But one other thing that is very important for us is that we want to establish a multi-layer approach into this system of systems capability. And that is, we want to do it on the space layer, the ground, airborne, terrestrial, and, very importantly, cyber. Because a spoofing a piece that at one time was deemed as unplausible, it's almost now a common thing. So we want to be able to achieve that level of capability and posture to be able to get us to respond better to this protect domain. And of course, at the end, we want to centralize all of this capability to be able to effectively do the final piece, which is the regulatory enforcement. Let's go to the next slide. This is our current posture. In this slide, we show you what the federal government currently has for dealing with interference in our homeland. This is our process. It's called Crucible. It was established through guidance by the Purposeful Interference Response Team that was formed in 2008. And it's a user-based reactionary process. So we depend on you, the users, to be able to provide us in the federal government what is it that you are seeing with your devices, so that we can then assess that, record what you're seeing, assess it, analyze it, and then respond. We have 2 active processes that are escalation processes, but all of this, as we have today, and that we are dealing with the 3 active events that I just mentioned to you, it's all reactionary. What we want to do is get to a point where we can introduce technology, many of the ones you have already spoken about this week and probably be talking about more tomorrow. Introduce technology to assist us in improving this reactionary manual human intervention process. So let's go to the next slide. We're not going to get rid of the current process that we have, but we want to augment it with automation, many of which will be in a number of fashions: artificial intelligence, machine learning, crowdsourcing, direct measurements. System of systems is our approach. So we want to be able to add the automation, create a common operational picture from the automation that we can validate and cross-check from what the users are reporting, or even alert users before they even know something is happening to them through these products that the automation will produce. Establish new memorandums of agreements concept of operations that include now the automation as part of the existing process that we have, to then be quicker and faster and more effective, even from the perspective of cost effectiveness. If you can get to the source quicker and spend less time having to search for it, then there's a cost savings in that process alone. And then at the end, once we can mature the automation process and fusing what we get from the users into the memorandums of agreements and the CONOPS, then the enforcement, the regulatory enforcement bodies of our nation will be able to be more effective in seizing and mitigating the source from the outset, so that we can restore those services that you all depend on and rely on, and have them available and reliable for us to continue our way of life. So once that's all available, we obviously want to create this common visualization environment so that you can, in not too distant future, you can see in your smartphone perhaps an app that gives you a GPS weather or conditions that you can then be agile as to how you're going to use your position, navigation, and timing services. That's ultimately the goal. So let's go to the next slide. In that perspective, our overall concept of operations is to create this fusion center where we will have feeds from those layers that I mentioned to you, the space layer, the airborne layer, the ground surface, ground fixed, and mobility feeds, all of them coming into a fusion center where all the data can be processed, project a common operational picture for that GPS weather condition, and then provide that product to the users so that they can be agile about what to do and how to overcome and continue on their way of life without having any risk or impacts to their operations. And let's go to the next slide. So, lo and behold, my boss, Karen Van Dyke, went over to a session in which she discovered Defense Innovation Unit. This is a DoD organization that it's implementing a program titled Harmonious Rook. This program, it's leveraging or seeking to leverage from commercial companies what's already out there in the perspective of sensors to utilize what's commercially available to create a capability and use it towards your advantage. That was very appealing to Karen, and she shared that with me and tasked me, we need to join these folks. So we went to learn more about Harmonious Rook, and let's go to the next slide to see what is it their concept. Well, they want to turn their vulnerability, in other words, you being a victim, to being part of the equation for the solution. So turn the vulnerability into a solution. Go to all those billions of distributed sensors that we carry in our pockets. Some people carry 2 of them, maybe 3. And turn them into actionable sensors that we can tap on to get solutions, to get measures, to use that. Create it into an end-to-end workflow that it's unclassified. Nothing that necessarily needs to be kept under tight control, because if it's publicly available, if it's commercially available, then that makes it easy for having an end-to-end workflow that it's available to all. Make it so it's domain agnostics, so it can be using a number of data sets, whether it be AIS for maritime or ADSB for aviation or Internet of Things for mobility and so on. And then use machine learning, mixture of analytics of machine learning models to process all of that data, to create actionable insights into what the models are going to be producing for you. So let's go to the next slide. Lo and behold, the Harmonious Rook in the Department of Defense under that program, turns out they have a number of requirements already running under this program that fit perfectly into our overall 9 requirements that we were tasked that we derived from SPD 7. So they are intertwined. And in this slide, we share with you all those intertwined segments. The capability need column shows you what the program it's seeking to do jointly with them. The only one piece that still is going to be dependent upon the regulators is that mitigation and resolve. That's still going to be, at least in the homeland, part of the enforcers and the regulators to complete. We have these documents are our drivers. So we check mark every one of those capability needs from the program, and obviously made it perfect for us to join in this program with Defense Innovation Unit. So let's go to the next slide. Given that that's the case, we went ahead and make that investment. We have joined with Defense Innovation Unit, invested into the program to at least start out with a phase 1 on the space and air segment, and then move on to a phase 2 to pick up the data and the information that's coming from the ground mobility and the ground segments, and begin to develop models to process all of that and bring them into a fusion center where the machine learning and the AIs are going to be doing all the work to then provide products to the analysts, are going to then use those products to go the next level, which is to seize the sources of interference and maintain protection of the GNSS spectrum as designed and expected. So let's go to the next slide. The workflow of the team that is conducting this work is one in which you use the historic data. You build the algorithms for the machines to learn. You build predictive modeling. You add new data, do some more predictive modeling, and then you do insights into those predictions. The key takeaway on this is that the machine learning can predict GNSS interference quite easily. It lends itself for machine learning processes. So it's it's one that it's almost inevitable that we need to pursue it in this perspective. So let's go to the next slide. For the domestic prototype of where we are with this joint venture with Harmonious Rook, we have been doing data curation. We have been refining the ADSB model, which is where we started out with phase 1. We're now moving on to having the models work on the ground domain, starting to use terrestrial data from the crowd sources, cell phones, vehicles, cores. And then we're going to refine those to perform geolocation. This is our path. Let's go to the next slide. The Harmonious Rook test and evaluation approach: train, test, negative sampling, and validate. Those 4 steps, if there's anything else you can take out of this slide, is those are the 4 steps that we're pursuing under the Harmonious Rook test and evaluation approach. And those are key. On the column there that shows identify by SME, those are the cases that we have experienced that had real-life events, and they're running the models against those for validating those models as they test them. So let's go to the next slide. Where we are now with the data curation, assessments, and procurement of the data, these two, the ADSB Exchange was selected as the data source provider for the airborne feed, and then Quadrant was selected by the team for the mobile device data feed. So you can't do it with just one. The more the merrier in order to get those geolocations to be accurate and to be very, very close to where you want to be for the source. So that's just the first 2, but we are obviously going to be adding more as we progress with the results of the models into these data feeds. So let's go to the next slide. And this is the workflow. The workflow repeats for whatever new data you add on to the entry point. You get the raw data and comes into conversions for flat files. You build that into a cloud environment. You do the queries, and then you do the fusion in the middle, and then provide the outputs. So let's go to the next slide. Here's our progress with the domestic prototype of where we are. Just completed the Sprint 2. We are now into the Sprint 3. Later this year, we hope to get to the Sprint 4 to refine the geolocation, and then port all of that into our visualization tool. We are starting already to experiment with the visualization tool. And one that it's very appealing to many of the teams working on that aspect, on the visualization, is one that I'm going to show you on the next slide. So let's move on to the next slide. GOAT, the GPS Operational Awareness Tool, was developed by the Joint Navigation Warfare Center for an urgent need that they had in theater. Originally, it was in a classified environment, but it has now been set into an unclassified environment. This capability of this tool is very appealing because it does provide not only the geolocation once you measure and capture the data onto a point source, but then from that point source, making some assumptions, you can then apply propagation tools or propagation models to scope out what the radiation pattern or radiation propagation may be. And that is very good for us to advise and alert users as to what the scope of the area of impact may be. So we're already starting our Harmonious Rook team members to begin that process of planning to port the model outputs into this visualization tool so it can be added to other participants, not just what we are doing in collaboration and joint effort with the Harmonious Rook team at DIU. But perhaps if we go to the next slide to join with the next slide. Some other efforts that are also doing similar work as we are doing with a Harmonious Rook program under DIU. There's another program titled DEEP that does collections and observables from numerous space service providers. And those outputs are also being now talked about, providing them and porting them out to the GOAT as a visualization tool. We will benefit from that porting or that input into GOAT, and they will benefit from the same that we will port into GOAT. And that's just one more than, the alternatives could be quite scalable. If we go to the next slide, there's also potential talk about the NGA high rate tracking receivers and their collections to be ported on to GOAT. This one is quite interesting because these receivers can very accurately measure and predict the effects onto the constellation from space weather. That is something that we certainly are not going to be able to geolocate on Earth because it's coming from CME activity, corona mass ejections out of the sun. And we recently had two, one in March 23rd through March 24, that caused quite some effects in the northern latitudes. That generated a G4 geomagnetic storm, and there were some large DOPs up in the Alaskan state. And certainly, the high rate tracking receivers have a very innovative way of measuring those effects onto the constellation, and porting them and providing them into a GOAT environment will certainly be an advantage for us, the analysts, to know that that's what the effects are and that's what's causing the problems. So that ends this presentation. If you go to the next slide, it's the end of it, and I'm open for questions if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. I think you shared with us examples of what you're doing, concrete examples during our time together in the working group. And certainly it's gratifying to see see it start to come together like that. We have time for one question, I think. Does someone have a question? So you have the the advantage that we got to pepper you with questions yesterday. All right. Your boss has a question.
Well, I just like to thank my boss while he's here. So for Dr. Hampshire, he's been a real champion to make this happen. Of course, this is affecting transportation and particularly aviation on a daily basis. So it's really with a lot of his support and really advocating to not let perfect be the enemy of good enough and getting this capability in place. So just wanted to acknowledge all of your support. So thank you.
Wow, that's excellent. I'm really glad to hear that. This is a very important aspect of what we do, heavily under our P, protect. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to talk about time, the fourth dimension, nationwide integration of time resiliency for operations, has a nice acronym called NITRO. And our speaker is Dr. Laura Callahan, who is a special advisor to the Vice Chief of the National Guard Bureau. Please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And on behalf of General Hokanson, the Chief of the National Guard Bureau, we really appreciate the opportunity to share with you today some work that we're doing from a practical perspective to bring in a combination of activities across domains so that in a domestic operational environment, we can understand what's going on, prevent a domestic emergency, and then should prevention fail, then we have the ability to rapidly respond and recover. So with that, we're going to be focusing on a particular capability we're working called the Nationwide Integration of Time Resiliency for Operations, and we affectionately refer to it as NITRO. So as you hear us talk about NITRO, this is the particular capability we're discussing. And this is a brief at the unclass level, just to make sure we're all confirmed that. So if we can move to the next slide, please. I'll go through basically information about NITRO, walk through from a general scene setter what we're seeing operationally in the states, which are also our territories in District of Columbia, the areas in which we operate on a day-to-day basis regarding domestic operations. We'll address a little bit about the threats that we face, and then from there work through how we leverage the capability of NITRO in its current state in order to be able to respond to domestic emergencies. So with that, if we can move forward, please. A little bit of a scene setter, and thank you very much to our folks at DHS for the opportunity to use their information here. One of the things we find out in the 54 states, territories, and District of Columbia, in our operational environment, we assume variation. And variation for us means with the GPS dependencies, those GPS dependencies flow in and through the highly interconnected state, local infrastructures that know no boundaries with the connectivity in and through critical infrastructure. To us, it's all interconnected as one system, one end-to-end capability. And for us, with that, if there's some type of situation with a GPS outage, regardless of cause, that outage indiscriminately traverses in and through that interconnected operational environment. So this basically is how we set the scene as we work through at the local level, the state level, and the regional level with a lot of our emergency management personnel and National Guardsmen as we deal with the challenges of making sure we prevent domestic emergencies, and should that prevention fail, that we have the ability to rapidly respond and recover and restore normal operations. And a special thanks to our Association of Broadcasters, and particularly our folks at CNN. They have a particular video that we used that also helped set the scene, and we've included it here by reference. With this, Secretary Mayorkas said, from a homeland perspective, the ubiquitous cutting-edge technologies coupled with the economic and political instability and our global economy have erased the borders and have increasingly brought the threats and challenges straight into our communities. And so this is why, from our perspective, the National Guard, in our role that we have, is our dual hats, serving both community and country, we come and step into the seam and glue these two worlds together from our vantage point to make sure we're ready and there to respond to domestic emergencies, and even better, let's prevent them from happening so that we don't have to worry about the impact to the public. So with that, if we can move to the next slide, please. I share with you a little bit of an overview from a National Guard perspective. For those that may not know, we have 440,000 personnel as part of the National Guard in over 3,000 locations across the state, territories, and District of Columbia. We're second largest to the U.S. Army. And with that, again, with our dual authority, serving both community and country, we have some unique capabilities that we bring to bear for local authorities to be able to operate and make sure if there should be an emergency, we respond, but also let's try and prevent those emergencies. Most folks realize and understand us in the traditional sense when you think of the man-made disasters, and the natural disasters. So if it's man-made, it may be something associated with civil unrest or severe accidents. In the case of natural disasters, you're probably familiar with us in the regards to floods, hurricanes, earthquakes, and fires, but also with over 4,000 guardsmen who are also cyber warriors, we respond in the non-kinetic world equally as much. The spectrum that you don't see, we need to see. The spectrum that everyone relies upon and uses to conduct their daily operations, we need to keep available. If there's some kind of event that affects that spectrum, we need to know what it is and how to respond. And even better, can we block, maneuver, or do some other type of action so that while that event is occurring downstream or behind the scenes of that event, the citizens, the public services, the civil authorities can maintain normal operations as we figure out how to resolve the situation. So with that, what we have noticed with the GPS interference events, it not only has economic impact, health and safety impact, and impact to our communications, it also disrupts our freedom of movement, regardless of your modality of transportation. We've seen that in several recent events. A couple of them are highlighted here, well published in the press. In the case of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that particular GPS outage, extensive land search occurred. We were unsuccessful in identifying and finding the particular cause of the event. It's one example of reacting to the event. We would like to not have to react, as you've heard some of the other wonderful speakers today talk about how to move forward into a proactive posture. That's what we're actually working towards in leveraging our capability to do. And with that, we do it for not only the fact that we service both community and country, but keep in mind 1/3 of our force at the adjutant general level, the general officers who report to those governors, 1/3 of those tags, as we call them, the adjutants general, are dual-hatted. They're also the emergency management lead of their state, territory, or District of Columbia. So we have that unique dual role that we bring to bear in this particular problem space. On the right-hand side, I really enjoy using this particular graphic. If you notice, this from 2008. The only thing that's changed is the congestion. We embrace the variety and the variation because we understand if you've seen the states, territories, and District of Columbia and you go to one of them, you've seen one of them. They're all unique and different in their own rich and unique ways with various different types of infrastructures, capabilities, ports, protocols, services, technologies. The list goes on, and you've heard a lot of that discussed at this event here today as well. So with that, what we're doing is we're embracing that variation, and we're taking to heart our mission to always be ready, always be there, and prevent the emergencies from happening, and then being prepared to respond should they happen. So with that, we've highlighted the fact that GPS dependency exists. I think it's well published. We're very familiar with the dependencies on GPS. We're also looking at emerging technologies, and we've been tracking a lot of the work occurring that's been discussed, such as the advances of Galileo, the FCC approval of Galileo, and that being allowed for use in the United States, and then the follow-on approval for AT&T's use of Galileo and its E911 services is an example of how we see it from a practitioner's perspective at the operational level in the states, in those regions, in those particular cities and municipalities as we partner up in team with our civil authorities. So with that, the next slide, please, so you can understand our world that we're in. So we've tackled the issue knowing that time is the fundamental sort of data that flows in and through this interconnected and non-severable environment of state, city, and critical infrastructure system of systems. So when we looked at that and we understood that time was the key value that all systems needed, then we looked at why was it important, knowing that it was flowing with a dependency on GPS. We knew that that would affect our networks, our communication systems, things that feed various other systems in the system of systems world, the information that they need in order to operate. If our adjutants general, those two-star generals that are out in the states commanding and controlling the forces in those domestic emergencies cannot communicate, their command and control is affected. We have to be able to support those civil authorities in domestic operations, whether those domestic operations, again, are responding to natural events or whether we're responding to things such as civil unrest or, in the case of one of our assigned missions, counter-drug activities. If we do not have the ability to communicate amongst ourselves and with those civil authorities and with the appropriate team members connected into those environments, then we're unable to be successful in our mission. So this brought the problem to bear to us from a mission imperative perspective, in addition to our dual role of serving community and making sure when we put our hats on as those emergency responders that we're able to operate across that civil infrastructure that we're also responsible for protecting. So why is time important to what happens to us? As I mentioned, we lose our command and control capability, and then we also do not have any real-time situational awareness of what's occurring across the operational environment. It's one thing for us to talk and communicate with each other, and also if we lose GPS for us, then we can't locate. We have other challenges that we have to work through that are not simple in very broad areas or in areas that are heavily dense urban environments or in large land-based areas where we have one or two guardsmen in a location that it can take them an hour to get from one end of their assigned area to the other end of their assigned area. So again, those type of response actions for us become very real as to why we need to have resilient time. And we looked at it through the perspective of how do we get time and the resiliency of time, but how do we do that in a manner that allows us to leverage what's currently there in the environment that's readily around us. So with that, we came up with the 4 guiding principles for us, which was time resiliency through redundancy, to maintain the availability of uncorrupted and non-degraded time, maintain the integrity of the time data itself, the reliable backup capability to a known time source, and then reduce the dependency and reliancy on a particular signal or a particular system. And what we found is by focusing on those 4 key areas, we were able to move forward with a solution of what we call NITRO. Next slide, please. With that, what we do with our NITRO capability is we provide the validated time resiliency that we need across the 54 states, territories, and District of Columbia. What does that mean? From our perspective and how this works for us, again, we're taking an operational view. We're looking into this system-of-system combined environment of state, local infrastructure that bleeds in and out of critical infrastructure. And then looking at that, we needed to know that we can monitor and verify all existing time sources, including GPS. GPS is one, but there are others. And then with that, we also needed to derive the authoritative time from looking at both space and terrestrial sources, not one, not the other, but both. Then deliver the authoritative time that has been traceable, synchronized back to GPS, and ensuring that we have in our environment with NITRO the ability to be self-repairing. So we have the artificial intelligence and machine learning capabilities, so should an event occur and we lose the sensor, we self-heal and self-repair around. From that, then, we also get the real-time situational awareness of the signals and the related spectrum. why this is important to us as far as that situational awareness, we're looking at several things. Not only do we fuse space, land, and cyberspace domains, we're looking at how the data flow in the case of PNT data. And those PNT data tell us what part of the spectrum may be affected when we look at both the availability, is the information available, yes, no, and we also look at the integrity, is the information trusted, has it been manipulated? So with the fusion of the different domains together, looking at multiple sources from different domains, we're able to ascertain what is the accurate time, and we're also able to ascertain the anomalies, and then what the anomaly may be, if that anomaly is attributed to an integrity issue where time has been manipulated, or is it attributed to a availability issue. Perhaps GPS signal is just not available, regardless of cause, but at least we will know GPS is not available. So with that, those are the key features that bring the practical sense to the operations floor, so that in our operations centers, we can actually deliver the common operating picture, the situational awareness in that near real-time view, so that we know at a moment's notice if there is an anomaly in the environment, and if what type of anomaly that is, and then be able to inform the emergency operations personnel and local leadership so that we can take action. And at the discretion of the civil authorities, they can elect to receive the accurate time from us as a failover, so their operations remain normal and their services to the public remain unperturbed, while behind the scenes we're working through the incident, resolving the anomaly, finding that root cause, and getting it remedied. So that's our way to prevent the event from occurring from a public perspective, because behind the scenes we're sitting in the middle layer and providing that accurate time downstream to those supported systems that the civil authorities have decided to connect to us and use, while simultaneously we're in an emergency operations center responding to that particular incident, figuring out the root cause, getting it remedied, and then also, as you heard earlier, such as the crucible discussion, if it's something that we see is occurring in growing or spreading and or occurring in multiple locations, is it something we need to take to state leadership and then start the escalation process and the notifications, because it may be something larger than just a local regional situation. So that's what the Nitro technical capabilities are about and why it matters and how we use it in a practical sense operationally, so that we know what's going on. We can actually see, so to speak, the spectrum, and then based on what we see, it informs us so we know what type of decisions to make and whether or not those decisions also require escalatory action through the appropriate channels that currently exist. So with that, it's also built in an open system architecture. We did it purposely that way by design to make sure that it would be extensible for any current and future signals and time sources. So for example, any type of over-the-air radio or TV broadcast signals, other signals of opportunity, or even potentially the planned ELRAN capability that we've been monitoring may emerge. The point to us is we have to embrace variation, provide the homogeneity into that variation to make sense out of it, provide those sense to the decision makers through those operations floors, those operations personnel, so they know what to do, how to act and respond. And then with that, and having this capability in place and those repeatable processes, now we can train to it. We can become more proficient and be more ready to respond as we go forward in the future, and make ourselves as extensible as possible to embrace great new innovations and technologies that will be occurring out in end-user applications. So with that, next slide, please. This is basically an overview of the benefits for us, and for us, what Nitro provides is the ability to maintain the synchronization as well as communication for not only the National Guard. It's not just for us. It's also for the civil authorities, our first responders, first receivers, and then just recently with the addition of certain TV broadcast signals, our first informers, so that we can stay in sync with each other at an operational level in those local communities and be able to know how to respond and recover from incidents. And with that, the alerting capability it provides to us, I mentioned, is that common operating picture, the ability for us to see and understand the situation of what's going on in real time, and then from there be able to monitor and provide those updates as needed to the leadership, but also through those civil authorities out into the community so that the public understands what to do or what not to do in the case of some type of situation. The visuals that you see there from a particular, OV1 as we would call it, kind of view, on the left-hand side, what we're tackling is what I mentioned as far as interference. So this is the availability of the signal. We're also sensing the spoofing of the signal. And then on the right-hand side, because we've integrated space, cyber, and land domain, we're also looking at cyber interference. So should someone have manipulated the value of time, we're able to identify that in the distribution part of the system, where time is distributed, to make sure the correct time is going out across the network, and any kind of time errors are identified, alerted to, and then quarantined off so that accurate time flows while we figure out where that particular manipulation originated from and go through the normal corrective actions. So that's a brief summary and overview for you for what NITRO is, why it matters to us, why the National Guard has stepped up, raised their hand, taking and seaming together with our unique dual authority of service to community as well as country to be able to put a practical approach to this problem and actually step in with an operational prototype that's currently in 6 states. Working at the moment, and with great National Guard personnel at the end at these locations, working daily with our civil authorities to make sure that at least at the stage we're at, we can identify those anomalies, and then based on that, correct whatever the cause is, and then anything downstream still receives accurate time as we push the correct time through to those other systems. This is important to us if you think about it from an economic perspective, in addition to the domestic emergency point of view. In the state of California is one example, 444 miles of California's aqueduct system basically provides the water for 27 million people in the state of California. That's almost three-quarters of the population of the state of California. That aqueduct system does not work unless it flows through the interconnected state, local, municipality areas included, and critical infrastructure system of systems that's not severable. An ICS SCADA system at a particular waterway has to be able to have accurate time to flow in order to allow that water to continue down its path. The billing system runs across the financial sector to get the correct bills out for the homes and the residents that consume the water. And in the state of California, there's actual water usage sales that occur, and part of their own domestic product, their economy runs off of not only the flow of water, but the sale of water. And it's all interconnected as one system of system. And from an economic perspective, we worked really hard on a business case, and be happy to share that with others in this particular space, because it's something we have not been able to find a lot of research on and had to build ourselves, is when you do a business case of the effect of GPS being available or not available, we took it one step further. It's not just GPS available or not available, it's GPS spoofed, or for us, time itself has been hacked in the time distribution system. And that business case revealed to us that information about California. It also enabled us to quantify it. $1.9 trillion of California's economy is directly related to its water capabilities. In other words, the water flow, that aqueduct system that basically delivers the life-sustaining water to 27 million people, is also $1.9 trillion of its GDP in the state of California. So from a cost-benefit analysis, we think we're a pretty reasonable expense in that area. So I share with you that information, and I just appreciate the opportunity to be able to come and, bring this awareness to you of what we're doing and why the National Guard is usually a question we get. So that's why I started it out with our dual authority. We'd like to make sure that we can avoid the events from happening rather than wait and react to them. So with that, subject to any questions, sir?
Very nicely done and well presented. I have one question. I've been hearing a lot about the interruption of time, obviously, flywheeling time with rubidium clocks and all. Listening to GPS is one of the solutions. But another of the solutions actually is in the T, in our PTA, the toughening. And some time ago, a little university that I happen to know pretty well, came up with research on a very specialized antenna that gave something on the order. It was it wasn't an elaborate multi-element. It kind of had two elements, but it allowed you to isolate more or less horizontal sources of interference by factors of 20 dB or more. That's to say factors of 100. And when I hear the conversations about time, I rarely hear much discussion of the toughening side. I hear a lot of conversations about the augmenting side. I'm not certain if that's just ignorance on my part, but if you aren't looking, along with all the other nice things you're doing, if you're not looking at toughening the GPS reception itself against spoofing and jamming, I suggest that might be a fertile ground for you, and you might want to go back and see how much you've done and to what degree your antennas and your GPS time receivers are jam resistant. So I just throw that out. I don't know if you would like to comment on it or if you're already doing something that...
Sure, I appreciate that. We take a slightly different approach to the problem, but I think we meet your objective regarding the hardening. We assume compromise and take a reverse logic approach. And so with that, we're using what currently exists. So GPS receivers that currently exist are our GPS endpoint. And that's how we get GPS into our Nitro system. We're assuming compromise, so we don't take just GPS. We take other time sources. And we do comparative analysis with that. But downstream from the original point of receipt of time from space to our terrestrial location, there's a whole time distribution channel that has a significant amount of threats associated with it, where additional security is applied that gives you the effect of hardening. And let me give you an example to put it into a practical sense. Inside the United States every day, we have about 1.2 million network time protocol servers exposed on the internet accessible. They're the distribution engine that we use primarily to move the value of time and synchronize computers with each other, whether it's a small handheld computer or whether it's a large mainframe sitting inside a data center somewhere. That network time protocol series of servers, 1.2 million of them, those protocols that we have, NTP, developed in the 1980s, has 92 known vulnerabilities, 7 of which have been exploited. If you just do the basic math, with 142,000 of those 1.2 million NTP servers being at stratum 0 level of time to grandmaster clock synchronization, it takes me anywhere from 6 to 96 seconds to exploit one of those servers. If I hit one of those stratum 0, stratum 1 level servers, anything down in that hierarchy is now subject to my cyber attack and my time manipulation. So it's not a hard entry. for me to be able to prosecute an NTP server, and it's not a difficult task to affect it. Once I affect it, then anything serviced by it gets the wrong time.
I totally get that. I totally understand. I'm suggesting that you may have room in your kit bag for toughening and perhaps reevaluating the probability of various vulnerability events. But I hope I've made my point, and that was all I wanted to do. Are there any other questions? Yes, please. Oh, Jim? Excuse me. Jim, Geringer, did you have a question?
I do.
Okay. This is Governor Geringer speaking to us from the wonderful state of Wyoming that he used to be governor of.
Thank you. And that's an excellent presentation. I appreciate it. And being quite familiar with both Title 10 and Title 32 call-ups, that's probably what would baseline my question. I compliment your recognition of how important timing is and the accuracy and availability of time. My question is along the lines of what the previous presentation was on, as well as yours. And that's the importance of nearly real-time, if not real-time, updates for situational awareness, also for fusion between and among the various entities. And I wonder if there's some coordination between the Joint IDM Initiative, the Automated Fusion Center, and what you do with the Guard, depending on whether it's a Title 10 call-up or a Title 32 call-up. One would be state call-up and the other would be federal call-up, because of the importance of including the civil sector between and among the federal agencies, and then also being sure that the military call-up, that is the Guard, and its coordination with civil sector is well integrated, regardless of whether it's NITRO or the Joint IDM Initiative. I just wonder if you have discussed that among yourselves or between the agencies that are promoting these to assure that there is coordination on format as well as fusion and situational awareness.
Yes, I appreciate the question. In fact, I'd be remiss if I didn't call out Dr. Hampshire and Karen Van Dyke from Department of Transportation. We're currently working and establishing that type of partnership to hammer out those type of decisions. And we're also teamed up behind the scenes and have been for quite a while with our folks at CISA with DHS, and we're working through expanding that partnership for just this very reason. So it's early work in progress, but we're definitely seeing the synergies between the different organizations and what we're doing to bring a total end-to-end capability to bear for the country.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer. Any other questions? Yes, please. I'm sorry.
I'm just curious, how are you planning to interact with FirstNet, who is the primary communications vehicle used by the first responder environment, which you did address in the interface? How do you see that happening?
We're going to be working through the relationship with our civil authorities to work with FirstNet because they have the touch point there. So we leverage their authority and their relationship in our hat as an adjutant general in those partnerships. To us, it's all about the partnerships. We can't do it by ourselves. We have to do it in partnership with others, and we have to take what we can bring to bear and fuse it together with their authorities and capabilities of what they have to bear. So we're going to be working through the civil authorities side in order to engage the FirstNet community.
All right. Thank you very much. And you are a very articulate person. Well, we're to the last presentation. I have to apologize to Michael Roskind. Should I pronounce that right?
Close enough.
Listen, you're a real champion for hanging around, and I appreciate your, somehow somebody always ends up as the last presenter. And unfortunately, I didn't do this, blame him. So.
So before I start, I want to welcome everybody to Annapolis. Brad and my alma mater is here, the Naval Academy, and home of the Brigade, Blue Crab, and Bay Seasoning. which I hope all of you get a chance to try out today.
Great.
The Academy's motto is Ex Trident Scientia. Except for the fact I don't speak Latin, I was forced to know this. It means through knowledge, see power. And as I listen to all of these presentations, I look at the brain trust of the flag officers and the seniors and executives that are the PNT Advisory Board. And I thank you for your time and for your service in protecting the country, Dana and the rest of the crew. Just some quick observations. I've been around the field now for about 15 years with Homeland Security and the old National Communication System. And I can tell you we have some leadership on the floor that's unmistakable out of Department of Transportation. And we find it not necessary to lead, but to support Dr. Hampshire and Karen's efforts. And they're very innovative, they're aggressive, they're really bright people, and they're moving the community forward, and a lot of it's due to your help. So thank you for all of your support, both here in the room and out in the field. That being said, next slide. So the National Risk Management Center is designed to work soft problems. Soft problems meaning we don't have regulatory authority in many cases. We have a wide range of critical infrastructures that we're trying to influence. And to do that, we try to help them understand risk as a holistic approach. One of the things that we like to say is if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. And one of the paradigm things that you're seeing is actually nitro. What nitro is and from my perspective as a risk manager, is an idea that the states are actually understanding the problem. We have to work together in order to solve these problems. It's not the federal government. When somebody has a jammer out on the streets, it's all the way down to the street cop who potentially can put hands on the person and abate a jammer. It's about the ability for the community as a whole to affect the chain of hardening the infrastructure, responding and recovering to events. And Karen and her crew are certainly working on the IDM along with James Aviles. And the problem is a problem that more and more folks are realizing we have to take on. We have the federal enterprise and the departments and agencies in the interest of providing resilient services in the Department of Defense. We have the interagency and their responsibilities for a wide range of things, which include FCC, NTIA, and the interagency partners that have an interest in Homeland Security. Then we have the state, local, tribal group, which really hasn't been engaged in this space and hasn't really seen that as a priority. What you're seeing with Nitro is a representation of the very senior folks at the state level taking an interest in the requirement. Whether or not Nitro's the solution to it, there's that's something we're all interested in understanding, but the fact that they care is a very big deal to the community in trying to assess risk and perform these different public-private partnerships. And on the back end and we've heard different discussions about industry trying to provide innovative solutions, but in those innovative solutions, they're competing with free, and it's hard to develop a market against free. So trying to understand all of those equities, coordinate those interests, is what we see Homeland Security and National Risk Management Center's position, to be a coordinator and a trusted agent. When we look at the state, local, tribal problem, keep in mind, each of the states have their own authorities. They can create laws, and there aren't a lot of laws right now on the books that have to do with state authority for law enforcement to intercede with intentional interference. That's part of the cyber kill chain in electronic warfare. Searching, we're doing that right now. Localizing, that's the IDM stuff. Tracking, if you have an emitter that's in motion, and then mitigating it. This is the same thing we have, and many of the folks that are military folks understand in search, localize, track, and attack. So these are things that the enterprise of all of the government entities need to work together to accomplish. Next slide. So understanding PNT as a national critical function. So we have this concept of national critical functions. So I ran communication disaster operations for years as part of the National Communication System and running Emergency Support Function 2. And that's the cyber and communications piece of the National Response Framework for FEMA. One of the concepts is when you lose communications, you have missions that hang off of this. You have business essential functions for industry, you have mission essential functions for federal and state agencies, and then you have national critical functions is the way we like to describe it, if it's large enough to have an effect that could affect the entire country. So this is the concept of national critical functions. One of the things that's recognized under a national critical function is connect, distribute, manage, and supply. So the connecting, it breaks out specifically providing position, navigation, timing. When we talk about leadership in government and the folks that are around, we have a very interested body at the National Security Council level with Ms. Durkovich. She was a former Assistant Secretary for Infrastructure Protection. She was my Chief of Staff for the National Protection and Program Directorate, and now she leads critical infrastructure resilience on the National Security Council. They've appointed an A-team, and I think that's why we ended up with Dr. Hampshire down there. You know, these are really good folks that care about this as a problem, and they are taking your position and your interest in this very seriously with your recommendations, and so are we. And on the back end of this is trying to bring that all together. Next slide. Okay, so we all know about overdependence on GPS as an interest, and that's the responsible use of GPS. So what we're interested in is a risk-based assessment of where GPS fits in, or the use of timing signals and resiliency for position, navigation, timing by all critical infrastructure owners and operators, or potentially government. So we're interested in not just the federal government, but state, local, tribal government. I can tell you as a former city councilman, all these things flow up. And at the end of the day, there are 60,000 different political jurisdictions around the country that actually have some role in influencing the use of position, navigation, and timing, either as a mission owner and operator, or actually an infrastructure owner and operator. So the strategy is how do we build that picture? We're talking about the widespread dependency and that you can jam things pretty easily. In my naval service, I was an EA-6B electronic countermeasures officer, so I did jamming. And I can tell you that jamming GPS, interfering with it, is now becoming more and more of a problem in that folks understand the effects that it can have, and we're seeing events that are both accidental and we're seeing intentional interference, and we see that in the personal use jammers. So folks that are trying to interfere with their bosses, seeing them driving 75 in a 18-wheeler down the road, and they're throwing on a jammer. But inadvertently, as they drive by the WASP system up at Newark Airport, they're knocking down air traffic control. So folks are understanding these impacts are there. But these are not intentionally interfering with WASP. What happens when we get somebody who actually does intentionally interferes with WASP, or puts a jammer up, or does something that is coincident to an electronic event? For example, jamming all communications around a Mumbai attack, or a Beslan attack, or a San Bernardino attack. So those are all things that Homeland Security has to worry about, and it's bringing all these pieces together that matters. Next slide. Okay, so Executive Order 13905. This is something, again, Ms. Durkovich was responsible, I think, largely for, and many of you we've been talking about what it is and what it isn't. We've been trying to develop strategies to inform the enterprise of critical infrastructure owners on how they should look at PNT dependence as part of their risk assessment, and we're trying to focus on bringing this into other risk assessments that have their attention at the time, specifically cybersecurity. Go ahead to the next slide. All right, this is really kind of cool. So one of the things we've been pushing, and I've talked to this group before about it, is that we wanted to have PNT interference classified as a cyber incident. And there are reasons we want that. We want a whole of government response to PNT events. And we were able to finally, within the NIST 800-53, which is the cybersecurity risk assessment process, have in the NIST instruction 8323 on page 86, it is now officially a cyber event. And that may not seem like much, but that lexicon was actually slowing up the response for the country when we were having these events. We want Cyber Command coming to the table. We want the National Guard and their cyber units to be able to look at potentially whether or not interference with GPS is part of a cyber order of battle. We want those kinds of analysis going on, and we want folks to think about when they're doing their risk assessment at an industry level, we want them considering what investment they would make in the different cyber protections that they have against their networks, continuous diagnostics. What are you going to do to make sure that you have timing resilience? Go ahead, next slide. So this is a look at how generally we're looking at mitigating. So initially we're mitigating through encouraging impact assessments. The next thing is to do outreach and communications to provide awareness, best practices, and we're publishing those. Mitigation through improved equipment. Now, some of that is going to include the work that we're doing on standards, and we're supporting the P1952 IEEE program. I see over there that a number of you are actually on that committee, and the idea is that we want to get to standards, we want improved receivers, we want resiliency, and we want a way to encourage the adoption of those standards through our business processes. And then also we're looking for complementary PNT sources, and that supports, again, the DOT position that they're looking for complementary sources. And I know a number of the folks in the room on the industry side have a number of very innovative solutions, and we've been talking about that all day. Next slide. All right, now federal contract language. I've been running the interagency process. So what federal contract is and what federal contract language is and is not. The first thing is it's not federal contract language that we're going to direct industry to do anything. It's not anything that we can direct states to do anything. But we've developed language that had a couple of basic tenets. The first one is do no harm. We heard today from a number of different sources about the inadvertent problems of export controls on antennas. One could imagine we could write pretty stupid contract language that would be more harmful than helpful. So to do this, we came up with a dynamic approach, and the concept is to write guidelines and a logic flow that acquisition professionals, contracting officers' representatives, contracting officers, SMEs that are trying to build out the acquisition, and then also the bidders could walk through in order to provide improved resiliency in their offerings for federal contracts associated with position, navigation, and timing. We've been working closely with the interagency and our partners at DOT, Department of Energy. We have folks from Defense Acquisition University. We've been working with different entities within DOT to do tabletops against the language that we've written. We have draft language. We've done two exercises, one with Department of Energy and one with an actual acquisition through the FAA. And now we're working through an actual acquisition with MARAD, compliments to Dr. Hampshire and Karen bringing them to the table, so we appreciate that. When we get done with this, we intend to coordinate it with the XCOM, PNT XCOM, and then publish it as a best practice. Simultaneously, we're going to offer it through the Federal Acquisition Regulation Council, FAR Council, and the idea is that the council proposed language will point back to guidelines that DHS will publish and maintain, be able to update, because there's about an 18-month lag on changes to contract language. So as things like P1952 standards hit, we can go back and update the guidelines, but still have the contract language pointing back to it. In the meantime, it's meant to be an exemplar both for an industry who might be looking at how to improve resiliency in PNT for their own purposes, and then also potentially for state, local, tribal government that may be looking to do acquisition as a starting point. Now, we had folks from actually Washington State who reached out to us who were doing a ferry update to their system, and they were looking for some guidance as an example. Go ahead, next page. Okay. So this gives a little bit about some of our research and development and investments that we've made. Obviously, P1952 we've talked about. We're doing some requirement definition on 5G and land mobile radio. We've seen with protracted PNT interference in the field where you begin to isolate land mobile radio towers, where systems that are unprotected that have no timing backup immediately are brought down and offline, and then those missions that hang off of those communication systems are impacted. And in terms of looking at the sectors, according to the executive order, what we found is all sectors are going to have a primary or secondary dependency on communications and power, which is where we're focusing most of our time and attention. And then we're looking at investigating the potential for nitro and the coordination with the states to understand what it might look like if nitro deployed for their own purposes. Now keep in mind, the states have systems that they have to maintain that are state-owned. They have land mobile radio systems, every state in the union. Those land mobile radio systems are timing-dependent systems. That's just the simplest form. And we have an obligation at the Department of Homeland Security to try to encourage that relevant federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial officials can continue to communicate in the event of catastrophic loss of communications. And again, we consider loss of PNT timing as a catastrophic loss of communications. I believe we're at the end of my presentation, and just some general key findings. I think most of you would agree with these. One thing is, federal government can't mandate, or doesn't in many cases have a mandate authority over industry. And we're reliant and interdependent on industry, so we have to develop softer models. And we are working with those, as many of you know, on how to create those relationships so that industry does adopt improved resiliency in position navigation and timing. They understand their need for it and how it's impacted. So that's pretty much the end of my my presentation. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much for that presentation and also for your enthusiasm for doing what you're doing. Let me use the same question that I used on the speaker just before you, which I'm sure you heard. I applaud all those efforts which are in the A, which are the PTA, augment. But I don't take it as a given that GPS as configured today in most timing receivers has been toughened at all. And the toughening need not cost a lot of money, and I would at least offer that as a complementary strategy to the augmentation side. In particular, small, narrow-beamed, up-looking antennas can give you time because it doesn't need 4 satellites anymore. It already knows where it is to whatever precision you want, millimeters if necessary. And I would just offer to you the thought that maybe there should be a parallel effort, equally vigorous, on ensuring that you don't get disrupted in the first place. So I'm throwing that in your in-basket there. Take it for what it's worth. I don't have authority over anyone either. So be it.
So again, I want to bring you back to that holistic view of what Homeland Security is supposed to do. It's supposed to be the connective tissue between the federal, state, local, tribal, territorial enterprise and the industry enterprise. And in doing that, trying to push those issues forward so that folks are investing at an appropriate level. For example, I don't really care whether or not somebody gets to a soccer game on time, but I do care about whether or not a police car gets disrupted in going to a 911 call. And trying to make those kinds of analysis and understanding how to think about what your risks are and where your investment strategy is always the challenge.
Couldn't agree more. And I will just again repeat, we thought through this PTA thing quite a bit. I would urge you to use all 3 legs. Go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, very good presentation. I guess to maybe follow up on Brad's point here, I'm way far away from how Homeland Security is engaged in this, but critical infrastructures come in different forms and varieties and the rest. And sort of the risk methodology that's typically used tends to look at peculiar vulnerabilities and dependencies and the like, and really comes out with either gradations in how vulnerable are you, or here are things that you could do to get back to things like toughening up. And there's a lot of different techniques for how do you not necessarily mandate, but how do you incentivize for this? Is there that kind of thinking that's going on across all of the critical infrastructure arenas and try to bring some real technical expertise and maybe a little bit of motivation for how those, whether it be at state, local, or whatever, it just seems like that's a crying need out there.
So we're in violent agreement with you, and we're working on some strategies with Dr. Hampshire and some of the interagency folks on where we might be able to apply pressure, writing grant guidance, doing different things where federal investments are already being made, and trying to align those investments with those strategic goals from the PNT community.
John, and then Jeff, please.
So, Michael, thanks for an interesting talk and for sticking with us all this time. So it's clear that there are a lot of very useful efforts that are going on, and many of them have started over just the past few years, so that's really great to see. And you've made it clear that most of critical infrastructure is private industry that you can't mandate or control, you need to influence and inform. So my question is, how do you know if you're making progress or not? What metrics are you using to see that critical infrastructure owner-operators are implementing more tougher and more augmented capabilities? And what kind of trends do you see when you apply those metrics in the past and look into the future?
So being a disaster kind of person, where these things typically pop up are by exception. And what you end up seeing is you have an event, and when you deep dive the event, like we spent almost a year studying, the event in Denver. When you deep dive the event, you get a sense of where that event is, and it's just a sample. Trying to get folks, and being part of that national communication system for years, there's been a lot of why don't we map everything, and when do we get industry to provide everything? Well, at some point, one of the problems is, when we go after those kinds of numbers, is you get into federal harassment fatigue on the part of the industry provider. So you have to try to figure out how to walk that line between working with your partners and providing reasonable feedback and not driving them into the ground because every time you turn around, the government wants more time, more information. And incidentally, those companies aren't being paid for it. So that's a challenge.
I think, John, is that the answer to your question? Are you good? Okay. Then Jeff, please.
Yeah, thank you. Michael, great presentation. I'm just curious, hearkening back to one of the recommendations that I talked about having to do with rebalancing the relationship between the FCC and its spectrum allocation process and what the executive branch is doing vis-a-vis PNT. After the Legato decision was made and petitions for reconsideration were essentially ignored, can you share with us what sorts of conversations took place within DHS, within the executive branch? I mean, is there, maybe with NTIA, an ongoing strategy to deal with future cases of this kind? I mean, all of the planning you do to protect the integrity of PNT, only to discover that an agency of the U.S. government is your biggest problem, must have been frustrating.
So with respect to Legato, we follow the policy of the White House and the interagency, and at this point, a lot of those conversations are government sensitive. So I think it'd be hard for me to comment publicly on what those discussions would be. One other thing, going back to your question about how to create metrics associated with the success of implementation. We do try to work with the sectors to talk about implementation of their PNT profiles. So we have had some successes with that. But in terms of like detailed, granular, go down to the antenna level to figure out what you have, a lot of times folks are asking for that level of granularity, and that's just, it's not doable by the government, and it's not financially feasible by the partners. So sorry if I'm dancing around your question, but I don't think I'm at liberty to discuss the government pieces of the Legato issue.
Okay. JJ?
I think we're coming to the end, and I just wanted to say, Michael, thank you very much. And Dr. Parkinson forgot to remind you that I always put the best presentations last.
So before I go, I just have a trivia question for Dr. Parkinson. In Annapolis, what are the last two words in the Star Spangled Banner? It's Beat Army.
That was the last two of navy blue and gold, too. Well done. Thank you for that. That was a great note. Okay, I think everyone, one of the takeaways I have from you is, Michael, is federal harassment fatigue. And I'm going to remember that. Federal. So I have to be careful that we don't get Sherman harassment fatigue here, which is the analogous problem from someone like me. And to that end, I'm going to try to wrap this up. One of the things that I asked, and AJ was kind enough to provide, is that list that I showed you, which some of you have offered amendments to already. And this has no purpose other than coalescing our thoughts. And so to the extent that you were willing to take the time, I'm willing to take the time tomorrow to at least quickly touch on this and see if it still reflects to some degree, or to a large degree, what your current feelings are in terms of risks and what our priorities ought to be. So you can either use that for bedtime reading or ignore it, I suppose. So I think we're close to the end, and we are, let the record show, early. And before I ask our social secretary, as well as our other kinds of secretaries for administrative, does anyone else have something they want to talk about right now? Having browbeaten you to death. All right. I don't see any hands. In that case, JJ, tell us what we're supposed to do tonight. Oh, and I would suggest that gentlemen do not have to wear ties, and Karen isn't wearing a tie anyway, so she's included. Gentlemen don't have to wear ties tonight. Is that okay? That's perfect. Okay. You don't have to wear a tie. On the other hand, if you like to wear ties, you may wear one, of course. Okay. Over to JJ.
All right, let me write on that and suggest that tomorrow we go business casual, since we really earned it today. So tie is optional tomorrow as well. So tonight you would have gotten information from either myself or Alicia. So that would include members, that would include civil servant support experts that were invited. Several people sitting behind me also received excuse me? So there is a little bit of a social event. The bus is going to depart for that at 6:15 out front. And if you do have any questions about the location or transportation, please let Alicia or I know what that is, what you need help with, and we're happy to take that on. So with that, any other last?
The event is at the Severn.
Well, we don't.
Oh, we don't
want to say that.
We don't want to say. Okay. Too much information. Yeah, the subject. The problem is not where you are; it's where you're going. I think, but that's okay. That's okay.
All right. Any other last comments or questions from anyone around the table? All right, thank you. And to the chair?